Chapter 299. So he suddenly turned to Taoist Wolf and said, "Then let's go and have a look. It's the first time I've encountered such a strange thing." As he spoke, he was about to walk over there. Unexpectedly, this Taoist Wolf pulled his sleeve from behind. "Your Majesty, you can't go." Li Yunxin turned around abruptly and stared at him sternly. Only then did the wolf demon realize that he had lost his composure in a moment of desperation. He hurriedly let go of his hand as if he had been electrocuted, but he still said, "Your Majesty, you can't go. Touch me one more time, and I'll immediately refine your soul." Li Yunxin stared at him for a long time until a layer of sparkling sweat seeped out of this Taoist wolf's nose. Then he said, "Why can't I go?" The wolf demon hesitated for a while, then raised his hand to scratch his furry ears and sighed. "Alas, Your Majesty, alas, how should I say this? Are you a human cultivator or a demon cultivator?" Li Yunxin thought for a while. "What do you think? If Your Majesty is a demon cultivator, I really don't know whether I should say this or not. If Your Majesty is a human cultivator, maybe it's okay to say it." Taoist Wolf stared at Li Yunxin in the darkness for a while. His eyes reflected a faint green light because of the fire in the distance. Then he said, "But I think Your Majesty is a human cultivator, right?" "Whatever you think," Li Yunxin said casually. "Hurry up and get to the point." The wolf demon thought that Li Yunxin had admitted it, so he suddenly puffed out his chest, no longer as timid and weary as before. Instead, he showed some of the imposing manner of the Lord of Chengdu City. "Then Your Majesty should know one thing. In this Chengdu City, I'm not completely in charge now." Li Yunxin thought for a while. "So, the magistrate's office in this city is also in charge?" The wolf demon shook his head. "I'm not talking about this. Those officials and bailiffs in the secular world can't control us. It's been like this since I took over Chengdu City. I'm talking about the dozen demon cultivators that Your Majesty saw in my Pingyuan monastery in the afternoon. They were the ones the king was looking at right now. Your Majesty might not be able to guess the details. Let me explain it to you in detail. That means they don't always listen to you. Or it could be said that your ideals are different, and to a certain extent, you're just a figurehead. Am I right?" Li Yunxin interrupted him. The demon wolf was ready to give a long speech, but he didn't expect Li Yunxin to say everything he wanted to say in just 3 sentences. He was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed, "Huh? How did you know?" Li Yunxin smiled. "It's just child's play. What does that have to do with the present?" Taoist Wolf sighed and said, "Your Majesty only knows one side and not the other. My Pingyuan Temple is a registered Taoist temple in the Sword Palace. In terms of status, it was equivalent to the government of Chengdu in the secular world. Since I'm the Abbey Dean, I'm also a registered cultivator in the Sword Palace. Logically speaking, the dozen or so demon cultivators in my monastery should be under my control and listen to my orders. In the end, they completely ignored me and only did superficial things. Your Majesty, do you know why?" Li Yunxin didn't say anything. Taoist Wolf didn't expect him to answer, so he continued. "Previously in Southwood Inn, the shopkeeper told Your Majesty about the Sword Palace's rules. Alas, this kind of thing should have been slowly eased. Your Majesty is a human cultivator, and after hearing about this, you must think that I'm bullying these people in Chengdu. But you don't know that I don't care about them. Your Majesty also saw that I have chickens and ducks in my backyard. Who cares about eating or not eating? It's the dozen or so that Your Majesty saw. Who are they relying on? Alas." Taoist Wolf sighed. "It's Taoist Jackal." "Oh, there's also Taoist Jackal." Li Yunxin thought for a while, then said, "So you want to say before you took over Chengdu, it was Taoist Jackal who was in charge. Now that you're here, although he's no longer in charge, he incited these dozen or so demon cultivators to make trouble for you." Speaking up to this point, he paused. "Don't tell me. When Taoist Jackal was in charge, he was what I call a fundamentalist. He didn't allow people to touch living things. After you came here, he began to imitate the style of the capital, thinking that it's okay to eat meat at home." Goblin Wolf hurriedly said, Yes. Your Majesty, how do you know this?" "It's just an old-fashioned plot." Li Yunxin sighed. Tell me in detail. Your sword palace and Taoist jackal. In fact, at this time, Li Yunxin began to be interested in this sword palace, so much so that he thought he could spend more time here. Because the more places he went and the more things he saw, the more he realized that there were many secrets in this world. If this world was originally a piece of white paper, then no doubt in these thousands of years, it had been profoundly and comprehensively changed by some people. This world was not what he thought it was. The traces left behind by some former existences seemed to be everywhere. At first, he planned to imitate the dragon god and quickly kill a few big demons to frighten the small fry. But now he realized the value of Yang Jinzi, the palace master of Sword Palace, seemed to be more than just a character that could be killed. Taoist Wolf was a little hesitant about his proposal. But Li Yunxin said again, "What are you hesitating for? Now, at least in this Chengdu, under this tree, I'm the knife and you're the fish. If you're obedient, maybe you'll become a salted fish. Whether it's here or in the Sword Palace, you still have a chance to turn things around. If you're not obedient," he raised his hand and pointed there, "there's still a dozen waiting for me to interrogate them. If I were you, I'd take care of the present first. Only when you're alive can you talk about the future." Taoist Wolf's eyes shifted between Li Yunxin and the dozen or so demon cultivators. Finally, he sighed and shook his furry ears. "Alas, forget it. I came to Chengdu 50 years ago. Chengdu is a small city on the border of the Yu Kingdom and deep in the mountains. Although it's only 1,000 li away from the capital, it's actually surrounded by mountains. Transportation is very inconvenient. It should be a barren land. But the nobles in the capital say that the soil and water in Chengdu are good and like to use the soil and stones here. Thus, the king thinks that most of the people in Chengdu are doing this work. After leaving the city and walking for another 20 li, there are a few mountains. At the foot of the mountains is a stone mine called Hongling. The young and strong people in the city all work there, mining the soil and stones. I don't know what the people in the capital use them for. This task was entrusted to me by the Sword Palace. They've been mining for hundreds of years. The reason I came to Chengdu is to supervise this matter. Let's talk about Taoist Jackal. Before I came here, he was in charge here. Later, he made a mistake and was summoned back to the capital to see the palace master. Then he was dismissed. But after I came here, I slowly found out that Taoist Jackal had escaped from the capital and gathered a group of demons to occupy that Hongling. He's a fugitive, but no one in the capital came to catch him. My cultivation level is lower than his, so I can't do anything to him. And I heard he has a backer." Hearing this, Li Yunxin smiled. He liked this kind of thing. He liked this kind of complicated matter where all the parties were involved. If the water wasn't muddy, how could he fish? So he asked backer, "What backer can make you unable to do anything to him?" Instead, he roped in all the demon cultivators in your monastery. "According to what you said, you were sent here by the Sword Palace. Does the Sword Palace not care about this matter?" Taoist Wolf clapped his hands. The king is right. But after saying this, he hesitated. He glanced at Li Yunxin a few times and stammered, "Speaking of what reliance? I don't know either. I only heard Taoist Jackal say that he has a very high cultivation level. Even he respects him. That Taoist Jackal is at the transformative stage. Even he has to bow down to him." Li Yunxin thought for a moment and laughed. "Huh, you're worried that I'm that person. Then there was no need to think too much." "Not really. Go on." A quarter of an hour had passed. The situation on the other side of the street changed again. There was a fire at the end of the street. It looked as if a group of people were rushing over with torches. However, according to the Sword Palace law that Taoist Wolf mentioned, no one was allowed to go out at night. He didn't know if it was a human or a demon. Seeing that it will take some time for the fire to reach the woman's room, Li Yunxin is not in a hurry. He turns his head to look at the wolf monster again. The wolf demon composed himself. "What I'm thinking is that Gao Xiu should also be a demon cultivator. A few years ago, people in the capital city were no longer prohibited from eating living things. In fact, there were also signs of this in the prefectural cities below. When I first came to Chengdu, the city was more lively than it is now. There were people in the city who slaughtered pigs and sheep in their own homes. Oh, I also like to eat blood, so of course I'm happy to see this, so I raised chickens and ducks in the backyard. But later, that Taoist jackal came back, colluded with that demon cultivator, and gathered a group of demons, and became like this. It's not just Chengdu. Other prefectural cities are also like this. I can't understand. What is the background of the person that Taoist jackal relies on? He dares to openly oppose the Sword Palace. Thus, until now, it was really difficult. Difficult. I want to go to the capital city to see the palace master, but how can I see the palace master whenever I want to? I don't understand. If something big really happens here and the palace master is alarmed, he will probably pay attention to me. Saying this, he couldn't help but look at the situation in front of the woman's door, and then quickly withdrew his gaze. Li Yunxin also turned his head to look. At this time, he could clearly see who it was. It really was a person, and not an ordinary commoner. The person in front was a well-built man dressed in black and wearing a square bird feather hat. There was a dark red patch on his chest, and on it was written the word constable in the language of Yu. Although the style of the clothes was different from the style of the Qin kingdom, Li Yunxin guessed that this was probably the constable of Yu. The peacock plume was not something that could be seen everywhere, and only officials with status could use it. For example, the senior constables of the Qin kingdom could only use a pheasant plume. Behind this constable were a dozen officials, and looking at their clothes, they were the constables of Yu. Naturally, Yu was not as wealthy as the Qin kingdom, and it was obvious from the clothes of these officials. Furthermore, the official clothes they wore seemed to have not been touched for a long time. Li Yunxin's eyes were good, and he could even see the creases on the clothes. They had probably been hidden for a long time, and they only wore it tonight. Chapter 300. And behind the constables, there were other people. They didn't wear official uniforms, but they all had weapons in their hands. For example, iron chains, iron rulers, sticks, short knives, and so on. Seeing that they weren't ordinary people, Li Yunxin realized that they should be the constable's assistants. Constables and constables were official labors with proper organization. But they couldn't handle all the big and small matters in the city, so they kept unorganized assistants and assistants. And most of these people weren't good people in the past. It was obvious from their expressions. There were more than 100 people in this group. They walked over with torches, but didn't say anything. There was only the sound of footsteps, weapons clashing, and the crackling of the torches. They quickly walked to the dozen or so demon cultivators and stopped about 10 steps away, looking at them silently in the light of the fire. Li Yunxin raised his eyebrows, realizing that tonight was going to be interesting, because this group of people didn't say anything. As the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't bark. If this group of people came over noisily, they would probably be trying to scare the other party away with their presence. But now they didn't say a word, so they obviously had a very clear purpose, or maybe they were still full of anger. Li Yunxin looked at the wolf Taoist beside him. He found that the wolf demon was staring intently at the situation over there, and his nose even twitched slightly. This kind of twitching was not sniffing. Instead, it was the wrinkles on the nose caused by the beast lifting its upper lip and exposing its teeth when it was angry or demonstrating its power. Li Yunxin had seen many cats and dogs in his previous life, so he was very familiar with this reaction. This meant that this wolf Taoist was also hiding some emotions that were about to explode, and now he was so eager that he accidentally revealed them. He suddenly understood. So this wolf demon was not as stupid as he thought, but his sudden appearance had messed up his plan. He thought for a moment, smiled in the darkness, and said casually, "If these people and the demons fight tonight, it will be a big deal." Oh yes. Taoist Wolf was still staring at that place attentively, answering him casually. Even his beard was tucked in front of him. Also, if those demons kill all of these people, the people in this city have been holding grudges against the demons for a long time, and the whole city is rioting, it will be even more serious. The demonic wolf opened its mouth slightly in excitement, revealing 2 sharp canine teeth. Its breathing became rapid. Yes, yes. That's why you went to the Pitfall Mountain, not to see if the evil king was dead, but to avoid tonight's situation. Li Yunxin said softly, "Unfortunately, I caught you and brought you back. Then the trouble in this woman's family was also caused by you, right? You want to create big news in Chengdu so that the people in the capital have no choice but to pay attention to it?" The wolf demon answered, "Yes." However, he suddenly reacted and turned to glare at Li Yunxin. His canines were bared, as was his scarlet tongue. Wrinkles appeared on his nose, and his eyes slightly narrowed, which was the expression of a wild beast when it felt a great threat. However, the next moment, he realized that he was facing an unfathomable strong man, so he immediately took 2 steps back. This, Li Yunxin smiled. "What are you afraid of? I originally thought you were an idiot and planned to kill you after I finished using you in Chengdu. But now I know that you still have some thoughts, and I like your style of doing things. You got your life back." He narrowed his eyes slightly and circled around the wolf demon, who had pricked up his ears before walking back to him. "What a surprise. Tell me, how did you plan this?" His words seemed to have scared the wolf demon. He stared at Li Yunxin with his eyes wide open. You picked it up? If you show this kind of stupid face again, it will be gone again." The wolf demon shrank his head. While looking at the scene on the street, he hurriedly said, Your Majesty, please calm down. Listen to me. That woman was the wife of Constable Zhao in the city. The one in front. Her mother-in-law was seriously ill, so she went to see a doctor. I asked the doctor to tell her that her mother-in-law's illness was caused by the imbalance of yin and yang, which was caused by years of vegetarianism. It was easy to cure it. Every day, take a hen and stew it with some herbs, and eat it for half a month. Constable Zhao is a public servant, and he likes to make friends and is very filial. Yes, so when he heard this, he must do it. He has a lot of friends, so it's not difficult for him to eat a hen for half a month. When they secretly eat it in their own house, I asked someone to throw some chicken feathers and bones in front of his house, and told someone to tell me about the dozens of demons in the monastery. When they heard that, they wouldn't give up, so I had to find them at night. Li Yunxin interrupted him. "Why at night?" The wolf demon was stunned. Your Majesty, you don't know. What are their cultivation levels? They haven't completely transformed into human beings, and they only have spiritual intelligence. At most, they're only at the realm of intent. If we really go during the day and that person gathers so many people, we might not be able to take advantage of them. In a night like this, if they rush in and transform into their original forms, even though they don't have spiritual intelligence, they still have sharp teeth and claws. It's not difficult for them to tear 2 women apart. That Constable Zhao is going to work at the Yamen at night. I also sent someone to inform him that his family's matter has been exposed, and the demons are going to his house to look for people at night. Today, I also asked someone to hold him back. That's the current situation. Li Yunxin thought for a moment. What if the demons don't make a move tonight? Or if Constable Zhao's people don't make a move? As the wolf demon spoke, he became complacent and laughed. Make a move, of course they'll make a move. Look at that priest too, he's one of my people. In a moment, he will rush in and tear that woman or that mother-in-law apart. Constable Zhao won't be able to restrain himself. Besides this Constable Zhao, it's been more than 10 years. This person is short-tempered. In other people's words, he's eager for justice. In the past, he caused a lot of trouble in the city. In addition, the people in Chengdu have accumulated resentment for a long time and can't hold it in any longer. He just needs an excuse. If anything happens to this Constable Zhao tonight, with his prestige and reputation, it won't be a small matter. I've been planning for a long time and have been observing for more than a few years. I've only been waiting for today. After listening to him, Li Yunxin thought for a while and said, Your train of thought is pretty good. Start from the subtleties and borrow the momentum. But many people want to do this. Whether they can do it or not depends on their skills. Let's see tonight. If things really develop according to your plan, I'll give you a big reward. Taoist Wolf seemed to be delighted. What reward? Li Yunxin turned around and pointed in that direction. Let's get to work first. He was so straightforward. It seemed that he really didn't mind what Taoist Wolf did. This made the wolf demon hesitate. He looked at Li Yunxin. Your Majesty, are you really not going to blame her? That woman is going to die. I can't save everyone in the world. Mortals will die eventually. It's just a matter of whether they die for a good cause. Tonight, she will die for a good cause. Do it. His voice was emotionless, calm, and cold. The wolf demon thought that this person was really a cultivator, if not a Daodong cultivator, then a Kenzo cultivator. It was said that only the cultivators that would act like this. Compared to demons, they were cold and calm, rarely cruel and tyrannical. Now that things had come to this, he didn't think too much about it. His hands formed some sort of incantation gesture, and he gently blew on it. Then, when Li Yunxin saw the fox-headed Taoist who among the dozens of demons, his ears suddenly pricked up. At this time, the two groups of people had been confronting each other for a while. The leading wolf demon was asking why these people dared to go out at night, and threatened to capture and kill all of you if you don't disperse. However, the people holding weapons did not retreat. They seemed to have calculated that the demons were weak. Although one of them could tear several of them alive, a group fight was not a one-on-one fight. Their realms were not high, so if they fought, they would only end up with injuries on both sides. Li Yunxin sighed in his heart. This was power. If the people in Chengdu hadn't accumulated resentment for a long time, these people wouldn't have such resolute courage. Although courage and impulse were intangible, they could turn a coward into a boar and make him do things he didn't even dare to think about before. The demons shouted angrily, but the people didn't care. So the demon cultivators also realized that there was something wrong with these people tonight. They weren't cowering like usual. The leading wolf demon was a little smarter. He knew that there might be some other inside story. These people seemed to come prepared, but they didn't know what other tricks they had. It wasn't easy for animals like them to cultivate spiritual intelligence, and now they had just taken human form. When demons took human form, all their cultivation was spent on this form. Only when they had a human form could they open the meridians of a human, and then they could better practice the techniques of cultivators. So this was actually the weakest stage in the process of cultivation. They could only rely on their strong bodies, and they couldn't use much of their spiritual power. But in the future, when they fully took human form, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Dealing with these people would really be like killing ants. So, when these dozens of demons faced these silent people, they actually wanted to retreat. Li Yunxin saw through the wolf demon's thoughts and thought more highly of this wolf Taoist. He had grasped the right time to do this. At this moment, wolf Taoist made a hand seal, and Taoist, whose body suddenly changed. His body suddenly shrank. But it wasn't because his body had shrunk, but because he had revealed his true form. This was a wild fox the size of a calf, and its whole body was fiery red. As soon as the fox revealed its true form, its eyes immediately emitted an ominous green light. Its hind paws exerted force, and it pounced into the woman's house, pressing the woman under its body. Both the demons and the constables were stunned by this sudden change. While they were stunned, the wild fox bit the woman's head and shook its head. The woman's head was torn off by him. Blood splashed all over its face, and the smell of blood aroused its ferocity. The wild fox turned around and pounced into the house again. An old woman's scream came from inside the house, and then there was no more sound. This was only the time of 2 breaths. The wild fox that pounced into the house had already turned into a huge beast, and it had completely lost its spiritual intelligence. No one knew what it was doing in the house, but it kept knocking against the cabinets, and occasionally the sound of dishes falling to the ground could be heard. But on this street, it was frighteningly quiet. After another breath, the stunned constable Zhao furrowed his brows, and his facial features twisted into a ball. He let out a heart-wrenching roar, "Bastard!" Seeing his own wife and mother being torn apart in front of his eyes. This kind of thing was not something that any man could restrain or endure. When he let out that roar, Constable Zhao had already pulled out the saber from his waist, and with an astonishing momentum, he pounced on the wolf demon 10 steps away. Li Yunxin wasn't proficient in martial arts, but he had seen martial arts practitioners like Ying Juren, Meng Ao, Yu Ming, Qiao Duanhong, and the Six Ghosts of Hejian. Therefore, he could tell that Constable Zhao was indeed skilled in martial arts, and he was quite skillful. He didn't know what kind of footwork he used, but the distance of 10 steps seemed to be covered in only 2 or 3 steps. The wolf demon relied on its strong body and only stretched out its hand, wanting to tear Constable Zhao apart. Unexpectedly, Constable Zhao was amazingly agile. His body suddenly dodged on the ground, and as if there was a spring attached to his waist, he leaped to the side of the wolf demon and chopped off one of its ears. Finally, there was blood. There was also the howl of the wolf demon when it was in extreme pain. When it howled, Constable Zhao also howled. He turned around and glared at Constable Zhao. "What are you waiting for?" "Waiting for death." When he rushed forward, the people around him were timid for a moment and didn't move. Only when his saber struck the wolf demon, coupled with such an angry rebuke, did those people seem to realize that these fiendish demons were not invulnerable to swords and spears. They immediately came to their senses and pounced forward while shouting. At this point, the situation finally turned out the way that Taoist Wolf wanted. Taoist Wolf's eyes were filled with joy. He watched with bared teeth and concentrated his attention. Therefore, he didn't notice that Li Yunxin, who was beside him, was swaying slightly. He also didn't hear the subtle sound that seemed to be the sound of iron chains colliding. The battle between nearly 100 people and the demons lasted for a long time, but it wasn't always intense. Constable Zhao's saber gave the others the courage to pounce forward, but they weren't as skilled in martial arts as Constable Zhao. The demons' spiritual power was weak, but their bodies were strong. A saber slash only left a small cut on their bodies. It was difficult to injure their muscles and bones. Therefore, not long after, there were heavy casualties. More than 10 corpses were left on the street. If the demons had killed more than 10 people at the beginning to establish their might, these people would have scattered like birds and beasts. But now that they had been killed, everyone knew that this city was either a human city or a demon city. Seeing blood today, no one would let it go the next day. Therefore, they began to think of other ways. Fortunately, they were prepared. They fought and retreated at the same time. Unexpectedly, they took out 2 long iron-tipped spears that were more than 10 feet long. These weapons were considered powerful weapons in the army of this era. In a narrow street like Chengdu, they were comparable to the machine guns used by Li Yunxin in his time. As soon as these weapons were taken out, 2 demons couldn't retreat in time and were immediately pierced through. However, they didn't die immediately. They pulled the spears and let them pierce through their bodies as they pounced forward. Fortunately, they were exhausted in the end and were hacked to death by the people behind them. Li Yunxin looked at this scene and slightly raised his eyebrows. They were all under the command of that Constable Zhao. This person must have been in the army before. Seeing how he commanded these dozens of people to advance and retreat methodically, and how he used the 2 spears, he was completely different from ordinary martial artists. The demons were riled up. They shook their bodies and reverted to their original forms. Since demons could live until they gained intelligence, which one of them wasn't strong and healthy when they were still wild beasts? This time, it was like there were more than 10 calves rampaging on the street. They had sharp teeth and claws and could jump onto rooftops to attack from the air. In a moment, the situation was reversed. The people on the street were not paying attention, and the wolf demon, with a broken ear, rushed in from the side. Immediately, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Seeing this, Taoist Wolf, who was next to Li Yunxin, said, "My king, we should go. This matter is almost over." But Li Yunxin didn't say anything and continued to stare at them. The wolf demon was stunned and followed his gaze. He found that he was staring at Constable Zhao from the beginning to the end. At this moment, Constable Zhao had become a bloody man. There were several wounds on his chest and back, and the way he wielded his saber was also out of shape. Li Yunxin looked at him and said softly, "Let's watch again. Let's see if this person can hold on for another 15 minutes. I say," as he said this, he turned to look at the wolf demon, "In my opinion, these people will all die in the end." then this matter won't be interesting. What about your citywide riot? Taoist Wolf only said, "No hurry, no hurry. It will. But my king, let's go first, in case someone sees our whereabouts." "You're doing this again." Li Yunxin frowned, hiding things and hemming and hawing. "I hate this kind of people the most. If you have any other tricks, use them immediately, or I'll refine you." When Li Yunxin glared at him, Taoist Wolf sighed again. He didn't dare to not take this grandfather's threat seriously. This king didn't even blink when he saw two people being torn apart by the demons in front of him. It was obvious that he had a heart of stone and was cruel and merciless. Who knew what he would really do? As he sighed, he made another hand sign. "I say, my king, if this succeeds, we'll really have to leave. I still hope to clean up the mess afterward. I can't be involved." But Li Yunxin ignored him, so Taoist Wolf couldn't do anything. After he finished making the hand sign, he sighed again and hid himself deeper in the darkness. Then, the row of houses on the opposite side of the street collapsed with a boom. Li Yunxin was slightly stunned. He didn't expect this Taoist Wolf to make such a big move. Then there were shouts. It wasn't just one person, but at least a dozen people. The voices were high-pitched with a hint of fake panic. Although there weren't many people, combined with other people's miserable cries and the sound of houses collapsing, it created quite an imposing atmosphere. The content of the shouts was not much different from what Li Yunxin had expected. It was nothing more than the demons are going to kill people, the houses are going to collapse, the city is going to be slaughtered, fight them to the death, and so on. People who heard such words in the daytime would probably think about it carefully for a while in a panic. But now it was night, houses had collapsed, people were injured and dead, and they were frightened. Looking at the street, more than a dozen giant demons were fighting with the citizens in the city. How could there be any room for careful consideration? Not only a few houses on this street collapsed, there were also loud noises and clouds of dust in the distance. Taoist Wolf had set up ambushes everywhere in the city. For a moment, the quiet Chengdu suddenly became lively, but it wasn't a joyous one, but a doomsday one. At this time, a quarter of an hour had passed. Constable Zhao could no longer hold on. Originally, there were nearly 100 people, but now there were only 30 or 40 left standing. The street was full of corpses and blood had dyed the street red. However, only 4 of the dozens of demons had died. The rest of them were just about to unleash their tyrannical might and kill the 30 to 40 people who were on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, there was a change in the city, and the demons were also shocked. The demons were frightened, and so were the people. The dozens of people lost their courage and scattered like birds and beasts. 2 people supported Constable Zhao and wanted to leave, but the one-eared wolf demon pounced on them and killed them with 2 claws. Then it shook its head to tear off Constable Zhao's head. The man knew he couldn't live, so he picked up a dagger and made a last stand. The 2 of them were standing next to a collapsed house. Smoke and dust filled the air, and they couldn't see anyone. Constable Zhao was pushed to the ground and was about to stab with his dagger, but he suddenly felt his body fly up like he was riding on a cloud. Meanwhile, the wolf demon was sent flying by some unknown force. It rolled a few times on the ground before crashing into another house. Constable Zhao thought he was probably dead, and his soul left his body. He floated toward the underworld. But he also felt he was in the sky, being held under someone's armpit. He could only see what was happening on the ground. Chengdu was getting smaller and smaller, and the wind was getting louder. His eyes were blurred by the blood, and they were sore and painful. Because he was about to faint from exhaustion, the scene in front of him became blurry. However, one could still see that Chengdu was on fire everywhere. People ran out of their houses and screamed as if the end of the world had come. He thought in a daze, it's a worthy death. Those beasts probably won't survive, right? Then he lost consciousness. At this moment, Li Yunxin and Taoist Wolf were still under the tree. The old tree was silent in the night. Because it was autumn, the leaves slowly lost their moisture. So when the night wind blew, 1 or 2 leaves fell. But there was a fire not far away. There were charcoal fires in many collapsed houses, and now it started a fire. But both the fire and the sound of people became weak under the tree. It was as if the darkness here was tangible like water, and they couldn't easily penetrate it. Li Yunxin withdrew his hand and patted off the ashes left on his palm after the talisman was ignited. Then he looked at Taoist Wolf. "You're in such a hurry to leave, but I don't want to. Look," he pointed at the brightened Chengdu. "You made such a big scene and plotted for so many years. Now you've succeeded, but you're gone, and you can't see what your work looks like. Don't you feel bored?" Taoist Wolf knew that this expert had used a trick to temporarily isolate this part of the world they were in from the surroundings. He had never seen such a clever trick, so he was shocked. But he still frowned and said, "Oh, my king, I only want to succeed. I'm not as confident as you are." Li Yunxin didn't say anything. He stared at him for a while, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face, which was illuminated by the fire. "You're not obedient. You're still hiding something from me." He lowered his head and brushed his nails, then raised his head. "Playing in front of me, you'll easily get yourself killed." Chapter 301. The flickering firelight in the distance reflected on his face, making him look uncertain. And he smiled again. This kind of smile frightened Taoist Wolf the most. The wolf-headed demon subconsciously uttered an ah, took a step back, looked around, and stammered, "My lord, what do you mean? I don't want to hurt you at all. I wouldn't dare." "You wouldn't dare even if I gave you 10 more guts," Li Yunxin said softly as he put down his hand, walked 2 steps to the edge of the shadow cast by the old tree, and looked at the scene in the distance. "I'm not happy that you played tricks in front of me more than once. At first, I thought you were a silly thing, but then I found you were a little smart. Now, let me ask you, what's the use of turning Chengdu into such a mess? These dozens of demons will probably suffer heavy casualties, and in the end, the people of Chengdu will control the city. What's in it for you? You're also a demon, and people think you're their leader. Don't tell me you're a freedom fighter for the welfare of the people of Chengdu. If the situation is like this, when the people of Sword Palace really come, they'll probably punish you for your dereliction of duty first, and then think about other things." Li Yunxin turned to look at him. "So, are you really that stupid?" The wolf demon blinked in the darkness, and suddenly became silent. Li Yunxin waited for him to be silent. Then Taoist Wolf whispered, "Who are you?" "Those people of Mu Nanju know you. Who are you?" "Good. You finally want to tell me the truth." Li Yunxin smiled. "You mentioned Mu Nanju. Then it seems that Mu Nanju is also in your plan. Let me take a guess. The people in Rong City are stronger than the demons in Rong City. You want to fish in troubled waters, but now there's only troubled waters, no fish. You definitely don't want to take responsibility for such a riot. So there must be a force that you can't resist to get rid of yourself. I think, actually, you have a foreign aid." The wolf demon's nose twitched, his green eyes staring at Li Yunxin. "So it's Taoist Jackal, right?" The wolf demon's expression changed subtly. When Li Yunxin first met him, this wolf demon seemed to be an arrogant fellow. But after witnessing Li Yunxin's methods, he became a cowardly demon. Tonight, he had come up with a series of plans, and he seemed to have some intelligence and wisdom. But this seemed to be his true appearance. Taoist Wolf's ears pricked up, and his tone became serious. "Fine. Since you have thought of it, I will tell you. It's just that I didn't expect you to be so smart." Li Yunxin smiled. "Speak." The wolf monster muttered to himself for a moment before looking at Li Yunxin and saying, "It is indeed because of Taoist Jackal. The dozen or so monsters in the city had long since left my side. They had secretly joined Taoist Jackal to help him monitor me. They are short-sighted and cannot bear to see me being lenient towards others. These fools don't know why they are able to cultivate in the Pingyuan Monastery and learn the Heaven Heart technique. It's because demons and humans can live in peace within the borders of the state of you. That's why there are sword palaces and Taoist techniques. That's why they aren't hunted down by Taoist Kinzo cultivators. Moreover, there are pills and stones for them to cultivate. Their deaths aren't worth pitying. I'm also ashamed to be associated with them. This time, the people in Rong City will kill all the demons, and I will escape from Rong City. Then, the city will be without a leader. That Taoist jackal has been hiding outside the city for a long time, and his forces have grown. How could he let go of such a great opportunity? With his people dead and the city in chaos, he will have an excuse to enter the city. As for this Namu Jew, hey, I'm not a fool. Although I know who their backer is, I know they aren't ordinary people. That Taoist jackal is bold but not astute. Once he enters the city, he will definitely slaughter the residents to establish his might. I know he doesn't like the fact that Namaju is outside of the city, so he will take this opportunity to cause trouble. Once he kills people and provokes that Namaju, it will be hard for the people of Sword Palace and the capital not to be angry. You said it doesn't matter if a few people die in Chengdu. It's not a big deal. But if Chengdu falls and Namaju is massacred, then it will be a big deal. I don't believe the people in the capital will be safe. When Wolf Taoist said this, he was filled with righteous indignation. He didn't have the cautious appearance he had in front of Li Yunxin. But Li Yunxin listened carefully and laughed. Good, good, good. That's the real you. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. So you're doing all this for the sake of Sword Palace, without the slightest bit of selfishness? Wolf Taoist hesitated for a moment, then stiffly said, on a smaller scale, it's for Sword Palace. On a larger scale, it's for the demons. Demons and humans live together in heaven and earth. Now that humanity is prosperous, demons can only drag out an ignoble existence. In this country of you, the demon situation is better, but what about other places? Except for those peerless demons, the rest are just livestock under the sword of human cultivators. Demons are fierce and cruel, it's in their nature. But if humans are not educated by benefits, they are no less fierce and cruel than demons. Do you know my origin? Li Yunxin shook his head. Tell me more. I'm very interested. At this time, he stopped laughing and his expression became serious, because he found this Wolf Taoist interesting. Wolf Taoist's words seemed to be sincere. It was the first time Li Yunxin met this kind of demon. This kind of caring for the world and working for the welfare of the race actually appeared in a demon. I come from the extreme north. Wolf Taoist sighed slightly. Very few people have heard of that place. People of Yuguoqing think that Li country is already considered as a northern country. But compared to where I come from, Yu country is just a warm south. It's cold and frozen all year round. It's always daytime, never night. But there are people living there. My original body is a true fire snow wolf of the northern lands. Saying this, Taoist wolf raised his hand and brushed his head, revealing his original appearance. His appearance actually caused a strange expression to appear on Li Yunxin's face. Taoist wolf's original appearance was still that of a wolf's head, but it used to be a greenish-gray wolf's head. Now, there were some stripes on his face. There were 2 white oval dots above his eyes, and there was also a white spot in the middle of his eyes. It was like a white firework. But the rims of his eyes were grayish-black, and his snout and neck were also white. Li Yunxin moved his lips, but still restrained his desire to speak, only listening to him continue. In the northern lands, humans and my race coexist. That place is full of glaciers and snow. It's difficult for carriages and horses to travel. Thus, after thousands of years, my race has pulled carts for humans. As for humans, they hunt and fish for us to eat. In Yuguoqing, this is called a dog, but we are wolves. We are not domestic dogs. We still have our wild nature. Without humans, we can still return to the vast snowfield to reproduce. The climate in the northern lands is harsh, and it's hard for humans to live. It's common for a big snowstorm to last for more than a month. Thus, it's also common for human tribes to encounter natural disasters and be exterminated. Sometimes, some people's children are dying, and it's not uncommon for them to be adopted by a female wolf who lost her cubs in our race. Li Yunxin interrupted him in the wild. Can they survive? Taoist wolf was slightly surprised, then said, Hey, northerners are different from you southerners. In your eyes, they're not humans, right? Like us, they have thick fur, so they wear clothes to keep warm. If they don't wear clothes, just like us, they might not freeze to death. Li Yunxin nodded. There are all kinds of strange things in this boundless world. At this moment, the fire in Chengdu was getting bigger and bigger, and actually looked a bit like the city of Wei. At this time, most of the houses were made of wood, and it was autumn, and there were many trees in the city. Once the fire started, it couldn't be stopped. The fire illuminated Taoist Wolf's appearance more clearly. At this moment, Taoist Wolf didn't seem to be in a hurry, as if he only wanted to say what was on his mind. What do the children of the Northerners who are adopted by our race look like when they grow up? Hey, Taoist Wolf grinned. Same raw meat, same temperamental, same ferocious and brutal. There was once a child who was picked up by another race when he was 15 or 16 years old. Guess what happened? That night, he bit 3 people to death, ate half of them alive, and then escaped back. Tell me, without benefits and enlightenment, what's the difference between humans, demons, and wild beasts? They're just a little smarter and have spiritual intelligence. Aren't they demons? Look at me again. Taoist Wolf raised his hand and pointed to himself. I cultivate and live in Chengdu, and I know poetry, books, and etiquette. Other than my background, what's the difference between me and a human? Thus, if all the demons in the world can be enlightened, can't they be like the Yu kingdom today, living in harmony? Look at the fire in this city again. Taoist Wolf raised his hand and pointed into the distance. Do you think only demons would do such things? When the Qing kingdom massacred the city of Wei for 3 days, everyone killed each other. Did you kill less people than demons? His words were spoken in a bold and awe-inspiring manner, with a tinge of arrogance and vigor. Then, he saw Li Yunxin raise his hand and gently clap. Well said. Ambition is good. Looking at it this way, you are a demon who has broken away from low-level interests. Back then, I did a good deed by leaving you alive. Taoist Wolf widened his eyes. You're a human cultivator, and you still think like that? Li Yunxin smiled. It has nothing to do with identity. I just think your idea is good. Although your idea is good, your vision is not broad enough. The wolf demon was silent for a moment, but in the end he couldn't resist. How is it not broad enough? He seemed to be a little unconvinced, but he couldn't show it. Your vision is a little small, and your thinking is a little conservative. Li Yunxin pointed to Chengdu. I know you're not convinced. You think you burned Chengdu and killed demons and people, that you are cruel and merciless, and that you will achieve your goal by fair means or foul. But there is a problem with your thinking. Let me ask you, what do you think of your palace master Yang Jianzi's cultivation in the world? The wolf demon was about to say, my palace master's cultivation is profound, but he thought about it and swallowed it back. Because the person in front of him gave him a special feeling, he had been thinking about these things for a few years. He was a clever demon, and he felt that he was scheming and ambitious. If Palace Master Yang Jianzi gave him a few good opportunities, his achievements would be limitless. Unfortunately, he was only a low-level demon in the realm of emptiness. Not to mention the whole world. Even in Chengdu, he couldn't be considered the top. How could he have any good opportunities? Therefore, like those scholars in the secular world who thought they were well-read but had no way to serve their country, he also felt that his talent was not recognized. But now he met Li Yunxin. Although he didn't know the other's background, he was caught by the other. He had no way to go and no way out. Just now, he was threatened and tempted to speak his mind. He was prepared to be snorted at by the other, but he didn't expect this person to listen seriously. Therefore, at least tonight, at this moment, he felt that he had met a confidant. Now, Li Yunxin was pointing out his problem. Although Taoist Wolf felt that the other party might not be more brilliant than him, he didn't dare to imagine that the other party could discuss these things. He calmed down, thought for a while, and swallowed his words. Then he sighed softly. My palace master is in the true realm. He's a great demon, but in the world, he's not a top expert. He's just a local tyrant. So he can only deal with you state. Li Yunxin nodded. A profound realm demon might not be able to do what your palace master did. He must have something else to rely on. But the problem is that you state has been like this for 1,000 years, and during this time, the outside world is still different. And the reason why Yu State is like this is because of its relative remoteness, Yang Jianzi's high cultivation, and probably some other factors. So Yu State is just an isolated case. You only see Yu State now. But in the whole world, no one can accept Yu State's current state. Daodong and Kinzo are the guardians of humanity, and they're even stronger than demons. And this doesn't include the power of the secular dynasties. You dare to challenge more than 10 demons with only 100 people in Chengdu. So what if the power of the human dynasties is united? With such an advantage, can you expect them to suddenly say to the demons in the world, "Hey, I'm in a good mood today. Let's coexist peacefully and slowly get through the pain of thousands of years"? Li Yunxin smiled. So, the peaceful evolution of Yu State won't work. Of course, if you only want to cause trouble in Yu State, what I said is bullshit. But if you want to overthrow the world, Taoist Wolf immediately said, "I want to." What a big tone. Li Yunxin smiled again. But this time, Taoist Wolf respectfully took a step back and bowed to Li Yunxin. "Listening to you is better than studying for 10 years. Please explain to me. You're not in a hurry to leave the city now?" Taoist Wolf was slightly stunned. Taoist Jackal is in the Red Ridge. Tonight's incident was too sudden, and he certainly needs some time to react. And, with you here, I'm not afraid of him. Li Yunxin seemed to enjoy this kind of subtle flattery. So he smiled comfortably. That's the right attitude. But think about whether you want to hear what I'm going to say to you next. His expression suddenly became cold. If you listen, you'll have to work for me in the future. If you listen and don't want to follow me, you'll die immediately. Taoist Wolf was stunned. Ah. Then he said awkwardly, I don't know what you want to say. And we've only known each other for a day. That's why you can see the torment and entanglement of human nature. This is a pleasure for me. Li Yunxin said coldly, and I don't have much patience. Tonight, I felt that you're a promising talent, so I asked you. I'm not in the mood to wait for you to slowly understand me. So, right now, you're not sure of my background, my ability, and what I have to say. You don't even know who's behind me and what kind of power I have. Are you willing to gamble with your life? Taoist Wolf was silent for a long time. Li Yunxin sighed slightly and raised his hand to break the restriction he had set up himself. But the wolf demon suddenly widened his eyes. Please say it. In the end, the words I said tonight, I never thought that anyone would agree with them. You're the first. Li Yunxin put down his hand. Okay, then listen. You have to understand one thing first. What happens in the world is no different from what happens in your wolf pack. If you want to get something, don't expect other people's charity. You have to stretch out your hand to get any benefits. Even if it looks like it's free, it's what you deserve. For example, if there's a famine in the secular world, the government will open the granaries to provide relief. This free food is also because they're afraid that these individuals will gather together to rebel and destroy the benefits of the nobles. This is also what they deserve as people who can kill and rob. So what your palace master did in the Yu Kingdom may not be as caring for the world as you are. If I ask you to do something in the future, it's because you have value. Taoist Wolf was silent. If you want demons to share the vast universe like humans, there's only one way: to kill and rob. Power isn't bestowed by others, but earned by yourself. Now that the world is prosperous, they won't be willing to share the sun, moon, and stars with demons, but you can force them to do so. But you said that the power of humanity is great. Taoist Wolf said hesitantly. Right now, yes. Li Yunxin looked at him. That's why I said that destiny, of course, depends on one's own struggle. But you also have to consider the course of history. Now that the world's course has reached a juncture, do you know the Freemasonry? The wolf demon thought for a while, then shook his head blankly. I've lived in the Yu Kingdom for a long time, so my knowledge is shallow. What is that? Then you know this name now, and I want you to firmly remember this name in the future, Li Yunxin said solemnly. There's a group of smart and powerful people in this organization. In these thousands of years, they've continuously infiltrated Daotong, Kinzo, and even demons. The sect master of the Daotong's Langya Cave, Kuan Wuzi, has a beloved disciple by his side. His Taoist name is Fei Yunzi. He's one of the Freemasonry's hidden pawns in Daotong. And just one of them. Just last month, he killed Kuan Wuzi, a Taoist priest who's achieved the mysterious realm. The wolf demon opened his mouth slightly, looking even more confused. Chapter 302. He knows that the mysterious realm is terrible. He also knows that the mysterious realm is the second level of the mysterious realm. But it's too far for him. It's so far that he can hardly feel it. But Li Yunxin says again, there's another case which is closer to you. It's the Pitfall Mountain next to you. Evil King. Evil King has a snake monster named Kidwanjin with him. Do you know that? This time the monster wolf says, yes, a big monster in the transcendent realm has some tricks. So does she. She's also a secret pawn of the Freemasonry among demons. I won't tell you what they're after now. I just want you to know what kind of organization it is, and the secular world is probably more deeply infiltrated by them. Now, they're doing one thing. Li Yunxin thinks for a while. According to my speculation, it seems that they're trying to provoke the war between demons and Daotong and Kenzo. The monster wolf thinks for a while, and his eyes light up. So you understand. Li Yunxin nods slightly. They may have been lurking for a long time. Now, they started to make trouble for no reason. Not long ago, there was a conflict near Dongting in the city of Wei. The people of Daotong's Langya cave paradise burned the city of Wei and made a big magic circle to seize the dragon soul in Dongting. The next step was to start the war. At that time, demons also had the same intention. Even Li Yunxin stares at the wolf Taoist and slows down his tone. Even Shinryu has reappeared in the world and in Dongting. The monster wolf is dumbfounded and stays stunned for a long time. Then he says, really, Shinryu? Shinryu hasn't appeared in the world for 1,000 years? Why'd it go to Dongting? How do you know these things? You know about Daotong and demons? The monster wolf is stunned by the word Shinryu. Shinryu hasn't appeared in the world for 1,000 years and has almost become a legend. But none of the demons doubted the existence of the dragon god. This was because Shinryu was the one who single-handedly created all the great demons in the world and fought against Daotong. Nowadays, when people cultivate in the world, they may kill demons of lower cultivation levels who commit evil, but they will also let go of those lesser demons who do not commit evil. However, this was not the case before Shinryu appeared and subdued the demons. At that time, the demons were even more pitiful than now. Even great demons could be eliminated by Daotong and Kenzo. It was precisely because of the Taisho realm Shinryu overseeing the world that the Daotong Kenzo didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. This was common knowledge to every demon. To a demon like Taoist Wolf, Shinryu wasn't just the lord of all demons in the world. He was close to a god. Although Taoist Wolf did not know if what Li Yunxin said was true or false, he could accept it and felt that it made sense. However, now that she heard him mention Shinryu, her heart was filled with doubt, because his tone was too arrogant. In Taoist Wolf's world, the true realm's Yang Jinzi Palace Master was considered an extremely brilliant person. But now, this person in front of him talked about the world, the mysterious realm, the war between humans and demons, and even mentioned Shinryu. His tone was too big to be true. Because of this thought, Taoist Wolf began to reconsider Li Yunxin's words. One breath ago, he regarded Li Yunxin as an expert. But after one breath, this expert became somewhat illusory. This was the result that Li Yunxin wanted. Make the other party suspicious, then use thunderous methods to dispel all doubts and make the other party willingly submit to him. This way, the other party can ignore many unreasonable details. Because in reality, up until now, those words that Taoist Wolf had thought to be reasonable and enlightening were all empty bullshit. Thus, this wolf demon asked again, "You, how do you know these things?" Li Yunxin smiled and looked at him meaningfully. "Did I not tell you?" "Tell you what?" "I am Wei River Dragon King." He took 2 steps and turned to look at Taoist Wolf. "I am Qi Wan, the 9th son of the dragon. I was the one who killed the evil king and destroyed the cave of heaven. How could I not know?" Taoist Wolf was stunned again. This person did call himself Wei River Dragon King. when he caught him outside the Pitfall Mountain. But the problem was, who would believe it? First, it was said that Wei River Dragon King's ninth son of the Dragon Chi one was just a name. In reality, his cultivation level was not high, only in the transcendent realm. Second, it was Dragon's son after all. He was just an emptiness realm little demon. How could he have imagined that he would meet Dragon's son? That was the son of the divine dragon. It was this contradictory thought that made Taoist Wolf stare at Li Yunxin, his mind in a mess. He even forgot how dangerous this guy was. He laughed. Ha! Chiwen? Dragon's son? You mean that I have been talking to the son of Shinryu for the past few hours? This joke of yours is not at all. At this point he paused, because he saw Li Yunxin's body suddenly surrounded by water vapor. Li Yunxin took 2 steps forward and looked into the distance. If the fire continues to burn, Chengdu will be gone. He said softly in the fire, without the city and people, what's the point of doing these things? Let's stop here. After saying this, he raised his right hand and waved it lightly. Taoist Wolf saw his wide white sleeve suddenly lose its shape. It was as if it was originally weaved by clouds and mist, but now, because of the violent movement, it scattered. The clouds and mist formed by the sleeve curled up into the sky. Slowly, tiny lightning appeared, like miniature lightning bolts. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Li Yunxin squinted his eyes and looked up at the sky. He said softly, "Wind." The howling wind immediately rose from the flat ground. With a sharp whistling sound, it swept the entire Chengdu. The wind was cold and gloomy, sweeping up the broken bricks, rotten tiles, dead branches, and fallen leaves on the street into the sky. It was supposed to be the fire borrowing the momentum of the wind, but because the wind was too strong and too cold, wherever the wind passed, the rising flames all shrank back and flickered unsteadily. But the world where Li Yunxin was still silent. He said softly again, "Cloud." As soon as he finished speaking, rolling clouds immediately appeared in the sky above Chengdu. It was as if a huge and heavy cover had covered the entire city. The stars and moon could not be seen in the sky, and the air was horribly oppressive, as if the sky was about to collapse. So Li Yunxin turned around, looked at Taoist Wolf, who could not speak, and spat out 2 words. "Rain." The heavy rain fell with a loud crash. It was as if a god suddenly poured a basin of water from the Milky Way on Chengdu from the night sky. The curtain of rain immediately covered the world. Taoist Wolf looked at Li Yunxin, who stood in the dark curtain of rain, speechless. "I am the Wei River Dragon King." Yes, the wolf demon was originally looking at him. The demon wolf was looking at him, but he quickly withdrew his gaze and lowered his head, not daring to look at Tung Shan directly. This is the godly dragon token. Taoist Wolf saw a shiny golden object in Li Yunxin's hand. It was thin and long like a dagger, but also like a small sword. He had never seen the godly dragon token, but he had heard of it. Even so, he could feel the powerful pressure from the object. How could a small emptiness realm demon like him fight against the power of the Shinryu? However, after holding on for 2 breaths, his knees gave way, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. "In the name of the Shinryu?" Li Yunxin smiled, turned around, put his hands behind his back, and looked at Chengdu in the heavy rain. The fire had been extinguished, and Chengdu became dark again. People could still be heard in the city, but it was much weaker. They seemed to have gone to find shelter from the rain. The demons who had revealed their original forms were nowhere to be seen, and no sound could be heard. There were tens of thousands of people in Chengdu. Excluding the old, weak, women, and children, there were thousands of young and strong people. Even excluding the injured and timid ones, there were still thousands of people. Thousands of young and strong men with deep resentment had their homes destroyed by the demons on a night like this. The dozen or so small demons had no way to survive. Li Yunxin looked at Taoist Wolf quietly for a while, and said in a deep voice, "How is it?" After a while, Taoist Wolf dared to boast, "Dragon King." "What do you mean?" "I think I'm right to bet." "I don't dare to call it a bet." Taoist Wolf crawled on the ground and didn't get up. How can I win the favor of the Dragon King? I don't dare to call it a bet. I don't dare to call a bet. I'm obviously blessed by the heavens. I'm so scared. I don't know what to say. Li Yunxin smiled. You don't have to act like this. You'll know what to do after spending a long time with me. But I asked you to bet because I want to test you. He turned to look at Taoist Wolf. What I want to do is important. There are many dangers and great waves. Smart people can help me do things, but not for long. Rational people can also help me do things, but probably not for long. But smart gamblers can. I don't believe in loyalty, and I don't expect you to be loyal to me. But in this world, I'm the only one who can care about what you are thinking. What you said before was impassioned. So for the time being, I believe you're a man with the world in your heart. But you have to understand that I'm not. What I want to do is temporarily the same as you, but it's not my intention. I just want to find a way to survive. But I have to force my way out, kill my way out. Coincidentally, right now my way of living overlaps with the way you want to walk. As for the future, maybe we'll turn against each other. Taoist Wolf hurriedly said, I don't dare. Li Yunxin shook his head slightly. It's hard to fathom a man's heart. Never believe in human nature. The same goes for wolves. All right, now follow me. As he said this, he stepped out of the darkness under the tree. The boundary shattered with his footsteps. The originally faint sound of rain and wind suddenly rushed over. The world was suddenly filled with the loud sound of wind and rain, causing Taoist Wolf to shrink his neck. But he quickly stood up and followed behind Li Yunxin, because wherever Dragon's Son went, the wind and rain disappeared, and even the puddles on the ground parted for him. An hour ago, Taoist Wolf might have asked Li Yunxin where he was going. But now he could only follow without saying a word, with all kinds of complicated thoughts in his heart. Soon Taoist Wolf realized that Li Yunxin was going the same way he came. He was going to Moon Anju. The street had changed beyond recognition. The originally lush trees on both sides of the street were now only charred trunks washed by the wind and rain. The road was covered with broken bricks and tiles, and occasionally there were corpses. Li Yunxin walked unhurriedly through the mess. After walking for a quarter of an hour, he saw a light. The light of Mu Nanju was still on. The houses on both sides were destroyed and turned into ruins. But only this courtyard was intact. Even the wooden signboard on the door did not have a trace of black dust. The door was closed to avoid the wind and rain. The steps were clean and tidy, as if the catastrophe in Chengdu had not affected it in the slightest. Seeing this scene, Taoist Wolf widened his eyes and almost froze. But Li Yunxin did not stop and went straight to the door. After standing for a while, he reached out and pushed the door. The door opened. He saw that the hall was still the same as it was in the afternoon. Only one of the two waiters was left, dozing off on a table by the counter. Shopkeeper Wang sat alone at a table by the window, with a pot, a cup, and a plate in front of him. There was also an oil lamp on the table, giving off a dim yellow light. Shopkeeper Wang was using the end of his chopsticks to pick up the wick of the lamp. The light was slightly brighter. He put down his chopsticks and saw Li Yunxin. His face was full of smiles. Ah, it's a windy and rainy night. Young master, you should come drink a cup of wine and warm yourself up. Li Yunxin looked at him and waved to Taoist Wolf behind him. Wait outside. Then he stepped inside and closed the door behind him. He didn't say anything and slowly walked to Shopkeeper Wang's table to take a look. He used his foot to move a stool and slowly sat down. Then he seriously looked at Shopkeeper Wang again. What do you want to tell me? Shopkeeper Wang blinked. He picked up his chopsticks and picked up a peanut. After chewing for a while, he said, Young master, what do you want to hear? What you said to me in the afternoon was nothing more than telling me to come find you again. Li Yunxin looked at him. Now I'm here. So who are you people? What do you want me to do? What can you give me? Shopkeeper Wang laughed. Young master, you're really straightforward. Well, I won't beat around the bush. Young master, you should know the Freemasonry. Now you also know that those people have infiltrated the Daotong, Kenzo, and demons. Li Yunxin thought for a while. Aren't you the Freemasonry? No, Shopkeeper Wang said seriously. But young master, you should know that the Freemasonry has infiltrated the most, not the three I mentioned. But here, he reached out and knocked on the table. The secular regime in this secular world. Young master, You won the battle in Dongting beautifully. But you should also know how terrible the power of these secular people who don't even care about the Dao Dong Kenzo can be once they are mobilized. For example, the Su family. That family is just a hair of the Freemasonry's tentacles. They had woven a tight network in the secular society, and it was almost pervasive. There are probably few things in the world that they don't know. I know that. But who are you people? Shopkeeper Wang was silent for a while. He raised his eyes and looked at Li Yunxin in the dim light. We are Mu Nanju, people who want the Freemasonry to be unlucky. You're still beating around the bush. Li Yunxin frowned. Although I'm not very clear about it, I know that the Freemasonry has a clear goal. You said you're Mu Nanju. Then what is your goal? Shopkeeper Wang showed an unfathomable smile again. Want the Freemasonry to be unlucky. Li Yunxin was silent for a while and also smiled. Then he got up and left. Come to me when you think about how to say it. Chapter 303. Shopkeeper Wang was slightly startled by his behavior, but he did not move. Many people would use this method when they first met, and he knew very well that Li Yunxin was also an old hand. So he stared at Li Yunxin's footsteps, counting in his heart. From the table to the door, it took a total of 13 steps, 6 breaths time. During these 13 steps, either Shopkeeper Wang would get up to ask him to stay, or Li Yunxin would turn around and ask him again, have you made up your mind? Whoever spoke first would be at a disadvantage. Shopkeeper Wang believed that he would not be the one to speak first, because he had enough resources and capital, and he had what Li Yunxin desperately wanted. He was also sure that Li Yunxin would not really walk out of the door. At this moment, on such a night, under such circumstances, no one in this world would do so. Then Li Yunxin walked to the door. He pushed it open, walked out, and closed the door behind him. The whistling of the wind and rain came through the door briefly, then disappeared with the sound of the door being closed. Shopkeeper Wang was stunned. He really left. After a while, he turned to look out of the window. He found that Li Yunxin was heading west with Taoist Wolf, and they were about to disappear behind a half-collapsed house. He hesitated for a moment, then sighed, clenched his teeth, and pushed the window open. Young master, please wait. But Li Yunxin did not turn around. Shopkeeper Wang was anxious. He stretched half of his body out, and his clothes were soaked by the wind and rain in the blink of an eye. Dragon King, please wait. I do have something important to discuss with you. Li Yunxin took 2 steps forward before stopping. Then he turned his face to look at him in the darkness, and his voice came clearly through the wind and rain. Do you want to talk to me? Or tell me your master's words? Shopkeeper Wang hesitated for a moment, then shouted, It's my master's order. So he saw Li Yunxin turn around and ask Taoist Wolf something, and Taoist Wolf respectfully answered. Li Yunxin thought for a moment and walked back. He pushed open the door of Mu Nanju for the second time, closed it again, and sat in front of Manager Wang. So, what is the purpose of your Southernwood residence? Li Yunxin's body was still cold from the outside. But this time, Shopkeeper Wang didn't ask him to drink a cup of wine to warm himself up. He sighed softly. AI, Dragon King, is so impatient. All right, I said earlier that our Southwood Lodge is trying to bring misfortune to the Freemasons, and that's the truth. We can be considered an intelligence agency. As he said this, he saw Li Yunxin frown slightly. The organization. You said organization? Nope, what? It's an organization. Li Yunxin was silent for a while. He felt that he had vaguely guessed the origin of this Southernwood house. At the very least, he knew who he was involved with. The word organization did not belong to this era. At least he had never heard people around him say it. But now, Shopkeeper Wang said it out loud. He thought about it and said, Continue. Shopkeeper Wang didn't know the reason for Li Yunxin's silence. But he continued, like Dragon King, Our master is worried that the Freemasons are too powerful. He knows that they are a group of dangerous people. The Freemasons are lurking in the dark, and we are lurking in the light. Our goal is to find people like Wang Long, provide them with help or cooperation, and uproot them. What do you mean lurking in the light? It's the way it is now. Shopkeeper Wang looked into the room and said, The Dragon King should know where there is the most information in the world and where it flows most frequently. It's this restaurant and tea house. The Moon and Jew, have shops in every big city, listening to the customers coming from south to north, talking about many things and making friends with the local nobles, officials, peddlers, and servants. We can always get a lot of information. Li Yunxin thought about it. But if you do this in every country, the imperial court of every country will be wary of you. So in reality, you are working for the imperial court of every country? Dragon King is wise. Shopkeeper Wang took the opportunity to flatter him. You can say that, but in reality, we are only responsible for providing limited information and helping each other out. The nobles of every country are not stupid. If they know that they can do things for them, they can also do things for others. So they only think of us as an uncontrolled but cooperative intelligence agency. Southwood Residence is an old shop with a history of nearly 1,000 years. After a long time, everyone has gotten used to it. Li Yunxin nodded. Good. That's more like talking business, not making trouble. So you must have something to rely on to do this. You said your main shop is in the capital of the Qing Kingdom. Who is your master? Is he a demon or a human cultivator? Shopkeeper Wang smiled and pointed outside the door. Dragon King, think about her name. Li Yunxin immediately felt relieved. His master was called Huamu Nan, and the shop was called Southwood Residence. It had a history of nearly 1,000 years. With such a long lifespan, he was either a human cultivator whose cultivation was close to the Grand Supreme Realm, or a demon. Then he was a demon that did not appear in the world and had established such a large organization. He frowned and pondered for a while. Shopkeeper Wang patiently waited for him to digest this information. Then he saw Li Yunxin raise his head and ask, "What is the relationship between your master and the art saint?" Shopkeeper Wang was not surprised. He only blinked. Li Yunxin understood what he was trying to do. He was not surprised, nor did he answer directly. This meant that he was either somewhat related or deliberately mystifying. Li Yunxin felt that it should be the former, because in reality, Shopkeeper Wang only roughly explained the situation of Southwood Residence. He did not say what their purpose was. Perhaps it was because they were just a tentacle. A tentacle naturally did not have its own purpose. The meaning of its existence came from the tentacle's master. Could it be that the Hua Munan he mentioned was just a pawn of the art saint? The wick of the oil lamp on the table was short again. Shopkeeper Wang picked up his chopsticks, picked up the wick, and put it down again. He looked at Li Yunxin quietly. After a few breaths, Li Yunxin broke the silence. "Then why did you find me at this time?" Shopkeeper Wang let out a sigh. "Tonight, I'll give Dragon King a gift. A piece of news. Please speak. Has Dragon King heard of Hongling? I've heard of it from Taoist Wolf. There's an earthen mountain called Hongling 20 miles away from Rome City. Half of the young laborers in Rome City work there. That's the Freemasons' vital point." Shopkeeper Wang said with a smile. "The earth and stones mined in Hongling are not given to the nobles in the capital. They are what the Freemasons want. Right now, the Sword Palace is actually working for the Freemasons. The Freemasons are hiding their heads but showing their tails. I'm sure Dragon King has been worrying about how to catch them. Now that Dragon King knows about this, he naturally knows what to do. Hongling is a fat piece of meat on the Freemasons' body. Once something happens, they will not sit idly by. At that time, Dragon King will be able to follow the vine to the melon." Li Yunxin was slightly shocked. However, his expression did not change. "Yang Jianzi as well?" Shopkeeper Wang's unfathomable vigor seemed to surface again. He smiled slightly. "I would like to hear Dragon King's opinion on this point." Li Yunxin laughed lightly. "I don't know what your position in Southernwood House is, but looking at you now, you seem like a big shot. Fine, from what I see, I suspect that Yang Jianzi is no longer around." Shopkeeper Wang raised his eyebrows. "Why do you think so?" "The matter of whether people are allowed to eat living things. From this, it can be seen that the Sword Palace is no longer able to control its own policies. Yang Jianzi was able to create a world where humans and demons can coexist in the state of you. So he must have some powerful means. Such a person can't manage the prefectures and counties under him. Moreover, Taoist Wolf had hoped that Yang Jianzi could solve this situation, but he was disappointed after waiting for so long. If the Sword Palace was one person, then he would be paralyzed by now. For this kind of ruling group and organization with one person as the core, once such a serious and terrifying situation occurs, it often means that there's a problem with that person. And considering. At this point, Li Yunxin's eyes slightly brightened. He paused and frowned. Taoist Wolf also mentioned Taoist Jackal. He said that he used to be in charge of the city of Wei, but now he is causing trouble in the surrounding areas, controlling Hongling and having someone to rely on. Shopkeeper Wang clapped his hands and said, "The Dragon King is really smart. I'll give you another piece of information. That Taoist Jackal's reliance is Yang Jianzi, and that Yang Jianzi, in the capital of the state of Yu, is our puppet. More than 100 years ago, we had a brief confrontation with the Freemasons and won a small victory. And that Yang Jianzi, Humph, was originally a traitor." "Tell me in detail." Shopkeeper Wang smiled. "Yang Jianzi was originally one of us. He set up this world of humans and demons coexisting in the state of Yu as an experiment. But later, the Freemasons wanted some things from the state of Yu, such as the soil and stones of Hongling. So they instigated his rebellion. We only found out about this a long time ago, and we made a response 500 years ago. But after that, we were in a stalemate until more than 100 years ago." Li Yunxin noticed a number he mentioned. In fact, he had always been sensitive to a few specific numbers. For example, 2,000 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 500 years ago. Many people and events were related to these 2 points in time. Painting Saint appeared 2,000 years ago. Shinryu appeared 2,000 years ago. The art saint had succumbed to the demonic path 1,000 years ago. Dragon's 9 sons, C1, came to the Wei River 1,000 years ago. Bai Yunxin came to the world 1,000 years ago. Diablo and the 7 sons began to guard Pitfall Mountain 1,000 years ago. Moon and Ju had a history of 1,000 years. Qin Kingdom replaced Yi Kingdom 500 years ago. In this world, it was rare for a great country to change dynasties. Moon and Ju represented a force that fought against the Freemasons 500 years ago. None of this was a coincidence. All these things must point to one person or one thing at the same time. But Li Yunxin didn't have enough information, so he couldn't unravel the mystery. Li Yunxin let out a sigh. 1,000 years ago, Painting Saint became a demon. 1,000 years ago, you set up a world of humans and demons coexisting in the state of Yu. Shopkeeper Wang, are you really Painting Saint's people? This was the second time he mentioned Painting Saint. This time, Shopkeeper Wang didn't laugh. His face became serious. After a long silence, he sighed. In the end, Dragon King will know sooner or later. We are just the remnants of Painting Saint. Li Yunxin suddenly had an impulse, but he quickly suppressed this impulse. He breathed lightly twice and said in a low voice, "Painting Saint became a demon and was rumored to have died because of the Freemasons?" Shopkeeper Wang looked at him. "This isn't something I should know. I'm just an insignificant person." So the two were silent for a while. After a long time, Li Yunxin asked again, "How much do you know about the Freemasons?" Shopkeeper Wang's face was a bit gloomy. It seemed that he hadn't gotten rid of his emotions just now, but he still thought for a while. "I don't know much. These years, we've sent spies to each other. I don't know how many Freemasons are in Munanju or how many of us are in the Freemasons. But I do know that there are 414 elders in the Freemasons. Among these 414 elders, 9 of them seem to be the most important core and are responsible for all major decisions." Li Yunxin was slightly stunned. 414? He pauses again. "I saw a body in Dongting. It's the body that Fu Yangliang of the Freemasons used to possess and disguise as Kanwazi. It's said that it's the body of one of the Freemasons' elders. His physical body is so strong that he must have mastered mystical realm at the very least. You said that you have 414 elders. Is that true? There are no more than 100 mysterious realm cultivators in Daotong and Kenzo. And the elder that Li Yunxin saw possessed by Fu Yongliang was at least in the mysterious realm, and that elder shouldn't be an important figure, because he could offer his body for a Grand Master of Langia, Cave Abode, and Daotong. But the Freemasons have 414 elders. Doesn't that mean there are 414 mysterious realm cultivators? Even if all the demons, Daotong, and Kinzo in the world were added up, there wouldn't be so many mysterious realm cultivators. Shopkeeper Wang heard his words and suddenly stood up. Dragon King obtained the body of a Freemason's elder. Where? Where's he now? Li Yunxin knew that this matter wasn't ordinary, but he could only sigh. AI, he's already been possessed by that Kuan Wuzi's soul and brought back to Daodong's Cloud Mountain. Shopkeeper Wang immediately pounded the table fiercely, as if he wanted to flare up but couldn't. He could only stand upright for a while before sitting down heavily. AI, Dragon King, AI, Dragon King, you don't know how much effort we've put in to see the Freemasons' elder's true face. Li Yunxin hesitated for a while and frowned slightly. So, you haven't seen the Freemasons' elder's true face? For so many years. Shopkeeper Wang sighed for a while, then raised his eyes and said, Aye, the Freemasons' elders are extremely mysterious. Not to mention that we haven't seen their true faces. Even those from the Freemasons rarely see them. I know what Dragon King is thinking. He's thinking that there are 414 people with extremely high cultivation. But the truth might not be like that. Those people might be different from what we imagine. Otherwise, 414 profound realm experts would be able to sweep across the entire heaven and earth with their full strength. There would be no need for them to hide in the dark and engage in petty activities. We want to figure out why we want to obtain the elder's body. Now, AI, Dragon King, can you still plan to take back that body? Li Yunxin thought for a while and only said, It's in Daodong's Cloud Mountain. Shopkeeper Wang sighed again. What a pity. It's a great opportunity. Asterisk, 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 note 1. Organization is a foreign word originating from Japan. Organization is the same, but I accidentally used it in the previous text, so this word also exists in this world. Chapter 304. But Li Yunxin pondered for a while, then smiled. There will be more opportunities in the future, if what you said is true, and those 414 elders, due to certain circumstances, find it hard to come out despite their high cultivation. Then there will be many more opportunities in the future. There's no need to rush. Shopkeeper Wang sighed again. Sigh, I hope so. Li Yunxin stared at him for a while. How should I address you? Shopkeeper Wang put away the regretful expression on his face and bowed to Li Yunxin. Sigh, I've been impolite. My surname is Wang, and my name is Bojian. I'm a secular person, and I've never cultivated. But your house isn't ordinary. Shopkeeper Wang laughed. Since we've never cultivated, we must think of a way to keep our house safe. Every place is like this. Oh, Li Yunxin sighed. It seems that although you call yourselves remnants, you still have a big business. After he said this, the two of them fell silent at the same time. The wind and rain outside the window hadn't stopped, and the lamp on the table was as small as a bean. The shadows of the two people on the wall became very large and wavering. After a long time, Wang Bojian said, Dragon King also cultivates the art path. The jade slip of enlightenment is also in Dragon King's hands, right? Yes. So they fell silent for a while. Seeing that Li Yunxin still didn't speak, Wang Bojian said, I know that Daodong and Kinzo also raised Taoist painters, but their methods can't be shown in public anymore. Now, the only remaining descendant of the world's art saint is in Dragon King's hands. Li Yunxin leaned back a little. It's a pity that my level in the art of painting is not high. Shopkeeper Wang looked at Li Yunxin. The Freemasonry also wants the jade slip of enlightenment. It said that it hides a great secret related to the method of ascension. He also heard that the two sages of the world had not ascended for a long time because they were waiting for this secret. The Dragon King is coveted by these two. Although he has temporarily surrendered to the demons, it may not be the safest choice. Li Yunxin looked up at him. What do you want to say? Wang Bojian leaned forward slightly and stared at Li Yunxin seriously. We are the people left behind by the Arch Saint. Although we are struggling at death's door, we are a group of dragons without a leader. Since the Dragon King is the Dragon King, have you ever thought? Li Yunxin smiled. Yes. Wang Bojian held his breath. Then, Dragon King. Li Yunxin smiled again. No. Wang Bojian was taken aback. Why is that? Although the Dragon King has the body of a demon, he is of the same bloodline as us, after all. Li Yunxin sat up straight. He thought for a while and said softly, It's only been 6 hours. It's only been 6 hours since I found out about your Namiju. How can I trust you now? You said we are the same bloodline. That's true. If you told me this when I first entered the city of Wei, I would have agreed without hesitation. But the problem is, you waited until now to say this to me. At that time, I was weak and my life was in danger. You just watched. Now that I've killed my way out and joined the demons to become the Dragon King you speak of, you're asking me if I want to do anything. Your sincerity is really not enough. And after 1,000 years, how much of the friendship of the same bloodline will be left? Mr. Wang, I'm not a child. Wang Bojian frowned. Because we are not children, the Dragon King should understand what we are doing. Before the Dragon King becomes the Dragon King, we dare not gamble on you. Li Yunxin suddenly burst into laughter. At the same time, she pointed outside the door. That Taoist wolf outside, his ability is average, his ambition is average, and his cultivation is average. I have only known him for a day, but now I take him with me. I don't ask him where he comes from or whether he will be loyal. I may give him more important things to do in the future. Mr. Wang, can you guess why? Wang Bojian thought for a while. I can't guess the Dragon King's intention. Because he dares to gamble. Li Yunxin withdrew his hand. The people around me, Luke, Gongzan, and those little demons, all dared to gamble. They all dared to follow me when I was in decline. And I'm also a gambler. Gamblers don't like conservative and boring people. You, at least for now, are too conservative and boring. Wang Bojian was silent for a while and sighed softly. But then he looked up at Li Yunxin. Is this the only reason the Dragon King is doing this? Of course not. Li Yunxin smiled. It's also because I'm a narrow-minded and vengeful person. So remember when I was fighting in the city of Wei, you were sitting in the shop, drinking and eating and watching me. I'm not a saint. My anger hasn't dissipated yet. Wang Bojian couldn't say anything. He could only sigh. The Dragon King is really a real man. But at least we can take it slow. For example, what is the Dragon King worrying about now? Mr. Wang has become a smart person this time. Li Yunxin looked at him with a smile. So you want to be nice to me? Wang Bojian seemed to be not used to Li Yunxin's direct and straightforward way of talking. Thus, he paused for a moment, smiled bitterly, and said, Yes, I think so. What does the Dragon King want now? Li Yunxin thought for a while. He put his hand on the table and tapped lightly with his fingers. After a dozen or so breaths, he finally said, Half a month ago, the true dragon told me to give me a month's time. 1 month to control the Wei River. Although there won't be any serious consequences if I fail, I don't like the feeling of failure. After I came to the Yu Kingdom in Chengdu, I suddenly found this is an interesting place with some interesting people. I want to stay here for a long time. If that's the case, there isn't enough time. So do you have the ability and energy, Li Yunxin looked at Wang Bojian, to make all the demons in the Wei River surrender to me in 15 days? Hearing this, Wang Bojian rubbed his hands together. This is very difficult. But after thinking for a while, he smiled. It's not impossible. Then he stood up and looked at Li Yunxin. Since we have made the Dragon King bear a grudge, then this time, we will show our skills and help the Dragon King dominate the world. Li Yunxin laughed. Good. Then I will sit and wait for your good gift. Tonight is over. Now I have to go out and do some other happy things. See you later. After saying that, he turned and walked out the door. Soon, he and Taoist Wolf disappeared in the dark rain. Wang Bojian watched as Li Yunxin left. After he disappeared, he waited for another quarter of an hour. Then he moved the bench behind him and slowly walked to the back of the hall. Chengdu's Munanju was also a courtyard with 3 entrances. Wang Bojian pushed open the back door of the front hall. The wind and rain of the night blew on his body. He walked through the courtyard path, paved with blue stone in the rain, and arrived in front of the main room. He raised his hand and was about to knock on the door when a woman's voice came from inside. The woman's voice was gentle and soft. One could not help but think of how beautiful the owner of the voice was. But there was a sense of fairness and peace in this gentleness, which made it difficult for one to have any profane thoughts. Wang Bojian heard the voice and quickly retracted his hand. He first adjusted his clothes that were soaked by the heavy rain and then pushed the door in. But he only crossed the threshold and lowered his head. He respectfully said, "Taoist Qing Shui." Then he heard a slight rustling sound. Then came the sound of bare feet stepping on the wooden floor. After a while, a pair of snow-white bare feet appeared in Wang Bojian's lower gaze. Her feet were quickly covered by the blue chiffon dress, but Wang Bojiao still lowered her head so that her line of sight could be further away. "You don't have to do that. Just stand properly." Taoist Qing Shui walked a few steps in front of Wang Bojian. She seemed to be busy with something. "You saw the Li Yunxin?" Wang Bojian hesitated for a while before slowly raising his head. Then he saw Taoist Qing Shui was combing her hair. She seemed to have just woken up from a nap. She was holding an ivory wooden comb in her hand. Her body was slightly tilted and her face was slightly tilted. Her black hair hung down and draped over her snow-white and slender neck. While combing her hair gently, she looked out of the window. It seemed that her mind was not in this room, but somewhere far away. The candlelight in the room gilded her black hair. Every strand of hair shone with a dim yellow light. She looked like a fairy that did not belong to this world. At least that was what Wang Bojian thought. This scene and thought made him momentarily absent-minded, until Taoist Qing Shui took a break and glanced at him with a pair of eyes that were as bright as the stars. He took a deep breath and lowered his head again. "I've seen him. He just left 15 minutes ago." Taoist Qing Shui did not speak. Instead, she focused on combing her hair and tied it loosely behind her back. Then she said, "What did he say?" After she tidied herself up, she stood on the ground. Her slender body was covered by the blue chiffon dress. It seemed that she would be carried away by the wind at any time. Wang Bojian took another deep breath and repeated the conversation he had with Li Yunxin without missing a single word. But it was not limited to the conversation. He also described in detail how Li Yunxin behaved and how he acted when he said each sentence. He was so precise that he was silent for 2 breaths. After listening to all these, Taoist Qing Shui asked him, "What do you think of him?" Wang Bojian seriously thought for a while and said, "This person is absurd and unruly, but in fact, he is far-sighted and understands the big picture." "What about his temperament?" Wang Bojian thought for a while and said honestly, "I can't tell." Taoist Qing Shui then walked to a big bed in the room. She stood beside the bed and said softly, "He actually rejected a good thing that was delivered to his doorstep." She was silent for a while in the rain and wind. Suddenly, she turned around and looked at him with a sly smile. "But that's why it's interesting. Don't you think so?" Her smile almost made Wang Bojian's heart skip a beat. After a while, the manager of Southernwood Restaurant lowered his head. "Yes, help him do what he wants." Taoist Qing Shui waved her hand. A gentle force pushed Wang Bojian out of the door and closed it at the same time. "I have high hopes for him." Chapter 305. Li Yunxin and Taoist Wolf walked in the wind and rain for an hour. They could no longer see anyone. The refugees who had lost their houses gathered in what they thought was a safe place to hide from the wind and rain. Only broken bricks and tiles were left on the streets. A few hours ago, Chengdu was still peaceful and harmonious, although it wasn't thriving. After a few hours, the place had turned into ruins. Li Yunxin walked through the streets and looked at Taoist Wolf beside him. He suddenly thought, although Taoist Wolf was the lord of a city, his cultivation was only average. He seemed to be in the realm of conception or the emptiness realm. However, A demon with such a low cultivation could turn a city with tens of thousands of people into this. Could humans and demons really get along? But this thought was fleeting. The two demons quickly walked to the Rhone River. Li Yunxin was used to the surging Wei River, so he was a bit disappointed to see the Rhone River again. The Rhone River flowed west into the Wei River. It was in the middle and lower reaches of Qingdu. But this river was even narrower than the Willow River in the city of Wei. The river was only a few zhang wide. The water was slow and shallow. It was raining heavily, but the river was still so imposing. Who knew what it was like normally? Li Yunxin stopped by the river and looked northeast. He asked Taoist Wolf, "Are they over there?" Taoist Wolf hurriedly said, "Yes, they should be here soon." Dragon King. How do you plan to deal with it? Li Yunxin took out a transparent jade scroll from his sleeve and looked at Taoist Wolf. "Me? It's you. Didn't you think about how to deal with it before you did this?" Taoist Wolf was stunned. He blinked his eyes uneasily. This. I was planning to escape from this troublesome place, and then he had mentioned this plan to Li Yunxin before. But now he stopped halfway through his sentence, because he saw Li Yunxin find a big green rock by the river and sit down. He began to stare at the jade scroll in his hand attentively. The jade slip glowed with a misty white light, and there were runes flowing on it. Taoist Wolf only glanced at it and did not dare to look again, because he saw a picture on it, which was also moving. As Wolf Dao looked at the Wei River Dragon King, he used his finger to gently draw on the surface. Every time he drew, the words and pictures would move. Although Wolf Dao did not know the inside story, how could he not know that this was a Taoist sect treasure? In this way, how could he dare to stare straight at her? He hurriedly lowered his eyes and became quiet. After watching for a while, Li Yunxin stopped to ponder. Then, he plucked up his courage and asked, "Dragon King, what is he doing?" Li Yunxin didn't look at him. He only stared at the jade scroll and said simply, "Learn." Seeing his attitude, Taoist Wolf found it even harder to speak. With a belly full of worries, he stared straight at the northeast direction, thinking, what if the Dragon King really wants me to fight the enemy without allowing me to escape? What if he wants to see how strong I really am? And so, a quarter of an hour passed. That Li Yunxin seemed to have finally found what he wanted from the Jade Scroll. Then, he cursed again, just like when he was looking at the Jade Scroll next to Lu Lao Dao in Ziwei Palace on Mount June. First, he gritted his teeth and muttered a bunch of things like, "Is this even human language? How the hell do I know where to find the spiritual orifice? That's it," and so on. After he vented his anger, he calmed down. He stared straight at the wind and rain in the distance without blinking his eyes, as if he was comprehending something. This went on for another quarter of an hour. Taoist Wolf listened to him in fear. He did not know why this eccentric Wei River Dragon King was so angry. In the end, Li Yunxin finally tapped on the jade slip and put it away. Then he stood up and let out a long sigh of anger. Taoist Wolf waited cautiously at the side, guessing that Li Yunxin's anger had subsided a little. Then he whispered, Dragon King was comprehending the great Tao just now, but he didn't succeed? He should not have said this kind of thing at this time. However, he was anxious and didn't know what Li Yunxin wanted him to do. He could only bite the bullet and say again, "I see that Dragon King is angry, but, did he encounter any difficulties?" After a while, Li Yunxin glanced at him. "I just don't like that someone is smarter than me." After saying this, he flipped his palm and took out his folding fan again. He opened the folding fan, and the landscape of the city of Wei appeared in front of him. He was looking at a figure in the landscape. If you looked closely, you would find that the figure had 5 strands of long beard, wore a green-gray Taoist robe, and looked like an otherworldly immortal. But his face did not look like an immortal at all. His anger was written all over his face, and he gnashed his teeth and glared, as if he was very unwilling. This was the soul of immortal Yunzi, the head of the Institute of Law in Daodong's Langi Cave. During the Battle of the City of Wei, Li Yunxin borrowed the power of millions of ghosts to paint on his fan. Li Yunxin stared at him for a while, slightly frowning, as if he was recalling something. Then he put his 2 fingers together and tapped on the painting and drew a few mysterious talismans in the air. Once the talismans were formed, they immediately emitted a pale golden light, illuminating both his and Taoist Wolf's faces. After a while, the talismans broke and turned into countless tiny streams of light, all of which converged into the body of Yunzi's portrait on the fan. The man in the painting suddenly became more three-dimensional and full, and he even moved a little. But also like a marionette, his joints were not very flexible. He stood on the spot and turned around, facing Li Yunxin, and soon stopped moving. Li Yunxin frowned, closed his eyes, and thought carefully for a while, then drew a few more talismans. After a while, Taoist Wolf finally knew what Li Yunxin was doing. He seemed to have learned a new spell. He must have learned it from that treasure just now. He was currently trying. This made Taoist Wolf a little dazed. He knew that Li Yunxin's cultivation was profound, and he might have already broken through the transcendent realm and entered the true realm. A true realm great demon learned a new spell, and it seemed that he had tried a few times without success. Obviously, this spell was not a common one, but the problem was emptiness realm cultivators needed a long time to study and comprehend a new spell. Then, they needed even longer time to master it. This way, River Dragon King stared at the jade slip for a quarter of an hour, and now he tried a few times. What was he trying to do? But before he could think for long, Li Yunxin's spell actually succeeded. A cloud of drifting black mist suddenly appeared on the surface of the fan. The black mist swayed in the air for a while, then suddenly landed on the ground and quickly gathered into a human shape. It was the appearance of Yunzi in the fan. Only then did Li Yunxin let out a sigh of relief and looked up at him. The sword I gave you was originally his. I think you don't know how to use it, so I'll ask him to help you use it later. This person used to be a true realm cultivator in Daotong. Although he's only a soul now, he's still at the peak of the transcendent realm. You can rest assured later. How could Taoist Wolf rest assured? He stared at the materialized Yunzi for a while and found that this guy's eyes were wide open and his hands were open. He didn't speak, nor did he have any expression, like a clay statue. Then he thought of what Li Yunxin did just now, and his heart was in turmoil. He couldn't help but ask, this method, is it what Dragon King comprehended just now? Li Yunxin thought for a while, then said seriously, oh, I have to let you know about this too. I cultivate the painting Tao. Have you heard of the painting saint? Taoist Wolf shook his head blankly. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of him. Li Yunxin paced a few steps on the spot. I cultivate the painting Tao. Previously, my cultivation in the painting Tao was only at the transcendent realm, and I didn't have time to improve further. Tonight is coincidentally the time has come. This person is sealed on my fan. The person controlling this person's soul on the fan must be at the true realm of painting Tao. So I tried it just now, and now I'm at the true realm, right? It's not convenient for me to face the enemy later, so I'll ask him to go with you. I think there shouldn't be a big problem. I just advanced not long ago, so I'm not familiar with the technique, but now it's almost an almost. Don't worry and go. Taoist Wolf didn't know what to say. He felt cold all over his body, and even felt the cold wind whistling in his ears. He also felt that he was going to suffer tonight. At first, he thought that this Dragon King was trying out a new spell. This kind of behavior had already frightened him, and he didn't know whether the spell could be used or not. Who heard of this person who was muttering about can't understand a quarter of an hour ago, and then claimed that he had learned it? But now he actually said that 15 minutes ago he was at the transcendent realm of painting Tao, and now that the time is right, he took a look and achieved the true realm. Such nonsense. And he even told him to don't worry and go. This Taoist Wolf was stunned for a while. Then he knelt on the ground with a thud. Dragon King. Li Yunxin frowned. What's wrong with you? Taoist Wolf was sorrowful and fearful as he knelt again. Dragon King, I really wholeheartedly submit to Dragon King. Heaven can prove my heart. I absolutely don't have any evil intentions. If I have offended Dragon King in any way, Dragon King, please tell me. Spare my life. In the future I will definitely, Because of this, Li Yunxin interrupted him. After a moment of silence, he stared at him. You don't believe me? Taoist Wolf said in a low voice. Don't dare to gamble again. When he said this, Taoist Wolf was stunned. He first stared at Li Yunxin for a while, then said, At this point, he stopped talking. After pondering for a while, he stood up. The sorrowful and fearful expression on his face was all gone. When he heard the words, don't dare to gamble again, he suddenly realized that this might be another test from this way River Dragon King. To test his courage and means? Probably as long as his performance satisfied him. This Dragon King would still save him in a critical moment. Right? Li Yunxin smiled and repeated, don't worry and go. Standing in the night rain, Taoist Wolf looked at Li Yunxin, then looked at the mud statue-like remnant soul of Yunzi, suddenly showing a tragic expression on his face. Chapter 306. On this side, Taoist Wolf's thoughts were desperate and resolute. He decided to gamble one more time. On the other side, in Hongling, 20 li away from Rongqing, the situation was not what Taoist Wolf had expected. He expected that Taoist Jackal and Hongling would take advantage of the chaos to break into Rongqing. But in reality, at this moment, Taoist Jackal was still in Hongling. In Taoist Wolf's plan, Taoist Jackal was the main character. But in Hongling, he was only a supporting character, or rather, not even a supporting character. He was just a background. Hongling was a small, low mountain ridge. But this small was only relatively speaking. Otherwise, after being mined for many years by the people of Rongqing, Hongling would have disappeared long ago. Hongling was hidden in the remnants of the stone forest mountains within the Qing Kingdom. It was surrounded by towering stone mountains. Only this ridge had lush trees. A corner was missing from the southwest side. This was the result of years of mining. Densely packed houses, derricks, and gravel were all piled up in this gap. It had the air of a village. Nearly half of Chengdu's labor force worked here all year round. The result was that a gap was dug in the ground, and many crisscross tunnels were dug underground. There was another world in the lush vegetation on the mountain. Some tall and gorgeous houses were built there, and one could see the situation around the Red Ridge for a high vantage point. On such a night, the houses in the mining area had long fallen into darkness, but the houses on the ridge were still lit. Taoist Jackal, whom Taoist Wolf was worried about, was standing in the middle of a large house, quietly listening to the conversation of two other people. This house was built with thick, old bamboo, so it was slightly cold on this early autumn night. But the three people in the house did not care about cold or heat. After all, they did not seem to be ordinary people. There was only one oil lamp burning on the table in the room, illuminating a small area. Taoist Jackal stood in the dim shadows in the corner of the room. His eyes glowed with a faint green light. As he listened, he looked out the window in the direction of Rongqing. A quarter of an hour ago, Rongqing had been lit by flames, illuminating half the night sky. A quarter of an hour later, thick rain clouds appeared over Rongqing and poured rain into the city like an upside-down copper basin. As a result, the flames had already been extinguished, leaving behind only clouds that had yet to disperse. Taoist Jackal really wanted to lead the demons into the city, but he wasn't in charge here. Currently, the person in charge was standing in the middle of the hall, his body gleaming with a cold metallic light. This was not a metaphor. This was the palace lord of the sword palace that Wang Bojian had mentioned, the traitor who had once served Mu Nanju and the art saint, Yang Jianzi. His entire body looked like it was made of steel. He was fair and clean, with a short and neat beard. His hair was combed into a Taoist bun, and not a single strand of hair was out of place. Even his greenish-gray Taoist robe was hanging down, and the night wind that blew in through the window could not even make it sway a little. His skin, hair, and clothes all shone with a faint light. It was as if it was originally made of various metals, but now it was only polished into the shape of a person. At this moment, the iron-like Yang Jianzi was conversing with another person. Compared to Yang Jianzi's mystical appearance, that person seemed too ordinary. He looked nothing more than a middle-aged scholar. He was wearing a late green brocade gown and a black scarf cap. He wasn't good-looking, but he wasn't ugly either. He had the kind of face that would be hard to find in a crowd. But at this moment, when Yang Jianzi was talking to him, his body was slightly leaning forward. This meant that the palace lord of the Sword Palace cared about every word this person said, even listening attentively to show his respect. Thus, when Taoist Jackal turned his head to look at Chengdu in the night for the third time, he heard the scholar say, "It must be a trap set by the other party. Palace Lord, please look at the rain clouds above Chengdu." Saying this, the scholar moved to the window. Taoist Jackal hurriedly moved to the side. He now had the appearance of a human, but his cheeks were still covered with yellow hair, making it look like he had a golden beard. The scholar raised his hand and pointed in the direction of Chengdu. The rain clouds are low and thick, covering only Chengdu. They appeared suddenly, and the rain fell fiercely. With the palace lord's cultivation, it is not difficult to see that someone used a divine ability. Right now, there must be a master in Chengdu. If we go now, I'm afraid we will fall into the other party's trap. Taoist Jackal remained calm and quickly glanced at his palace lord. Unfortunately, this Yang Jianzi had a dignified and solemn face. Whether he was smiling or angry, it looked like he was wearing a mask, so Taoist Jackal couldn't guess what he was thinking. But he knew what he was thinking. He really couldn't stand this guy anymore. The middle-aged scholar called himself Carefree One. He had already appeared when Yang Jianzi came to Chengdu to seek refuge. Taoist Jackal didn't know where this guy came from, so he didn't ask. But he knew that his palace lord listened to everything he said and trusted him wholeheartedly. Normally, every great strategist who wanted to dominate a region would have this kind of strategist by their side. But the problem was what this guy said, just like now. The rain clouds are low and heavy, so someone must have used a divine ability. There must be an ambush in the city. Even Taoist Jackal could deduce and guess this, let alone his palace lord. However, this unfettered one just had to mysteriously summon the two of them over. After putting on airs, he delayed for nearly an hour before saying this **T. Then, just like now, he opened the folding fan in his hand and gently fanned himself, slightly raising his head to look at Yang Jianzi. It was as if he had just revealed a big secret and was now waiting to receive Yang Jianzi's surprise and praise. Taoist Jackal sighed in his heart. Every time was like this, and every time his palace lord would. Yang Jianzi took a deep breath and suddenly bowed to the Carefree One, a stiff smile appearing on his face. So it's like this. If it weren't for Sir's reminder, I'm afraid we really would have fallen into the other party's trap. Taoist Jackal sighed again. He really didn't know what this Carefree One's background was, that even his palace lord had to be patient and accommodate him. He simply wanted to kill this guy, but he wasn't a reckless person. He knew that if this guy really had a great background, acting rashly would only bring trouble to his palace lord. So in the 6 years since Yang Jianzi came to Chengdu's Hongling, Taoist Jackal had been trying to collect any information about this Carefree One, hoping to find a solution to this problem. Chapter 307. But looking at the current situation, it was clear that Taoist Jackal hadn't found a good solution. His beloved palace master, Yang Jianzi, still had to politely listen to Carefree Child's long speech. Then he asked Carefree Child, since her knows the inside story, what should we do? Carefree Child smiled, stroked his beard, and said indifferently, I've already pointed out the current situation for Palace Master, so I won't say anything more. As for what to do, Palace Master can decide for himself. Taoist Jackal angrily turned his head to look out the window, not letting his Palace Master see his expression. He felt his fangs were about to burst out of his mouth. The window lattice was also made of old bamboo, with spots of mildew growing on it. The wind outside the window was strong, and the dead branches and rotten leaves were swept toward the window. The wet leaves stuck to the window lattice, looking miserable. Taoist Jackal thought for a moment. The bamboo house they were in had been built for more than 6 years. 6 years ago, he was summoned to the capital to denounce his crimes and then stripped of his position as the head of Chengdu's Plain Monastery. Then he fled back to the border of the Yu state and hid there. He thought he didn't do anything wrong, but was treated unfairly. Later, Taoist Wolf came to Chengdu, and he had been paying attention to the situation there. That Taoist Wolf had always been on guard against him. Taoist Jackal knew what that good-for-nothing guy was thinking. He was thinking that he might run back to Chengdu to seize power, cause trouble, or harm him. How could that doghead with a low cultivation know what Taoist Wolf was thinking? He didn't care about power in Chengdu, nor did he care about Taoist Wolf. He only cared about Palace Master Yang Jianzi's foundation in Chengdu. If that Taoist Wolf had the ability to govern Chengdu and make it flourish, he naturally had nothing to say. It was all for Palace Master, for the well-being of all the demons in the world. But that Taoist Wolf, what'd he do to Chengdu? His cultivation was low, so he couldn't suppress all the demons in the city. He was also lazy and cowardly, fond of good food, and didn't have any experience in governing the city. When Taoist Jackal was in charge of Chengdu, the people in the city were gentle and respectful, and no one dared to offend the demons. Even the officials in the city had to smile obediently when they saw him, and never had any objections. But after Taoist Wolf entered the city for only a few years, the people in the city became bolder. Taoist Wolf ate bloody food himself, and the people in the city also ate bloody food. Did they think the Sword Palace law was just for show? He, Taoist Jackal, could not bear to see Rong's city fall apart and the foundation that the Palace Master had built for hundreds of years be destroyed in the hands of Taoist Wolf. So he had to occupy the Hongling and secretly contact the demons, trying to turn the tide. As for seizing power and killing people, he could easily do it any day. But he didn't want to. He was already a criminal and had been deprived of the power to govern Chengdu. If he attacked the city, he would be a great rebel. What he needed to do was to anxiously watch the situation inside Chengdu, and at the same time do his best to help that disappointing Taoist Wolf to fill in the gaps. And at the same time to satisfy that guy's fantasy that he could attack Chengdu at any time. Days like this went on for decades, until one day, 6 years ago, the Sword Palace Master Yang Jianzi personally came to the Hongling. It was also at that time that Taoist Jackal realized that what he had suffered more than 50 years ago was an injustice. At that time, the Yang Jianzi in the capital was no longer the real Yang Jianzi. The Yang Jianzi he worshipped and respected was also schemed against. This made Taoist Jackal so angry that he couldn't wait to use his magical power to go to the capital and tear that impostor alive. But he was also a demon cultivator who could see the big picture and knew that the Palace Master must have his own plans. All he could do was to serve him in the Hongling and wait for that day to come. At first, Taoist Jackal lived in a small town at the foot of the Hongling Mountain where the laborers lived. But after Yang Jinzi came, he ordered people to use old bamboo to build a tall and spacious bamboo house for him on the mountain. Taoist Jackal thought that Yang Jianzi had a noble status. Although he was now in trouble, he was still the real Sword Palace Master, so he couldn't live with those lowly laborers. Using old bamboo to build the house, he thought that although the bamboo house was cool and simple, it was not a place to live for a long time. This demon cultivator in the place of the outer fringe tried to urge the person he worshipped to work hard to regain what belonged to him. But he didn't expect that he stayed for 6 years, until now. What kind of situation was he in now? Taoist Jackal couldn't help but raise his head to look at Chengdu in the distance. Chengdu had been turned into such a mess by Taoist Wolf. How could he not know what Taoist Wolf was thinking? The eyes and ears he left in the city had reported Taoist Wolf's actions to him a few years ago. That guy had been making arrangements in the city for a few years, just for today's situation. He thought that when the city was in chaos, he would take advantage of the chaos to seize power. Then he could profit from it. Hey, he knew what that guy was thinking. But because he didn't want Chengdu to be plunged into misery and suffering, he had been restraining himself for the past few years. But tonight, Taoist Wolf, who deserved to be stabbed, did something like this. That bastard only used the palace master's property as a bargaining chip to seize power. So tonight, Taoist Jackal really wanted to rush into Chengdu, capture Taoist Wolf alive, and then make him kneel in front of the palace master. He would interrogate him about all the evil things he had done over the years, one by one, and see if he still had the face to continue living in this world. Thinking of this, Taoist Jackal couldn't help but look at the window lattice again. It wasn't just the window lattice that had mold. The ground, the walls, and the roof were all moldy. Today he went down to the big room where the Empress lived to take a look and found that the bundles of bamboo used to build the foundation were half rotten. He replaced the rotten ones with wooden stakes and set them on fire, but who knew how long it could last? In the end, it couldn't last for another 6 years. In fact, it wasn't a matter of how long the house could last. Taoist Jackal sighed again and went to see Yang Jianzi. At this moment, Yang Jianzi and Xiao Yaozi smiled and said a few words, probably something like, "Thank you for your guidance, sir." Then, they respectfully saw him out. When the bamboo door was closed, Yang Jianzi let out a sigh of relief. He stood there in silence for a while, then frowned and slowly walked back into the hall. He looked in the direction of Chengdu, then looked in the direction of the southwest. After a long time, he said in his unique, metal-like voice, "Do you know who came from the city?" Taoist Jackal knew that, as usual, after seeing off that troublesome Xiao Yaozi, he could finally talk business with the palace master. He liked to listen to the palace master Yang Jianzi's voice. It was cold and hoarse, the voice of an overlord. He also liked to look at his bearing. He seemed to be made of metal, more like a sword with its edge hidden. This kind of master made him feel powerful and at ease, and he was someone worth following. Therefore, he carefully went through the words he had thought about many times, and respectfully answered, "I heard from the people in the city that it was a handsome young man in white. But Taoist Wolf was respectful and fearful of him. He should be a high-level cultivator." Chapter 308. Hearing his words, Yang Jianzi frowned slightly and slowly sat back in his chair. He reached for 2 round pebbles from the bamboo table beside him and played with them for a while. Suddenly, he threw them into his mouth. "Then what kind of person do you think he is?" As he spoke, he had already chewed the pebbles into pieces. There was a rustling sound in his mouth, like a person chewing crispy beans. There was a rough porcelain bowl on the table, half filled with pebbles like this. The pebbles were washed clean and piled up in a colorful pile in the bowl. It was very beautiful. If other people saw it, they might think it was some fancy decoration, but they didn't know it was Yang Jianzi's snack. Taoist Jackal was used to his master's hobby, so he didn't find it strange. He thought for a while and said the speculation he had been keeping in his heart for a long time. "I just saw the rain in Chengdu. It didn't look like it was sent by God, but someone used magic. The subordinates of the river god and the river god in the vicinity knew about them in the past, but none of them had such great abilities. If it was a month ago, I would have guessed that it was the Lord Daunting of the Qing Kingdom's Daunting Lake. But I already knew that the Lord Daunting had left Daunting. So, I boldly guessed that it was the Wei River Dragon King." "Oh," Yang Jianzi responded thoughtfully. Then he put his hand into the bowl on the table and stirred the pebbles. After a while, he said, "You guessed right." Taoist Jackal was stunned. He saw Yang Jianzi sigh. It was the Wei River Dragon King. However, he might not be the Wei River Dragon King that we know of. Although the Xiao Yaozi can help with other things, his information is reliable. Tonight's rain in Chengdu was probably caused by him. Taoist Wolf thought for a while. If it really is him, "Master, I heard that the Wei River Dragon King Longjio is only in the state of transformation. I also heard some news a few days ago that the people of the Taoist Grotto Heaven went to Dongting, and the evil king and the dragon prince fought fiercely. But in the end, it was just a rumor and not detailed. Now he has come to Rome City again. Maybe he was defeated in the Battle of Dongting, so he is in a panic now." Yang Jianzi raised his hand and gestured for him to stop. "There's no need to guess. I'll tell you the truth today. Right now, this Wei River Dragon King is the new ruler of Shinryu, and he calls himself Li Yunxin. In the past, he was a human cultivator who cultivated the Tao, of painting, and was skilled in using formations. Now, he was at the enlightened sage realm, which was far beyond what the ninth young master could compare to. This person was scheming, ruthless, and decisive. He was a strong opponent. You must not lower your guard. If this shocking news had come from the mouth of someone else, Taoist Jackal would surely have scoffed. But now that it was said by his palace lord, there was only shock in his heart. Firstly, they were surprised by the identity of the person in the city. Secondly, they were surprised by the means of their palace master. How'd he know these secrets? His expression was written all over his face, and Yang Jianzi saw it all. The palace lord of the Sword Palace squeezed 2 stones from the big bowl and fiddled with them in his hand. After thinking for a while, he looked up at Taoist Jackal. Sit down and listen. He pointed to a wrought-tan chair opposite him as he spoke. Taoist Jackal was so happy that he almost fainted when he was suddenly treated with such courtesy. However, he still refused twice on the surface. Then he sat down in front of Yang Jianzi. However, Yang Jianzi didn't care about his thoughts. This monster cultivator of the true state still frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, "Do you know why I came to Rong City and the Hongling?" Before Taoist Jackal could answer, he continued, "Because I know that the Hongling is next to the Pitfall Mountain of the Evil King. I also heard that there are Freemasons in the Pitfall Mountain. Well, now I'm going to tell you about the Freemasons. You didn't know this name before. Today, you must listen carefully." Speaking of this, Yang Jianzi gently pulled a strand of hair from his meticulously combed bun and blew on it. The strand of hair immediately transformed into countless small swords as thin as a cow's hair. They buzzed and surrounded the 2 monsters. The unfettered one is a member of the Freemasons. Yang Jianzi liked to frown when he spoke, as if there was always lingering worry in his heart. However, this made his words sound heavy, as if they were soaked in worry. "I came to the Hongling to find the Freemasons. 6 years ago, I was still thinking about how to get in touch with them. In the end, I met the unfettered one on the road, and it has been until now. I know you don't like him. I don't like him either. However, you must know what the Freemasons are like. They are a powerful organization. In their eyes, the Sword Palace is nothing more than a joke. Now, I indulge the unfettered one because he was sent by the Freemasons to check on me. He checks on me and even gives me some information. Today, I'm telling you about this because my inspection period is about to end." These few words made Taoist Jackal dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say. In his heart, he almost revered Yang Jianzi as a god. But now, the other party suddenly said that the Sword Palace was nothing more than a plaything in the eyes of some people, and that Yang Jianzi himself was currently being checked. He knew what this meant. In the past, when demons came to the Sword Palace, they would first be checked for a period of time. However, the person in front of him was the palace master of the Sword Palace, Yang Jianzi. He could only stare at Yang Jianzi. Palace master. What does this mean?" Then he spoke more fluently. "Palace master is the master of the Sword Palace. Although our country of you isn't big, there are tens of thousands of demons. In the future, Palace Master will find an opportunity to raise his arm and call for help. Why do we need to go to that Freemasons? How is this called checking? How is this called checking? How can the unfettered one be qualified to check on you?" His heartfelt loyalty caused Yang Jianzi to slightly relax his brows. However, he quickly frowned again. He waved his hand and slowly chewed on a pebble in his mouth. "You didn't know about these things in the past. Now you should know. In the future, when you reach my position, you should also think the same way." "Palace Master, what do you mean? Don't be anxious. Listen to me." Yang Jianzi narrowed his eyes. "You're a little demon and only know about the Yu country and the Sword Palace. But when you reach my level of cultivation, you can see the world in your eyes. These thousands of years, I have been hiding in the Yu country. It seems to be glorious, but in reality, I am looking for a chance of survival. Mu Nanju, the Freemasons, the Daotong Kenzo, and the demons. I swayed among these people, relying on my luck and scheming, and slowly gained some capital and foundation. Slowly, I cultivated from a little demon to the true realm, and then the Sword Palace today. Yang Jinzi paused and sighed. But now I have reached the end. If my power didn't slowly grow, I might not have lived until today. Now that my power has grown, the Yu country can't contain me. I have entered the eyes of some people, so I have to choose a power to rely on. I thought about it again and chose the Freemasons. I won't tell you why I chose this place. I just want you to know that if I leave the Yu country, the broken foundation of the Sword Palace will be handed over to you. In the future, if you have any problems, you can borrow the power of the Freemasons. Yang Jianzi said that Taoist Jackal was only a little demon, so Taoist Jackal was really a little demon. It was only now that this little demon realized that the palace master, who in his mind had such profound cultivation and was almost omnipotent, also had such troubles. These little demons were ants under the feet of a human, and their palace master was that human. But he wasn't the strongest one. In the eyes of some even more terrifying people, he, the beloved palace master, was also an ant. He had never dared to think like this before. But now it came from Yang Jinzi's mouth. With this thought, he didn't care what Yang Jinzi meant by entrusting the foundation. He only asked, "What difficulties does the palace master have?" Yang Jinzi was silent for a moment, then raised his head to look at the faint outline of Chengdu in the distance. After looking for a while, he sighed, "That Li Yunxin in the city, isn't he the same as me? In the same situation, he also has to make some choices. Seeing him scheming, using his luck, and struggling to survive is like seeing me in the past. At that time, I thought I could always find a way out of danger. I always thought that one day I would do something. Now I have done it. Unfortunately, I'm just a fish on the chopping block." Now, looking at him, Yang Jinzi shook his head slightly and thought for a while. It's probably just an undeserved joy. After sighing for a while, Yang Jinzi stood up. The knoll also hurriedly stood up. Yang Jinzi moved to the window, and the hair-thin little swords around them followed them, isolating their voices from the outside world. He finally stood by the window and stared at Chengdu for a while, then said in a low voice, "That Li Yunxin is someone the Freemasonry wants. Now, this should be my final test." He slowly crushed a pebble in his palm, watching the powder fall between his fingers. "If I capture the Li Yunxin alive, I'll be able to see the Freemasonry elders." Taoist Jackal did not want to see his palace master like this at all. This was a kind of selfish and loyal worry. This worry even made Yang Jinzi's revelation that he wanted to entrust the Sword Palace to him become a pleasant surprise. But even so, he still planned to do what Yang Jinzi wanted to do well. At this time, this wasn't just for the palace master and the foundation, but also for some hope and belief in his heart. So he sighed in his heart, "So, palace master, do you want me to go to Chengdu?" Yang Jinzi shook his head slightly, with a pale golden luster on his face. "Don't go. It's a trap." Taoist Jackal thought for a while. "I know it's a trap of Taoist Wolf. But that person is ambitious but not talented. I think it's nothing. It's not him. It's Li Yunxin." Taoist Jackal looked at his loyal subordinate, like a teacher answering questions for his student. "You have to remember that Li Yunxin is extremely cunning. Now you only know that Taoist Wolf has been planning in the city for several years. But do you know whether Li Yunxin was also involved in this? Why did he make such a heavy rain in Chengdu and expose his whereabouts?" Taoist Jackal thought for a while and answered, "I don't know. But Taoist Jackal has been planning for many years. That Li Yunxin, according to Master, he just appeared in Daunting recently. I don't think it has anything to do with him. It's probably just a coincidence that he came to Chengdu on a whim." Yang Jinzi smiled. "So don't think like this. Many of the thoughts and decisions in your head could be deliberately made by him. When dealing with people like him, once you think something is too easy or too lucky, don't find any reason for him and say something about him. You should find reasons from yourself. Is there something you didn't think through, so you see such a situation? Did he set up a trap somewhere that made you let your guard down at this moment?" Hearing Yang Jinzi's words, Taoist Jackal was slightly stunned. Master, is that person really so powerful? Yang Jianzi looked up at Chengdu. After watching for a while, he said in a low voice, I have the information that Zaiyozi gave me. I was shocked after reading it. Those who look down on him are all dead. Those who didn't pay enough attention to him are also dead. This person is very good at playing tricks and likes to put himself in a desperate situation to survive. Therefore, when dealing with him, you can't take any step lightly. Once you feel confused, the best way is to stop and think about it. Don't be impulsive. So, Yang Jinzi emphasized, don't go tonight. Chengdu is not important. The important thing is Hongling. Li Yunxin should be aware of this as well. He knows that we are here, and he also knows that I am involved with the Freemasonry. So he will find a way to take the initiative. Yang Jinzi said slowly, if I were him, I would seize Hongling first, and then wait for the Freemasonry to come here. I want to see the elders of the Freemasonry, and he must also want to see me. I have already regarded him as a formidable enemy, but in his eyes, he will probably look down on me. After all, in his eyes, I am just a down-and-out person who was expelled from the capital and even lost his foundation. Yang Jinzi said a lot in one breath and looked at Taoist Wolf again, so we have to catch him. Let's see which side this thing called luck is on. Li Yunxin and Taoist Wolf waited in the city until the sky was about to brighten. The wind and rain stopped, but the person they were waiting for didn't come. Taoist Wolf stood on the low city wall and looked in the direction of Hongling. After a while, he stole a glance at Li Yunxin, as if he was afraid that the failure of his plan would cause this Dragon King to be dissatisfied with him. But he saw that there was no resentment on Li Yunxin's face. He sat leaning against the arrow mound on the city wall and kept looking at his precious jade slip. From the darkness of the night to the dawn. At first, he looked a little bored, but as time passed, he didn't become more and more anxious like Taoist Wolf. Instead, he looked more and more excited. In the end, he put away the jade slip and stood up. He looked in the direction of Hongling seriously for a long time and finally smiled. Wonderful. Chapter 309. Taoist Wolf doesn't know why Dragon King has such a reaction. He looks blankly at the clay, statue-like Yun Zi beside him, and then at Li Yunxin. Then he blinks and asks carefully, what is Dragon King talking about? Li Yunxin reaches out and pats the cold stone bricks of the city wall. I'm talking about Taoist Jackal and the person behind him. He pauses and continues. They seem to be smart people. That's great. What's more? Forget it. Let's go to sleep. They won't come. His interest stops abruptly. He turns around and jumps off the city wall. This Taoist Wolf doesn't know about Yang Jianzi, nor does he know that the backer of Taoist Jackal and the Hongling is his palace master. But Li Yunxin knows. He not only knows that Yang Jianzi has the Freemasonry behind him. He makes a mess in the Immerse city tonight, so the Freemasonry should know that he is here. However, Taoist Jackal and Yang Jianzi don't take advantage of the chaos to attack him, which means that they are smart. The Freemasonry doesn't intervene when Taoist Jackal and Yang Jianzi make such a choice. It means that after the battle in Dongting, those guys have restrained themselves. Both Qing Lichuan and Fu Lichuan are arrogant and have the momentum of, I'm the best in the world. But now they seem to be hurt by Li Yunxin and have learned to be cautious. It's really wonderful. But there is one more thing Li Yunxin has to figure out. Wang Bojian of Munanju said that the Freemasonry wants the earth and stones of the Hongling, and they are very important. Why does the Freemasonry want these things? So Li Yunxin sits on the city wall and reads the translucent jade slip all night, trying to find some clues. There are many things hidden in the translucent jade slip. What he could see at the moment were mostly cultivation methods and techniques, as well as some secrets that cultivators should or shouldn't know. But there are still some things he can't see at the moment. When he first saw the shape of the translucent jade slip, he realized that it should be quite common in his previous world, but should not appear in this world. This thing should be a product of technology. However, he soon discovered that activating the jade slip didn't require electricity, but demonic power. As his cultivation became more profound, and he studied the jade slip more, he realized that it had actually been completely modified by the art saint. For example, it could only be activated with demonic power. The Jade Slip also used the spells of this world to set up a restriction. Without reaching a certain realm, many things couldn't be seen. The art saint combined techniques and spells on this small jade scroll. This was exactly the same as when Li Yunxin first saw the childish handwriting of Wu Song beating Hello Kitty, extremely arrogant, wantonly showing off his strength and skills. But this was not what surprised Li Yunxin the most. What astonished him was the Jade Slip itself. The Jade Slip itself had not been modified by the art saint. The reason why he felt that it was something common in his world was because he wasn't sure, because the technology of this thing might be a little more advanced than in his previous world. This made him even more puzzled. What was the origin of the art saint? Putting these things aside for the time being, his harvest from reading the translucent Jade Slip for the whole night was almost nothing. The art saint left a lot of his own cultivation experience in the Jade Slip, as well as a lot of complicated information. But the information didn't seem to be specially selected. It seemed like it was found from somewhere and stuffed in after a little identification. It didn't require accuracy, but comprehensive information. Therefore, after reading for the whole night, Li Yunxin knew where in the world there were rare treasures that could be used to refine magic tools or Taoist robes. He also knew what wood, what metal, and what stone were best to use to build magic arrays. Some he knew before, and some he only knew after reading. But he didn't find any mention of the Red Ridge in the country of Yu. If the soil and stones in the Red Ridge were really important for refining some treasures, then it had been mined for thousands of years. How could there be no record of it? He decided to take a look for himself. Let's see what mysteries were there. After the sun rose above the horizon, Li Yunxin went down the city wall, leaving only the wolf Taoist on top. This was because before he went down the city wall, he saw people gradually appearing on the streets, their faces full of anger and resentment. The survivors in the city took shelter from the rain for a night and slowly recovered their strength in the morning. Moreover, there were officials on the streets. The original constables and arrester Zhao of Rome City were killed in the bloody battle with the demons last night. The officials on the streets were most likely the former constable's helpers. Now, they wore official uniforms to appease the people. Li Yunxin watched for a while at the top of the city wall and realized that these people were notifying something. First, they gathered the survivors on the streets and then led them to a certain place. He was about to go to Nanmu again, so he simply went to the streets. But before he went out on the streets, he used a transformation technique to turn his brocade robe into hemp clothes, swaying as he draped them over his body. He looked like an immortal, but he didn't attract attention. Like this, he walked towards Nanmu while looking at the crowd on the streets. So he knew that the Yamen of Rong City had begun to function. More than 10 demons in the city were killed by the people, and the wolf Taoist also disappeared. The magistrate of the Yamen was frightened and didn't dare to make any big movements for fear of revenge. But when the sun was about to rise and the rain stopped, he realized that there were no demons left in the city, and the people in the city could be used. The anger and resentment that had been suppressed for a long time burst out. After all, the magistrate of Rong City was an official sent by the imperial court of the state of Yu and had a jade belt and seal. He usually didn't dare to interfere with the affairs of Rong City, but how could he not have resentment? Looking at the current situation, and the group of officials led by arrester Zhao had already gone out on the streets, he began to think. So he sat in the Yamen and issued documents to rectify the affairs of the city. But he didn't expect that once he did, disaster would arise. The big and small matters of Rong City had long been controlled by the Pingyuan Monastery, and the Yamen had been in use for a long time and had long been dilapidated. In this world, there was a custom called officials don't repair the Yamen. Because of this, he didn't usually have the opportunity to sit in the Yamen, so he didn't really care about the situation of the main hall. Today was the first time in 3 years that the magistrate sat in the Yamen. But the beam on top of his head had long been eaten by termites, and it was also soaked by the heavy rain last night. Because of this, after the magistrate sat down, he slammed the gavel in satisfaction, and the beam above him collapsed with a crack, smashing him to death on the spot. Not only was the magistrate of Rome City smashed to death, at that time, the prefectural magistrate, the official registrar, and the prefectural military officer who were sitting on the left and right of the magistrate all suffered the same fate. The prefectural magistrate was still unconscious, and no one knew if he would wake up. The official registrar and the prefectural military officer each lost a leg and couldn't do anything. Because of this, the prefectural magistrate, prefectural military officer, and official registrar were the arresters. The magistrate of Rome City slammed the gavel in the gavel, and the martial arts expert Zhao that Li Yunxin saw last night became the most powerful person in Rome City. This arrester Zhao was skilled in martial arts, and he also had courage and heroism. The riot in the city started because of what he did last night. In addition, his entire family had died in the hands of the demons, so he couldn't wait to gather all the people in the city and no longer be oppressed by the demons. So now he was like a fish in water, dragging his injured body. He began to take care of the affairs in the city. He was in charge of the compensation for the dead, the food and shelter of the living, the cleaning and rebuilding of the dilapidated houses, and the inspection of the government servants. He had never done so many things before, but now that he was doing it, it was done in an orderly manner. When Li Yunxin walked on the street for a while, he saw someone take out a portrait. He didn't know who the man in the portrait was, but he wore a 9-beaded curtain, a black python robe, and a gold-threaded jade belt around his waist. It was probably the portrait of an emperor of the Yu state. A group of people in Rome City gradually gathered in front of the emperor's portrait, worshipping and crying. If the Taizu was still alive, there wouldn't be such a situation. Li Yunxin knew that this was probably the emperor who founded the Yu state. People always had an instinctive reverence for ancient, distant, and mysterious people or things. It was easier to beautify the old days when they were unhappy. For example, they now regarded the Taizu of the Yu state as a retainer. This was probably what arrester Zhao was happy to see. Worshipping a human emperor was better than worshipping a demon. But he didn't use the portrait of the current emperor. His heart was probably hurt too. Therefore, Li Yunxin stopped at the intersection and hesitated for a while. He wanted to go to Namiju, ask Wang Bojian some questions, and then think about how to go to Hongling. But the current situation in Rome City made him think of something else. He didn't know people like Wang Bojian very well, but he could easily understand people like arrester Zhao. Moreover, Constable Zhao looked somewhat familiar to him. The first time he saw arrester Zhao was last night on the dark long street. But Li Yunxin felt that he had seen him somewhere else. Chapter 310. Constable Zhao's real name was Zhao Sheng. When he was young, he learned martial arts from a martial arts master who passed by Rongqing and was good at using a knife. The martial arts master did not say the name of the knife, but it was enough to make him invincible in Rongqing for decades to come. The Zhao family he came from was said to have some connection with the powerful Zhao family in the Qing kingdom. But that was hundreds of years ago and had long been forgotten. His family had a genealogy that went back 500 or 600 years. It could be said that he was connected to one of the people in the Qing kingdom's Zhao family. But he didn't know if it was because later generations wanted to put gold on their faces when they compiled the genealogy. It was not rare. But no matter what, he was now a lonely man. Zhao Sheng, whose soul was seized by deep sorrow, was sitting in the magistrate's detention room, not knowing where to vent the sorrow in his heart. He was wrapped in a large cloak, and his upper body was naked under the cloak. His body was wrapped in bandages, but his wounds still stubbornly seeped blood. This made him smell very bad. The smell of blood mixed with the smell of medicine, like grass fertilizer fermenting under the hot sun for a whole day in summer. But Zhao Sheng's complexion was not bad. For a person who had fought with demons for a whole night, suffered several serious injuries, and had just dealt with a lot of urgent affairs in Chengdu without rest, Zhao Sheng's complexion was not bad. This was probably due to the martial arts he learned when he was young. Normal people who suffered such serious injuries would have died long ago. Right now, he stared at a square seal on the table. The seal was carved from yellow rainstone, and it was square. This was a square seal. The magistrate could not use his big seal to deal with matters, so the people below him used this seal to deal with matters. Zhao Sheng had imagined a long time ago that he would one day hold this seal, but he did not expect this result. His wife and old mother were both buried last night, buried in the mouths of demons. The city had already counted the real bodies of 11 demons, and they were all placed in the courtyard outside the detention room. Zhao Sheng went to take a look and found that the 2 demons he killed were not among them. Last night, the total number of demons was 13. This meant that all the demon cultivators in Rongqing, except for Taoist Wolf from Pingyuan Monastery, were all dead last night. Zhao Sheng personally poured feces and dog blood on the demon's corpse. However, this was still not enough to vent the hatred in his heart. He was not an ignorant villager. He knew that every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. It was the fox demon who had killed his mother and wife, but was it just the fox demon? Behind the fox demon was Taoist Wolf, who had yet to reveal himself. But was it just Taoist Wolf? And the Sword Palace and the Imperial Court. The Imperial Court should have taken care of the people, and the Emperor should have loved the people like his own children. However, did those who lived behind the high walls in the capital care about their lives or deaths? The world had been ravaged by the demons of the Sword Palace. Where was the Emperor? Zhao Sheng was more experienced and knowledgeable than ordinary people. But even so, there was a limit. Now, for instance, he knew whom he should hate, knew why he had come to this, and why so many others had come to a similar end, but he did not know what to do about it. Or rather, he only knew one way. That way was difficult, rebellious, and required more courage than drawing his sword against the demons last night. Normally, Zhao Sheng and many others would not dare to have such thoughts. But right now, the pain and drowsiness had accumulated too many things in his mind that could excite him. The grief of losing his loved ones made him want to indulge his emotions as much as he wanted to escape this reality for a short time. However, reality was bloody in front of him. He could still smell the stench outside the room and the burning smell in the city. This situation made him stare at the table stamp on the table. Then he suddenly stood up, grabbed it, and raised it above his head. At this time, 5 people rushed in from outside. They were all bailiffs under Zhao Sheng's command, now sent out to tidy up the affairs of the city, and were extremely busy. They usually did not do any official work, so how could they deal with a situation like this? Because of the huge pile of things that they could not deal with, they could only rush back to the Yamen to ask Zhao Sheng for advice. In their hearts, Zhao Sheng was a person with both courage and wisdom, and was their backbone at this time. So when they saw this scene, they were slightly stunned. Zhao Sheng was also stunned. The bailiffs quickly realized that Zhao Sheng's expression was strange, so they only covered their noses and blocked the door, not stepping in. After looking at each other for a while, Li Guang, who had been with Zhao Sheng for the longest, hesitated and said, "What are you doing, brother? Be careful that you break the stamp, and the masters will blame you." Zhao Sheng did not speak. He looked at Li Guang, then turned to look at the stamp that he had raised. When Li Guang opened his mouth, someone else said, "Now that we are the ones doing this, we are afraid that the masters will blame us this world." When Zhao Sheng heard his words, the expression on his face suddenly eased. He looked at the stamp in his hand again, slowly put it down, and sat back on the chair. The bailiffs did not know what Zhao Sheng was thinking, but they knew that he had calmed down, so they rushed into the room and closed the door, isolating the stench in the courtyard. Zhao Sheng only sat and did not speak, but the bailiffs started to talk. They were all old people who had been with Zhao Sheng for a long time. They had not slept for a night, and their brothers and family members had died. How could they get rid of the depression and sorrow in their hearts if they did not speak at this time? But they knew that their Constable Zhao situation was the most miserable, so they could only sigh at the unfairness of the world and did not know what to do in the future. They did not know what would happen to them after they killed the demon. According to their understanding of the district magistrate, registrar, and prefectural officer's temperament, they were afraid that there would really be a change in the future, and they would hand over the people who did this to them As scapegoats, they talked all at once, and actually forgot about the serious matter in the future. Zhao Sheng did not scold them, but just sat quietly and listened, staring at the stamp. Constable Zhao only stood up when they were tired of talking and looked at Constable Zhao. He shook the cloak that he was wearing, and it fell to the ground. Li Guang hurried over to put it on him, but he pushed him away. Then, he calmly walked out from behind the table, stood in front of the 5 people, and said, "What's the use of all this nonsense? Do you still expect the masters to be merciful and help us? Who's been helping us in the past?" After saying this, he reached his hand out from the waist of one of the constables and pulled out his knife. He said coldly, "Last night, you even dared to kill the demon, and now you're afraid?" The constables did not know what Zhao Sheng meant by this, but only Li Guang frowned. After saying this, Zhao Sheng ignored them and walked out the door with his knife. The constables were stunned for a while and wanted to follow. But when they reached the door, they suddenly heard Li Guang shout, "Come back." Among the constables, Li Guang was the most experienced, and he was considered Zhao Sheng's right-hand man. After hearing his words, he retracted his hand that was about to push the door open and turned to look at Zhao Sheng. He was sitting on a chair by the window. Li Guang, on the other hand, frowned, closed his eyes, and breathed out heavily. He said in a low voice, "Wait." The remaining 4 people looked at each other. How would they know what Zhao Sheng and Li Guang were doing? After waiting for a quarter of an hour, they suddenly heard a faint scream. The voice sounded familiar. It sounded like the voice of the prefectural magistrate. The 4 constables jumped up and were about to ask what was going on, but they saw Li Guang still frowning and closing his eyes without saying a word. They were stunned for a long time. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, they heard the sound of a knife being dragged on the ground and heavy footsteps outside the room. Li Guang then opened his eyes. The door was kicked open by Zhao Sheng. When he went out, his upper body was covered in bandages that were bleeding. Now that he was back, his upper body was soaked in blood. But no one cared about the blood on his body. They all stared at his left hand, speechless. In his left hand were 3 human heads. Zhao Sheng leaned against the doorframe and panted for a while. Holding the knife and the bloody head, he scanned the 5 people in the room. Then he raised his hand and threw the first head on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere from the neck, but the 5 people in the room did not know how to dodge. This district magistrate, he usually bullies us brothers for fun. Our salaries are not paid every year, and he only said that there's no money in the province. But don't we know that he has embezzled our salaries? If my old mother could have 2 full meals a day, how could she have become weak? He gritted his teeth and threw the second head on the ground. This registrar, the Taoist wolf in the Peaceful Plains Temple, is a good friend. 1 human and 1 demon. They usually recite poems and write poems. Now he's going to follow those demons. He paused, took 2 deep breaths, and threw the prefectural magistrate's head on the ground. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. Zhou Tong is not a bad person, but when I showed him the 2 heads, he wanted to kill me. Kill me as well. The room was filled with the thick smell of blood. The constables' faces were pale. They stared at the 3 heads on the ground in a daze, speechless. Zhao Sheng panted a few times and coughed twice. With a clang, he threw the knife in his hand on the ground and said in a deep voice, "I have killed the masters. As for you, are you going to kill me or follow me?" There was a moment of silence. They could hear the rapid breathing of the few people, the chirping of cicadas in the courtyard, and the screams and cries of the people in the city further away. Li Guang suddenly stood up, kicked the head of the district magistrate in front of him away, and said loudly, "Now the people have no way to live. Look at the state of Rome City today. It may be the state of other places tomorrow. The demons have bullied us for hundreds of years. Where are the masters? When great ancestor conquered the country of you, he never thought that it would become like this today. If it were not for those evil people, the world would not be like this. Brother Zhao Sheng, you kill them well." As he spoke, he strode into the room and bent down to pick up the knife. He offered it to Zhao Sheng with both hands. "Kill all these traitors, for the sake of his majesty and great ancestor." We will have a bright future." Hearing his words, Zhao Sheng also tightly pursed his lips, and from his widened nostrils exhaled a thick breath of air. When Li Guang offered the knife again, Zhao Sheng gripped it tightly in his hand and glared fiercely at the other four people in the room. "Don't you think this makes sense?" The four people could not say anything else. When Zhao Sheng asked, they hurriedly stood up and kowtowed. "We are willing to rebel with brother." Thus, the six of them discussed for a while in the room before mixing the blood from the heads of the district magistrate, the registrar, and the prefectural officer with wine and drank it together. Following that, the five of them listened to Zhao Sheng's instructions for a while and split up to go to different places in the city. Zhao Sheng was left alone in the room and slumped on the chair. He stared at the stamp on the table for a while, then slowly closed his eyes. He was really too tired. He knew that there were many things that he should be doing right now, but his body and mind were on the verge of collapse. He only wanted to close his eyes and rest for a while, but he did not expect that the moment he closed his eyes, he would fall into a deep sleep. He did not know how long he slept, and he did not know what time it was. Zhao Sheng suddenly saw a handsome young man in a white linen robe walk through the door and into the room. This young man had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, red lips, and white teeth. His jet black hair was neatly combed and held in place with a jade hairpin inlaid with gold. His loose linen robe fluttered without any wind, and when he walked, there was a faint mist around him, as if he was a living immortal. When he entered, he only smiled at Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng was shocked and raised his hand to grab the knife on his waist, but then he found that his body could not move, as if it was not his. The handsome young man bowed to Zhao Sheng and said, "Thank you, Grandpa Zhao, congratulations." Although Zhao Sheng could not move, he could speak. In surprise, he opened his mouth and asked, "Who are you?" The young man smiled again. "I am the true god of Wei River, Dragon King. I was originally suppressed in the river by the demons of Yu State for hundreds of years, and my position as a god was taken by a thief. Last night, Grandpa Zhao killed the demons of Rong City and caused chaos in the city, so I was able to break the prohibition of the demons of Yu State and escape. So last night, I also repaid Grandpa Zhao's kindness by using clouds and rain to solve the disaster of Rong City. Today, I saw the purple aura in Rong City's government office and guessed that another Shinryu was born, so I came to meet you." Zhao Sheng was stunned when he heard this, and then he was overjoyed. He quickly stared at the young man with wide eyes. "What is purple aura? What is Shinryu?" The young man still smiled. "Grandpa Zhao just rose up, don't you know?" But his tone changed, and his face calmed down again. "Although Grandpa Zhao knows about the purple aura Shinryu, do you also know how to clean up the Emperor's side, fight for the world, and get rid of demons?" Zhao Sheng frowned and was about to speak, but the young man suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, "Ah, why did someone dig up your dragon vein?" Then he turned to stare at Zhao Sheng. "Grandpa Zhao, do you know where your dragon vein is?" "That Hongling is your dragon head." After saying these two sentences, the figure suddenly shook, and then a cold wind blew in the room. Zhao Sheng woke up with a start. As soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately reached for the waist knife on the table, sat up straight, and stared at the room with wide eyes. But where was the young man in hemp clothes who called himself Dragon King in the room? The floor was still dripping with blood. He was stunned for a while, then sighed and put the waist knife back on the table. But after 2 breaths, he was stunned again. He found that the wounds on his body had all healed. Chapter 3:11. Zhao Sheng didn't sleep for long, only a quarter of an hour. After another 15 minutes, Li Guang came back alone. Li Guang was Zhao Sheng's old brother. Thus, he pushed the door open and walked in quietly, as if he was worried that he would wake Zhao Sheng up. Perhaps it was because of this thought that when he entered the door, he found that Zhao Sheng was not asleep, but was staring at him with his eyes wide open. He was startled. "Brother, this is—" but he swallowed his words, because he saw that Zhao Sheng was completely different from half an hour ago. Previously, Zhao Sheng was covered in blood. Even if he had some vigor, It was due to sorrow and pain. It was the vigor of a cornered beast. But now, the blood on Zhao Sheng's body was gone. His upper body was bare as he sat behind the table with his back straight. His dark and strong muscles were as hard as a lump of iron, without a single scar on them. He looked like he had just slept for 8 to 10 hours, and there was no sign of fatigue on his face. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at him. No, he was not staring at him. He was thinking about something and was in a trance. What was going on? Li Guang's eyes widened in shock. He stuttered, "I was worried about you, so I came back to see. Brother, how come your wounds are gone?" After a while, Zhao Sheng slowly turned to look at Li Guang. He stared at him for a while and suddenly said, "Just now, the Dragon King of Wei River came to me in my dream." Li Guang let out a confused "ah." Zhao Sheng continued, "The Dragon King said that I was the son of Shinryu. The son of Shinryu said that he was freed by the chaos in the city last night." He paused. Then he lowered his head and lightly slammed his fist on the table. "So it's destiny? My wife and mother died in the hands of the demons. Is it destiny?" Li Guang seemed to be in a daze. He blinked and called out to Zhao Sheng, "Brother, what are you talking about?" Zhao Sheng raised his head again. The light in his eyes was gone. It was all contained within his body. His aura changed again. Just now, he was aggressive and capable, but now he was calm and composed like a general. "Look at my injury." Zhao Sheng stood up. "This is the proof that the Dragon King told me in my dream. I have the help of God. I am a son of Shinryu." Half an hour ago, Zhao Sheng was still deeply worried and was planning to go all out and fight to the death. Half an hour later, Zhao Sheng suddenly became full of confidence because of a dream. This was very strange in Li Guang's eyes. But it wasn't just the situation that was strange. There was also the people. Li Guang had never seen Zhao Sheng like this. Zhao Sheng used to be a famous person in Rome City, and he had a heroic air about him. But in the end, he was just an ordinary person. But now, for some reason, Zhao Sheng made him feel a little unfamiliar. It was as if he had suddenly become a person on the top of a mountain or on the horizon, a little far. He really didn't know whether it was good or bad, because this change had happened too quickly. He didn't know what Zhao Sheng meant by the Dragon King appearing in his dreams. After all, they were people who lived with demons. Many people had seen demons with their own eyes, and demons called themselves immortals. So, unlike other people who had romantic fantasies about immortals and demons, the people of you knew better what kind of people those who called themselves gods were. For example, in the Qin kingdom, if there was a god appearing somewhere, people would think that it was a kind and gentle god. But in the Yu kingdom, if there was a god appearing, people's first thought was to stay as far away as possible, knowing that it was probably a demon. Li Guang stared at Zhao Sheng for a while and said hesitantly, "Brother, maybe it's because of the martial arts that you practice. Didn't you tell me a few years ago that your martial arts were taught to you by a master who passed by? It's very mysterious. Maybe there is some secret to your martial arts that can only be forced out in a life and death situation. So now," he paused and sighed, "Brother, do you not know what kind of people those gods are? How do we end up like this?" Zhao Sheng didn't listen to him. He only furrowed his brows and said, "Definitely not." He waved his hand as if to sweep away some thoughts and repeated, "Absolutely not. What the Dragon King told me in my dream was true. They didn't die for no reason. It was my time, they weren't killed." As he said this, he slowly sat back in his chair. His brows were tightly furrowed as if he was angry with himself. It also seemed like he had sunk into some kind of paranoid emotion. Li Guang was slightly startled. He suddenly understood why Zhao Sheng was like this. Perhaps he didn't care about the son of Shinryu as much as he appeared to care. It was just that his wife and mother were already dead. If their deaths had some value, instead of being randomly torn apart by a demon, it would have been easier to accept. But he didn't know if Zhao Sheng was aware of this. So he tried to persuade him again. "Brother, you were tired just now. That's why you had that dream. Instead of talking about gods and demons, why don't you believe in our martial arts?" Zhao Sheng suddenly raised his head and looked at him. "What martial arts?" He paused for a moment. Do you really know what martial arts I practice? When did I ever tell you about it? Li Guang was startled again. After a while, she said, Brother, didn't you say that when you were young, more than 30 years ago, you met a middle-aged man in black clothes and a black saber who passed by Chengdu, taught you martial arts, and then left on a black horse? Hearing this, Zhao Sheng snorted angrily. It's true that there was that person and that thing. Hey, but do you know what he taught me? That person taught me for a few days, but he only said that he was going to teach me some kind of heart technique. He taught me some heart technique, but he always told me to comprehend it on my own. In a year, I spent 10 months comprehending it on my own, and the other 2 months were taught to him by me. In the end, that person left. What did he teach me any real martial arts? It was only after I asked some martial arts masters in private about the moves and stances, and then I slowly pondered over it on my own. That's how I got what I have today. How can I tell you about these things? After all, it's better to have a master's reputation. Now, you're saying that the pain on my body was cured by that martial arts? That's impossible. Li Guang never thought that Zhao Sheng had such a secret. He blinked his eyes and was speechless. Seeing that he was speechless, Zhao Sheng lowered his head disinterestedly. After a moment of silence, he looked up at Li Guang. I know what you're worried about. But now, no matter whether you believe me or not, the arrow is already on the string. There must be a method. You've always been meticulous. Just now, there are too many people, so I didn't want to ask you. Now, let me ask you again. What do you think the chances of us succeeding are? Chapter 3:12. Hearing Zhao Sheng's question, Li Guang sighed in his heart. What are the chances of winning? He looked up at Zhao Sheng. Brother, let's escape. Zhao Sheng frowned. Escape? Brother, don't you know the situation in Rong City? Li Guang looked at Zhao Sheng worriedly. He felt like his old friend and superior had gone crazy because of a dream. Brother said he wanted to rebel, but I was afraid that the 4 of them would really take him away. That's why I agreed. Now, I came back to persuade you. You can't stay in Rome City any longer. The sooner you leave, the sooner you can survive. He took a deep breath and continued, Brother, think about it. There are only a few hundred people we can use in Rome City. They're all former helpers. They used to be scoundrels in the streets. Brother, you know what kind of people they are. There are only a few dozen of them that I can use. Even if there are only a few dozen of them, what will they use in a battle? The armors in the warehouse are no longer usable. Many of the swords and spears have been exchanged by the master for money. The ones left in the warehouse are just rusty old weapons. The threads of the leather armor are all rotten. When I lift it up, it will fall apart. I only found out about this a few days ago. It's not enough to arm a few dozen people. Are we going to use clubs to fight? And outside the city, Li Guang sighed. Brother, don't you know that the Chong residence camp is 200 miles away? There are close to 10,000 soldiers stationed there, and there are a few thousand of them who can fight. Once they know that something has happened in Rong City, the thousands of people will come. Our lives will be over. Li Guang sighed repeatedly as he spoke, his heart burning with anxiety. But after hearing his words, Zhao Sheng smiled. I know. Of course I know. An hour ago, I was thinking about these things as well. But after that dream just now, I've thought about it again. Hey, what's the point of all this? The world has suffered from the demons for a long time. Zhao Sheng stood up and looked out of the window with his hands behind his back. He looked like a general overlooking the battlefield. You said there are only a few dozen people following us? I don't think so. How many families have been destroyed in this situation? It was a good time for the crowd to be excited. I hate those demons as much as I hate them. They just lack a leader. Weapon staff. Brotherly Guang, since ancient times, there were people who used plants and trees as weapons. Are we even worse than the ancients now? The current royal family of the Kingdom of Qing was just a group of refugees when they rose up 500 years ago. But now that we have a city, what is there to be afraid of? You're talking about charging into the military camp again. Zhao Sheng sneered. Thousands of soldiers. Where did you get thousands of soldiers? The men of Chengdu are a mess. Do you think the generals of the Chongfu camp are all cautious and conscientious. The imperial court is controlled by the demons of the Sword Palace. The demons are most afraid of the imperial court's military being at its peak, so they have been playing tricks in the dark. They have also made those generals into a mess. When you came to Chengdu, I had a brother who joined the Chong Fu camp from the army. Now he's a junior commander. He has 500 soldiers under him. But do you know how many soldiers he has? Zhao Sheng clenched his fist and flipped it over. Only 200. He alone eats the salary of 300 people. And this is because he is timid and doesn't dare to make a big fuss. With this kind of Chong Fu, how many people do you think he can bring to Chengdu? He's the one who came to Chengdu. Chengdu is surrounded by mountains. First, have them come over the mountains. After they come, we close the city gates and don't come out. Will they be able to take us down? In one breath, Zhao Sheng analyzed all the things that Li Guang was worried about with reason and evidence. On the contrary, it surprised Li Guang. He had never known that Zhao Sheng thought about so many things. But he still hesitated for a moment and said, "Even if what you say is the truth. But there is another thing. Perhaps the imperial court is not scary. But the demons of the Sword Palace, brother, they're probably not something that high walls can defend against." Zhao Sheng furrowed his brows. "You still don't believe that the Dragon King came to you in your dreams? With the Dragon King helping me, why should I be afraid of those demons?" Li Guang was so anxious he stamped his feet. "I believe you. Does everyone believe you, brother? If we really start a rebellion, those people will retreat the moment they think about the demons. Are you going to just tell them that the Dragon King is helping us?" Zhao Sheng stared angrily at Li Guang for a while. Finally, he snorted and sat down. He seemed to have something to say, but didn't know if he should say it. After the time it takes for half an incense to burn, he lowered his voice and said, "Actually, there are other helpers." After a moment of silence, he said awkwardly, "But we can't use this unless we have no other choice." As he spoke, his face revealed a mixture of anger, shame, and depression. It seemed that if Li Guang hadn't pressed him, he would have buried this matter in his heart for the rest of his life. His expression made Li Guang curious. "What do you mean, brother?" Zhao Sheng hesitated for a while, then stood up and walked to the door. Opening the door, he looked left and right to make sure that there was no one outside. Then he turned to Li Guang. "It's fine to tell you, but you must not leak this matter. Otherwise, before we succeed, we will become the target of everyone's criticism." Li Guang realized that there was something fishy about this. After thinking for a while, he said seriously, "Brother, tell me, after so many years together, don't you trust me?" Zhao Sheng smiled bitterly. "Of course I trust you. That's why I'm telling you. Listen carefully. A few days ago, when I asked you to come with me to kill the demons, what did I say? I told you that the demons in the city are only at the state of consciousness and have just taken human form. They're only fearless because of their thick skin. We have a few hundred people against them, so we have a chance of winning. At that time, you asked me what consciousness and transformation were and how I knew about them. Do you still remember?" Li Guang thought for a while and nodded. "I remember. At that time, I didn't understand how you knew about these things, but you just brushed it off. I'll tell you now. It was my brother who told me." Zhao Sheng looked at Li Guang. "That brother of mine is in the Stone Forest Mountain of the Kingdom of Qing. Rome City is in the main branch of the Stone Forest Mountain, and the Stone Forest Mountain is in the main branch." Li Guang blinked. "Brother? Since when did you have a brother in the kingdom of you?" "I know about the Stone Forest Mountain. Isn't it the border city of the Kingdom of Qing? It's only a few hundred miles away from our Rome City. The road is rugged and difficult to traverse. In the Kingdom of Qing, it's a small city that no one cares about. How did you get to know people there?" Zhao Sheng was silent for a while. "We didn't get to know each other. That's my brother." Li Guang's eyes widened. He was speechless. Zhao Sheng's mother had just passed away last night. He and Zhao Sheng had known each other for many years and knew each other very well. But he didn't know where Zhao Sheng got a brother, and he was in the Stone Forest Mountain of the Kingdom of Qing. "Ah," Zhao Sheng sighed. "It's a long story. But now you know that my mother wasn't my birth mother. I only found out by chance that my brother was in the stone forest mountain of the kingdom of you a few years ago. We were born from the same mother and looked almost the same. We were separated when we were young. Right now, he's in the stone forest mountain. He's also a constable. He was the one who told me all the things I know. The help that I'm talking about as a last resort is also on his side. Li Guang took some time to digest Zhao Sheng's words. He thought about it and said hesitantly, "You're saying, if things go wrong, Stone Forest Mountain will send someone to help us? But your brother is only a constable. The situation in the kingdom of Qing is different from the situation in the kingdom of you. There are no demons causing trouble there. I'm afraid your brother can't make the decision, right?" Zhao Sheng furrowed his brows and was silent for a long time. He then suddenly said, "It's not people. It's demons." "What?" "It's demons." These words came out of my mouth and into your ears. I can't say it to third person. I'm only telling you, we still have a way out, but we might not need it. When Zhao Sheng spoke, his tone was not as heroic as before. It was as if he was slightly apprehensive and guilty, but he was doing his best to suppress that feeling. After saying so much, he paused. Seeing that Li Guang didn't seem like he didn't want to hear it, he said, "The situation in the kingdom of Qing's Stone Forest Mountain is not better than ours. It's even scarier than ours. Although our Rongqing is being bullied by demons, we don't always have to worry about our lives. But in the kingdom of Qing's Stone Forest Mountain Range," Zhao Sheng gritted his teeth, "there are demons that eat people. In the Stone Forest Mountain Range, near Stone Forest Mountain Range, there is a Pitfall Mountain. In the Pitfall Mountain Range, there is a big demon. There are hundreds of small demons under the Great Demon's command. They eat people every 2 to 3 days. At first, they abducted people from the city to eat. But later, more and more people were eaten. Almost everyone in the city fled. My brother became a constable. You have to know that at that time, it was not much different from our Rongqing. The old men above constable either died or fled. He was the master of the city. So my younger brother thought of a way. Our Rongqing is at the end of the Stone Forest Mountain Range, so we can get by. But the kingdom of Qing's Stone Forest Mountain Range is in the desert wasteland. There is little rain, and it is difficult to pass through. Thus, it is one of the most remote and desolate places in the kingdom of Qing. Because of this, the nearby prefectures of the kingdom of Qing usually send the exiled criminals to the kingdom of Qing's Stone Forest Mountain Range. So this method of his, you should know about it, right? Li Guang listened in a daze. He paused for a while before saying, "Could it be he took the initiative to send those criminals to the demons to eat?" Zhao Sheng nodded in silence. I don't know where he got the courage and luck. He broke into the demon's lair in the Pitfall Mountain Range to negotiate and succeeded. Since then, he sent 5 or 6 people to the demons every month. Slowly, the demons stopped kidnapping people from the kingdom of Qing. But he still sent 5 or 6 people every month. Li Guang frowned. Where did so many criminals come from? Zhao Sheng glanced at him. There were not enough criminals, but there were always criminals in the city. There were no criminals, but there were the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. They secretly kidnapped them. Li Guang's eyes widened. This kind of thing, how Zhao Sheng sighed. But after that, the kingdom of Qing became peaceful. There were also more people. It could be considered a peaceful life. So, how should I say this? I don't know how to say it. As for the help, it was the demons of the Pitfall Mountain. My younger brother often sent people to the Pitfall Mountain, so he gradually became familiar with some of the small leaders and learned a lot of things. I heard that the big demon of the Pitfall Mountain is 100 times more powerful than the Sword Palace's Yang Jianzi. A small leader under him can easily kill hundreds of demon cultivators like the ones in Rong City. So, if there is no other choice... Li Guang stood up abruptly. Absolutely not. He stared at Zhao Sheng. Brother, are you stupid? Why are we rebelling? Isn't it because we're being bullied by the demons? If we attract the demons of the Pitfall Mountain, wouldn't it be like drinking poison to quench thirst? Brother, do you want to send people to the demons in the future? His tone was firm and unyielding, without the slightest bit of mercy. Zhao Sheng did not lose his temper. He quickly said, I am not that stupid. Unless there is no other choice, why would I? You mustn't, brother. Li Guang interrupted him again. You absolutely mustn't. We'd rather die than do such a thing. Zhao Sheng waved his hand. Forget it, I'm not that kind of person. Then let's not talk about this anymore. Let's not talk about anything else. I will think about it for now. Come back in the afternoon. I will talk to you again, okay? It seemed that Li Guang's objection had made him lose all interest. He walked to the door and opened it. I will take a break for now. Maybe my mind is muddled. Give me some time to think about it. Li Guang did not say anything else. He hesitated for a while, then sighed and left. Once he left, Zhao Sheng closed the door again. After another 15 minutes, when Li Guang's footsteps faded away, he let out a long sigh. The stench outside the window seemed to have lessened, or maybe it was just his imagination. But the noises became louder, all kinds of noises. The chirping of the autumn cicadas, the noise of the people in the city, the sound of the window paper fluttering in the breeze, and even the sound of his own heartbeat. He did not tell Li Guang about these things, but he knew it meant that he was not the same person as before. He was a secular martial artist, and his martial arts used to be considered a high-level third-rate martial artist. But now he knew he was different. He could almost use inner vision. In the martial arts world, this was a mysterious realm. It meant that he was no longer a third-rate martial artist, but a second-rate one. All these changes were because of that dream. Before that dream, he was full of pain, anger, and melancholy. However, after that dream, his body underwent such a huge change. Li Guang said that he was wrong about it. But how could the vigorous internal energy in his body be thought for nothing? This was also the best proof that the Dragon King had appeared in his dream. Zhao Sheng stayed in the room for a while, then suddenly knelt on the ground. He kowtowed 3 times with sincerity. He thought for a while, then straightened up and kowtowed 3 more times. After 3 kowtows and 9 kowtows, he put his palms together and whispered in a trembling voice, Wei River Dragon King, Wei River Dragon King. If that dream was real, please show yourself to me in my dream again. I have something to ask you, something to ask you. Chapter 3:13. He prayed for a while and then stopped to listen. But there was no change in the room. The cicadas outside were still chirping. Zhao Sheng kowtowed a few more times and finished the whole set. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, he slowly got up from the ground and sat on the wide wooden chair in the room. After a quarter of an hour, another quarter of an hour, but there was no movement, as if it was really his own imagination. Zhao Sheng finally sighed and lowered his head. Perhaps the Dragon King did not hear his prayers. He had just been freed. Would he have a lot of things to deal with like other people? Or was he not sincere enough? Did he need to offer sacrifices? He began to fall into a slight panic and doubt, and felt that the cicadas outside the window were getting more and more annoying, until he heard a voice outside the door. The voice was soft, but the tone was quite dignified. Zhao Sheng opened the door to receive the decree of the Dragon King. Zhao Sheng's eyes widened in an instant, and then he jumped up from the chair and rushed to the door in 2 steps. He did not have time to think too much and reached out to open the door to look outside, but he did not see anyone. He was just about to frown and step into the courtyard when he suddenly heard someone shouting in panic. How dare Zhao Sheng? How dare he rush into the carriage of the dragon god messenger? Zhao Sheng looked down and immediately retracted his foot as if he had been electrocuted. The door of his room had a threshold, which, according to the Yaman's custom, was also quite high, up to his ankles. Just outside the threshold, there was a group of people in bright armor. These people were only level with the threshold, and there were 13 of them, divided into 2 rows on the left and right. In front of them, there were 4 knights in red helmets and red armor, riding little red horses, holding shiny toothpick-sized swords in their hands. In the middle, there were 4 servants in green, working together to carry a golden roofless sedan. There was a person sitting in the sedan, wearing a green-gray official robe, with a patch embroidered on his chest and a winged black gauze hat on his head. He should be the self-proclaimed dragon god messenger. Behind him, There were also 4 soldiers in green armor with sabers hanging from their waists. They held official titles and umbrellas in their hands, but it was impossible to see what was written on them. However, the reason why he said there should be 4 was because Zhao Sheng had accidentally stepped on the last foot soldier when he took a step forward. The small umbrella fell to the ground, and the little person also lay down, unable to get up. It seemed that one of its legs had been broken. Now the 13 little people all looked up at Zhao Sheng. After their gazes met for a breath, Zhao Sheng took 2 steps back as if he had seen a ghost and almost slammed the door shut. The little person in the middle was not flustered at all. He raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Hurry up and receive the imperial edict. What a disgrace. Give me your hand." The little man was only a little taller than Zhao Sheng's fist, but he did not fear him at all. This kind of calm demeanor actually calmed Zhao Sheng down as well. He took a few deep breaths before widening his eyes. "Are you really the messenger of the Dragon King? What about Dragon King? Why didn't Dragon King come to see me?" The little person was furious. "How dare you? How honorable is the way River Dragon King? Do you think you can see him just because you want to? The Dragon King sympathizes with your sincerity and sent me here to deliver the imperial edict. Yet you are not kneeling on the ground and respectfully receiving the imperial edict. Don't you know how terrible the wrath of the gods is?" Zhao Sheng heard that the little person's words were getting harsher and more imposing. Only then did he calm down a little. He had no time to think too much and could only accept the imperial edict. However, he did not kneel on the ground. Instead, he just leaned over on the ground and stretched out one hand to the doorsill. Thus, the 4 little people carrying the sedan chair straightened their arms and lifted the small sedan chair. The little official on the sedan chair walked to Zhao Sheng's palm. Zhao Sheng then stood up and carried the little person back to the table. He placed him on the table. After thinking for a while, he respectfully bowed. "What decree does the heavenly priest have to announce?" The little person kept a straight face. He took out a small scroll from his big sleeve and opened it. He cleared his throat and said, "The Dragon King asked me to ask you. You have done a meritorious deed in rescuing the Emperor, but there was no time to reward you. Now that the Dragon King has returned to the Dragon Palace, he wants to know what kind of reward you want." Hearing this, Zhao Sheng's uneasiness and worry suddenly disappeared. He never thought that the Wei River Dragon King was really a god who did things in the ancient style. He still remembered to reward me according to my meritorious deed. He was stunned for a while because of this sudden joy. Then he hurriedly said, "Reward? What kind of reward? Do I have to mention it myself?" The little person impatiently said, "Of course you have to say it yourself. My Dragon King is omnipotent. There is nothing he can't do, even if that person dies and falls into the cycle of reincarnation." At this point, he seemed to have said something wrong. He hurriedly changed his words. "Say it first. Tell me first." Zhao Sheng blinked and was silent for a long time. Then he turned around and paced anxiously in the room. After about the time for half an incense stick to burn, he made up his mind. He fiercely stamped his feet and suddenly turned his head. "If I start a rebellion in Rong City, can the Dragon King help me kill the demons of Yu Kingdom and unify the world?" Hearing his words, the little person laughed in a shrill voice. "Ah, how dare you! Before I came here, the Dragon King told me that this must be your request. So he also asked me to tell you. I can help you." Zhao Sheng opened his mouth in disbelief. "Really?" The little person waved his hand. "It's not what you think. Listen carefully. The Dragon King knows that you want to start a rebellion. He also knows that you have no useful people in the city of Wei. He also knows that you are just a constable and don't have any talent to be a great general. So he asked me to tell you a good thing. Thousands of miles away from Rome City, there is a mountain in the Qing Kingdom called Chuyan Mountain. There is a fort on the mountain called the Black Stockade Fort. The master of the Black Stockade Fort is named Ingjuren. He is a great general with hundreds of soldiers under his command. My Dragon King received his kindness in his previous life. Now he knows that he has a hard life, so he can combine the two things into one. I will give you a time and place. You can send people there to wait for Ingjuren. At that time, Say that the Dragon King asked your people to pick him up. Then you can use him and make him a great general in Rome City." Hearing his words, Zhao Sheng frowned slightly, because what the little official said now was a bit too true. He was a man of fervent expectations, but he was not a fool at heart, so he felt something was wrong. He had thought that the promise of the gods should be more mysterious and ethereal. For example, to help him change his fate and make him invincible and invincible. But now that it had suddenly become such a concrete method, it made people feel vigilant in their hearts. But the little official didn't care what he was thinking. He continued to say, "My Dragon King also knows that you don't have anyone around you who can help you plan. So I will give you another good thing. For 100 miles from here to Rome City, there is a large lake called Dongting. There is a mountain in Dongting Lake called Junshan. There is a palace on Junshan called Ziwei Palace. There is a hermit in Ziwei Palace called Lu Gongzan. My Dragon King received his kindness in his previous life. Send people to Ziwei Palace on Mount Lord Dongting, and you will see the hermit. Tell him that the Dragon King asked him to come out of the mountain. Then you can use him and make him the brain of Rome City. With these two people, one civil and one military, you can keep Rome City safe. Then, if you encounter demons again, my Dragon King will send 4 divine dragon envoys to help. They can also keep you safe. What do you think?" Zhao Sheng hesitated for a while and then said, "Thank you, Dragon King, for your kind intentions. But Chu Mountain Black Stockade, they sound like a bandit stronghold." Let's not talk about whether or not they're bandits. Speaking of Ingjurin and Lu Gongzan, I don't even know their background. They sound like people of Qing and don't understand the situation in Yu and Rome City. If the two of them come to Chengdu, my brothers might be suspicious of them. I always feel it doesn't seem appropriate. As soon as he finished speaking, the little man on the table immediately frowned and pulled out a thin sword from somewhere. He held the sword and looked around. He saw the square seal behind him. The seal was the size of Zhao Sheng's fist, but for the little man, it was a big thing. The little man took 2 steps forward to the seal and swung the sword. The thin sword cut off a corner of the seal like it was cutting a piece of tofu. Then, the little man turned his face and said angrily, "How can you refuse the good intentions of the gods? Have you not heard of the stories of ancient people who disrespected the gods and were punished because of it? The Wei River Lord was once suppressed by the demons of Yu and needed your help to punish them. Now, you're making excuses. Do you want to become a subordinate of the demons and go against the Wei River Lord?" His tone was harsh, and his face turned bright red. Zhao Sheng was shocked and hurriedly said, I don't dare. I don't dare to think like that." The little man ignored him and continued to say angrily, "The Wei River Lord went to Sunluo Temple once because of your matter. He saw a woman and an old woman in Sunluo Temple. The woman muttered Delang, and the old woman muttered Tianliang add clothes, Tianliang add clothes. Do you know them?" Zhao Sheng froze, and then tears fell. "They are my wife and mother. Where are they now?" The heavenly priest said that the Dragon King is omnipotent. Can't he bring them back to life? The little man was not moved by him. Instead, he sneered, "I asked you what you want. You thought about it for a long time, but only asked about your future. You didn't ask about your wife and mother. Why are you pretending now?" Zhao Sheng sighed and stomped his feet. "When did I not want to? It's just that the dead can't come back to life. How could I ask the Dragon King for help?" The little man's expression softened. "The Dragon King told me that if you only ask about yourself and not them, then you are a heartless person and not worth helping. Now that I know you have your reasons, I won't pursue it for now. The Dragon King also told me that if you have any doubts, you can ask me to meet someone. Once you meet that person, you won't have any worries. Now watch carefully." The little man took out a small token from his sleeve and threw it on the ground. He shouted, "Come out and meet me." As soon as he finished speaking, a green mist instantly rose from the ground. Then a woman's soul floated in the air. Zhao Sheng took a closer look and found that it was his dead wife. After a few more words with the ghost, he was even more certain that there were some things that only the two of them knew. No one else could hear them. Zhao Sheng asked his wife where they were with tears streaming down his face. The ghost replied, "They are in a place covered in white mist. I don't know where it is, but I think it is the underworld." However, the little man was only willing to ask them to say these few words. Not long after, the little man shouted, "It's time." He waved his hand and dismissed the ghost. Zhao Sheng was heartbroken. He only asked the little man to ask him to talk to his wife a few more times. The little man said with a straight face, "Although a river lord is very powerful, the Sanluo temple has its own rules. Now, you are an unrelated person. How can Wei River Lord ask Black by Yanjun to tell your wife and mother to return to the world of the living? When you do what Wei River Lord wants you to do, you'll have the glory and wealth of the human world. You can also have your dead wife and mother. Now that you know these things, do you still have any worries?" Previously, Zhao Sheng had suspected that it was some kind of demon's trick, using magic to create these things to trick him. But now that he saw his dead wife's soul, there were no more doubts in his heart. He was not a person without knowledge. He had heard his younger brother in Ding Yi City say that demons and cultivators might have all kinds of magical powers, but the soul was the only thing that was difficult for them to control. After a person died, their soul could be destroyed, but it was very difficult to take it away because it was something that belonged to Black by Yanjun. If an unrelated person wanted the soul, it would anger the two emperors of the underworld. Now that he had seen his wife's soul with his own eyes and confirmed that it was really his dead wife, he knew that this Wei River Lord had great abilities. He was a true god. Thus, he finally knelt on the ground and asked, "Divine official, tell me, what should I do now?" The little man said in a low voice, "First, send someone to invite Ing Juren and Lu Gongzan. After that, send some people to Hongling to find out the demon's movements and rescue the people trapped there. This will strengthen Rome City's reputation. After these two things are done, Dragon King has other orders for you in the future." Zhao Sheng nodded and said, "But about the matter of Dragon King, I believe it, but I'm afraid that the people around me don't. Do you have any keepsakes or proof that I can show to others?" The little man laughed. "That's not difficult." As he said this, he threw the small scroll in his hand to Zhao Sheng. "This is called the Ancient Scroll of Luo Shu. Keep it with you. If you have any questions for the Dragon King in the future, write it on this scroll after taking a bath and burning incense. The Dragon King will see it." Zhao Sheng hurriedly took it. Just as he was wondering how to write with such a small thing, the ancient scroll of Luo Shu had already grown a bit bigger. It was now the size that a normal person could write. Suddenly, he heard the little man shout in a low voice, "It's time. I'm going to report." Zhao Sheng hurriedly said, "Divine official, please wait." He did not expect that this shout would wake him up. The cicadas outside the window had stopped chirping. It should be afternoon. The sunlight shone through the room. He was covered in sweat. It looked like he had slept. He slept in front of the desk, as if he had fallen asleep while praying. Chapter 314. Zhao Sheng was stunned for a while, feeling the tiredness of a nap. But he immediately jumped up from the ground and looked at the table. The square seal was missing a corner, and the gap was smooth. A scroll lay on the table, glowing faintly in the sunlight. He grabbed the scroll and held it tightly in his hand, not knowing what to say. He stood there with his muscles tensed up for a while, then walked step by step to the door and pushed it open. He saw a green shrimp lying outside the door. The shrimp's tail was crushed, and it looked dead. He stared at the prawn for a long time before he carefully picked it up and went back to the house to find a wooden box to put it in. After he was done, he put his hands together and prayed. His expression was sincere and focused. Now he believed. He believed in everything he dreamt of, the square seal with a missing corner, the scroll, and the little person whose leg he stepped on. There was indeed a God protecting him. And, if he did well, he could even see his wife and mother again, even if they weren't his biological mother. This belief filled him with energy. At this time, almost everyone in Chengdu was in fear and sorrow, but Zhao Sheng had become the most optimistic and the most determined person. Therefore, when Li Guang saw Zhao Sheng for the second time, he was shocked by the expression on his face. Zhao Sheng was standing in the courtyard of the detention room. It was already afternoon, and the old elm tree in the courtyard cast its shadow on the corpses of the demons. The corpses were huge, each of them the size of a calf, but their bodies were splashed with feces and blood, which made them stink. When Li Guang and the other 4 constables came to the detention room, they had to cover their noses. But now, Zhao Sheng stood in the courtyard. His expression was normal. He wore a coat, revealing his chest. He stood next to the corpses with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky, as if he was thinking about something. But the expression on his face changed very quickly. Sometimes disappointed, sometimes angry, sometimes happy, and sometimes cold and serious. Li Guang stepped into the courtyard, looked at him, and was so shocked that his mouth opened slightly. After a while, he dared to call him in a low voice. "Brother?" Hearing his voice, Zhao Sheng slowly turned his head and looked at him calmly. After a while, he suddenly called out, "Prince Rong." Li Guang only dared to walk into the yard after hearing his words. She wiped the sweat on her neck with her sleeves as she gasped for breath. "What did Big Brother say?" "Call me Prince Rong." Zhao Sheng did not move and looked at Li Guang sternly. "I've thought it through. When we attack, we must have a good reason. From today onwards, I will call myself Prince Rong. We don't need to clean up the Emperor's side. We just need to get rid of that muddle-headed Emperor and build a new country." Li Guang stopped in his tracks and frowned as he looked at Zhao Sheng, who was basking in the afternoon sun. He had a bad feeling about this. It had only been 4 hours since he last spoke with Zhao Sheng. However, his big brother, Zhao Sheng, seemed to be getting more and more deranged. Zhao Sheng smiled and tossed the scroll to Li Guang. "Take a look." Li Guang took it suspiciously. He first looked at Zhao Sheng, then lowered his head and slowly opened the scroll. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. He discovered that the silk scroll was actually formed by a faint golden stream of light. As the silk scroll swayed, it trembled slightly, as if it was floating on the surface of water. Li Guang stretched out his hand in shock and carefully touched the words. He felt that the scroll was surprisingly smooth. It didn't seem to be made of any material he knew. He raised his head and looked at Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng said indifferently, "You should believe me now. Just now, the Dragon King appeared in my dream again. This is the keepsake he left for me. Take a look at what's written on the scroll." Li Guang was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He blinked and lowered his head to look at the scroll. He quickly understood what was written. On the scroll was a map of Rong City and its surrounding areas. However, this map only outlined the general outline of Rong City and the Rong River that passed through the city. It wasn't very detailed. There were even more dazzling spots of light lit up in a few places on the map. Beside the spots of light, there were some words that seemed to be annotations. Li Guang was illiterate, so he couldn't understand what the words were saying. He raised his head and asked Zhao Sheng, What does the map say?" Zhao Sheng walked with steady steps to Li Guang's side, took the scroll back, and opened it. He pointed at the scroll with 2 fingers on his right hand and announced solemnly, "This is the Dragon King's treasure. There are 6 places marked on this scroll. There are 1,000 taels of gold in each place. This is the treasure that the Wei River Dragon King left behind in Rong City. Now that he knows that I'm going to rise up, he gave it to me. Once we achieve great things, we will build temples in the country to worship the Dragon King to repay today's kindness. Do you believe me now?" Li Guang was stunned and thought to himself, "There are 1,000 taels of gold in each place. There are 6 places in total. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6,000 taels of gold. 6,000 taels of gold." The enormity of the sum made his head spin. He didn't even know what 6,000 taels of gold meant. He was supposed to be Zhao Sheng's assistant, so how could he know? Zhao Sheng was very satisfied with his performance. He narrowed his eyes slightly and sighed. "Do you know how much tax Rong City, including Rong City and the surrounding villages and towns, paid last year?" Li Guang naturally didn't know. Zhao Sheng smiled. "Just a little more than 50,000 taels of silver. Now that we have 6,000 taels of gold, 660,000 taels of silver, Do you know how much we can accomplish? God is helping me. Zhao Sheng sighed. If I don't accomplish something great in this world, how can I be worthy of such a favorable time, place, and people? The most important thing now is to call the four of them back. Tonight, we will discuss how to get the 6,000 taels of gold. There are 2,000 taels of gold buried in the city, and another 4,000 taels of gold in Hongling. We will also discuss where to buy armor and horses with the money, and where to recruit soldiers. Also, we need to go and welcome two people. When he said this, Li Guang finally came to his senses and interrupted him. Brother, I'm here to talk to you about this. The Tian brothers, as well as Sun Tong and Zhou Ji, have all run away. Zhao Sheng was stunned, and then he raised his eyebrows. What did you say? Li Guang sighed, yes. I just took care of things on my side and went to see how the four of them were doing. I was afraid that they would panic if they knew about the rebellion. At this time, the city is in such a mess, so I really can't do anything good. I didn't know that when I went to find the Tian brothers, they were not in the north. Then I went to the west of the city to find Sun Tong, but I found the four of them together. When they saw me, they said that Zhao Sheng lost his mind because someone died in his family. We fooled him just now because we were afraid that he would get angry and kill people indiscriminately. That's why we agreed to help him. But now everyone knows that this is a big matter. How can the people of Rong City fight against the demons and the government? So they asked me to come with them to capture you and send you to the Chongfu camp. They said something about making up for their mistakes. Li Guang spat. I am not that kind of person. I said that I would never do such a thing. I also said that your injuries are mostly healed. With your martial arts skills, the four of them can only go out lying down. The four cowards were scared. They looked at me for a while and then ran out of the city together. I couldn't stop them. I guess the four of them are probably going to the Chongfu camp. Zhao Sheng was stunned for a while and suddenly sneered, for cowards. I was wrong about them. He angrily paced a few steps in the courtyard and suddenly turned to look at Li Guang. He squinted his eyes and said, just watch. Today is a good time for them to be rich and powerful, but they don't want it. In the future, when we become successful, they will regret it. Don't care about them. The Chongfu camp will know about this sooner or later. But if they want to do anything, they will have to wait for more than a month. At that time, with the help of the Wei River Dragon King, I will be successful, he said confidently, then walked to the demonic corpse and kicked it a few times. Bastard, watch how I drive you all out of this kingdom. Li Guang opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But when he saw Zhao Sheng's expression, he didn't say anything. That's why I said it has nothing to do with me. Li Yanxin shrugged innocently. He picked up a cup of warm tea and drank the fragrant almonds in his mouth. He looked at Wang Bojian and said he wanted to rebel. He was now sitting in Munanju. The streets were full of people who ran out and walked around noisily. No one knew what they were talking about. But no one went into Munanju. Li Yunxin thought that the people who suffered from the disaster would come to see if there was anything to eat. According to Wang Bojian, this was because Munanju had a good reputation in Chengdu. They would give out porridge and money every New Year. They had also sent people to set up relief points in other parts of the city, so no one came to the main restaurant to cause trouble. But Wang Bojian knew that Zhao Sheng wanted to rebel. Li Yanxin was not surprised that he knew about this. If they knew nothing about what was happening in Chengdu, then they could really focus on the food and beverage industry. So when Li Yanxin sat down in Munanju, Wang Bojian served him a few dried fruits and a pot of tea. He suppressed his emotions and asked this Dragon King, why did he encourage Zhao Sheng to rebel? Zhao Sheng's rebellion was against the Emperor of Yu and the Sword Palace. But the Sword Palace was also Mu Nanju's power. But he heard Li Yunxin's answer. He drank tea and ate dried fruits. He looked very relaxed and didn't seem to take the matter seriously. Wang Bojian scolded this Wei River Dragon King 100 times in his heart. But he still smiled and asked politely, but Zhao Sheng said that Wei River Dragon King appeared in his dream. Could it be that the Dragon King is not you? Oh, you mean this? Li Yanxin held the teacup in his hand and turned it for a while. But his mind seemed to be elsewhere and thinking about other things. It was as if answering this question that Wang Bojian was very concerned about was just a casual chat to him. I originally planned to go to Hongling to see the situation, so I came here on the way to ask you some things. But I suddenly felt that Zhao Sheng looked a little familiar, so I went to the yamen. Li Yunxin put down the teacup and slowly moved his hand through the fruit plate, trying to find a plump almond. Then I heard that he wanted to rebel. So I thought, I wanted to go to Hongling, but Hongling must be waiting for me. No matter how I disguise myself, people will recognize me at a glance if I go there from Chengdu. Don't you think so? He found the almond, threw it into his mouth, and chewed slowly. So I thought, if he really wanted to rebel, he would definitely go to Hongling and gather the strong young men there. That's why I said that a group of people went there in a big group. When they started to make a ruckus, it would be easier for me to hide my tracks. So if that's the thing, he wanted to rebel anyway. What does it have to do with me? Wang Bojian was silent for a while. Then he took a deep breath and said with difficulty, So, Dragon King, you just wanted to go to Hongling so that someone can help you hide your whereabouts. And you provoked such a big thing? You don't have any other intentions? Li Yunxin smiled. I don't think so. Wang Bojian's face twitched for a while. Then he stood up and said, Now, I finally know why wherever the Dragon King goes, destruction follows. So, if I had another way to help Dragon King go to Hongling without being noticed, would Dragon King ignore Zhao Sheng and ask me to immediately capture him? Li Yunxin raised his head and looked at him in surprise. Capture him? Wouldn't I lose face? I promised him that I would help him succeed. Wang Bojian finally couldn't suppress the emotions in his heart anymore. He frowned and said, Dragon King, you are too rash. If Zhao Sheng really rebelled, he won't be able to do anything on his own. We don't need to worry about this. But with Dragon King helping him, if he really turns the Yu kingdom upside down, it will mess up our arrangements. We don't want to see this result. This will cause us a lot of trouble. Li Yunxin thought for a while and looked at him. So I hope Dragon King won't act impulsively. Wang Bojian said seriously, This kind of rash behavior is not desirable. Our arrangements in the Yu kingdom are interlocking. Once one part goes wrong, the whole situation needs to be adjusted comprehensively. I hope Dragon King can think of another way. But Li Yunxin suddenly laughed and stared at Wang Bojian. Old Wang, have you forgotten one thing? I'm not your subordinate or anyone in your organization. I'm Li Yunxin. I have my own plans for doing things, and I don't need your consent. Whether you think it's appropriate or troublesome, it's not my consideration. I came from the city of Wei to Dongting, and here, Li Yunxin tapped the table with his finger. Anyone who I think is rash will not end well. So, before I talk to Zhao Sheng, it might be a spur of the moment. But now I have finished talking with him, and I have my own arrangements. If you mess with him now, you will also bring me trouble. Li Yunxin sighed. I hope you can adapt to this change as soon as possible. Now there is one more person in Rome City, and your family is no longer the only one. If you want to cooperate with me, you have to learn to respect me. Also, don't talk to me in this tone anymore. Otherwise, I will be unhappy. Chapter 315. Wang Bojian was speechless. It was not that he had no words to say, but it was the first time he heard someone voice out his opinion so rationally. For example, don't talk to me like that again, or I will be unhappy. This sounded like something a child would say. An adult would at least know how to hide and suppress their emotions. However, he didn't feel any sense of acting unreasonable and shameless like a child. Although Li Yunxin looked like a child in a fit of pique, at least from Wang Bojian's point of view, he believed that Li Yunxin's threat was just a simple threat based on his years of experience in observing people's words and expressions. And the dangerous light in his eyes did not look like a child's at all. Therefore, he was slightly stunned and realized that he did not fully understand the person in front of him. He seemed to be more dangerous than he had imagined. Wang Bojian frowned and sighed. I was too impatient and spoke without thinking. But Dragon King should be able to understand my feelings. But since Dragon King said this, Dragon King must have his own plans. So let's talk about this in a few days. But now, the most important thing is... At this point, Wang Bojian suddenly paused. Then he looked up at the sky, as if he had sensed something in the sky. Li Yunxin's reaction was only a little slower than him. After Wang Bojian turned his head, a scroll in his arms started to jump wildly. He and Wang Bojian looked at each other. They both knew that Wang Bojian had obtained some information through their own channels. Therefore, they stood up without saying anything. Wang Bojian walked to the back hall, while Li Yunxin walked to the door. As soon as he walked out, he took out a talisman from his folding fan and turned to a small alley on the west side of Southernwood Restaurant. There were some people on the street, but when they saw him, they only glanced at him and did not pay him any attention. When Li Yunxin walked into the shadow of the alley, he activated the talisman. An invisible force spread out in a small space. This was to cover his tracks and shield him from the surveillance of the nearby cultivators. Then he took out the scroll in his arms and saw a line of words on it. Kuan Wu Zi and Second Cultivator are going to your place. Li Yunxin frowned. Before leaving Daunting, he left some magic figures for Lu Laodao. They are newly made with the spells of nature he learned from the translucent jade sheet. The distance between Daunting and Rong City is still too far for a virtual realm cultivator like Lu Laodao. Therefore, he uses this method to send messages. Once there is an emergency, he can cast a figure and write some simple words in Daunting, which can be seen in the picture scroll on his side. This kind of communication method was exceptionally troublesome in his time, but now it could be considered a divine ability of the immortals. Now he had received Lu Laodao's message. But what was going on? Kuan Wu Zi and two other cultivators are heading towards me? How did Kuan Wu Zi know that he was in Chengdu? Why did he leave the Cloud Mountain? Didn't they say that he would go to the stone chamber to reflect on his mistakes after the matter was settled? He stopped thinking about it and walked out of the alley. As soon as he took 2 steps, he saw Wang Bojian poking his head out of the big window of Nanju. Wang Bojian's face was gloomy. Dragon King, people from Daodong are coming here. Li Yunxin shrugged. I just knew it. Wang Bojian stared at him for a while. There are 3 people in total. They are not far from here. We are still looking for their whereabouts. Are they here for Dragon King? I don't know. Li Yunxin said as he raised his head and squinted at the sky. Don't look for them. They are above us. Before Wang Bojian could react, a breeze rises from the ground and goes up to the sky with a buzz. Li Yunxin, who stayed in the same place, walked into the door of Nanju. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, he turned into light spots and dissipated. Only then did Wang Bojian realize that Li Yunxin's real body had gone up with the breeze. The one left behind was just a shadow who didn't want to show his skills in the street. He looked up at the sky. In the azure blue sky, there were only a few palm-sized clouds. At this time, the sun was already showing signs of leaning to the west, so the edges of the clouds were plated with a faint golden color. Wang Bojian thought that Li Yunxin and the 3 guests were in one of the clouds. The clouds looked small, but in fact, each one was several times the size of Chengdu. He stared at the sky for a while and sighed slightly in his heart. In fact, he really wanted to go up to the sky and have a look. But he couldn't be like Li Yunxin and soar up to the 9th heaven. That kind of feeling should be very pleasant. The 3 uninvited guests were indeed in the clouds. The soft clouds on the ground changed their appearance in the sky. They were huge and thick, like a towering mountain hanging high in the blue sky. This mountain wasn't flat and undulating, but there were many small peaks and valleys formed by water vapor. The 3 people were in the clouds. A figure stopped in the valley formed by the fog, and his whole body was enveloped by golden light. This figure didn't seem to have a physical body, but something like a soul or a ghost. Looking at the outline, he vaguely looked like the sect leader of the Langya heavenly abode, Kuan Wu Zi. But if one looked closely, they couldn't see clearly because there was a golden light circulating around his body. And if one looked closely at the golden light, one would gradually realize that it was 2 golden figures, 2 men wearing tall hats and big sleeves. The figures of these 2 men were flat, as if they were people on a piece of paper. They revolve around Kuan Wuzi's body and formed a golden light barrier, enveloping him inside. Kuan Wuzi didn't seem to be in a good situation. His body was flickering, as if it was about to dissipate. He floated straight in the air with his eyes closed, as if he was trying hard to maintain his form so that it wouldn't dissipate. Logically, Kuan Wuzi in this state should be very weak. But 100 meters away from him, the two pursuers in the misty mountain didn't move forward, as if they were deeply afraid of him. These two people didn't have any special characteristics. The two men seemed to be in their 30s. Their faces were ordinary, and they had an ordinary beard. They were wearing a Taoist robe that didn't have a single wrinkle. One of them was holding a golden Rui scepter, and the other was holding a small bell. When Kuan Wuzi stopped, they also stopped and stared at him for a while. The one holding the Rui scepter said, "You also know that you won't be able to hold on for long. You are a soul. The other body you possessed was already injured, and when you were expelled from that body by the sage, you were injured again. You were even heavily injured by me once on the Misty Mountain, the cultivator side. If I were you, the most important thing I should do now is to think of how to dissipate my soul as soon as possible, instead of running away. Otherwise, if you fall into our hands, you can't imagine the feeling." Kuan Wuzi still didn't speak, as if he didn't have the energy to speak. His fingers fluttered in the golden light barrier, forming all kinds of hand seals. However, the figures of the two protectors that revolved around him became fainter and slower, as if they would dissipate at any time. The cultivator holding the bell frowned and said in a low voice, "He looks like he can't hold on anymore. Right now, he's just stalling for time and bluffing. You use your Rui scepter, I use my bell of primal chaos. Even if we have to destroy these two magic treasures, we have to take him down as soon as possible to prevent any accidents from happening." He has the Along the River during the Qingming festival in his hands, one of the Octave Treasure's ancient scrolls. If something unexpected happens, and the sage blames us, you and I, the cultivator holding the Rui scepter sneered. "Something unexpected happens? I like to see how he's going to do that. Colluding with demons. Oomph. If I wasn't blessed by the heavens, I wouldn't be Pu Songzi now. Pu Songzi. Oomph. What is this Pu Songzi? Enlightened Tao, enlightened master, and his realm isn't stable. I wonder what he does on normal days, Ba." The words of the cultivator who called himself Pu Songzi were filled with resentment. He did not have the cold temperament that ordinary Daotong high-level cultivators usually had. Instead, he was more like a secular person. However, although he said that, his eyes were looking around, as if he was guarding against an enemy that might suddenly attack. The cultivator holding the bell of primal chaos did not seem to dare to disobey him. He could only sigh and shake the bell in his hand. A clear and crisp sound spread out in all directions, as if he was investigating the situation around him. Sure enough, he found out what was going on. One breath later, the bell suddenly rang, and a clear light shot out from the mouth of the bell, like a searchlight, directly below Cloudy Mountain. The cultivator's eyes widened, and he shouted in a low voice, "There's really an ambush!" He raised his voice again. "Who is it? Show yourself quickly." Pu Songzi still did not seem to care much just now. Now that he had encountered an enemy, he could not help but be wary. The Rui scepter in his arms shook, and the clouds around him immediately rolled into a long dragon, surrounding the two of them. Then, he calmed himself down and shouted sternly, "Who are you? Show yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, a person really did rush out from the clouds. This person's body was still surrounded by fog. The fog scattered in all directions like flowing water, finally revealing his true appearance. As for his true appearance, it was very similar to the two cultivators. It was the face of a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, with 5 strands of long beard on his face. He was wearing a green Taoist robe without any wrinkles, and there was a faint smile on his face. This person finally stopped between Kuan Wuzi and the two cultivators, holding a horsetail whisk in his hand. He first stared at the two of them for a while, then turned to look at Kuan Wuzi. Finally, he raised his hand and bowed. The corners of his mouth were still slightly raised as he smiled. Junior brothers Pu Songzi and Huai Juzi, it's been a long time. When Pu Songzi and the Taoist holding the bell of primal chaos saw this person, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This person, they were actually familiar with him. Dao Dong's Langya Heavenly Grotto Heaven's first seat of law, Dao Enlightened Master Yunzi. Pu Songzi and Huai Juzi looked at each other, then turned their heads and stared straight at Yunzi. Who are you? Yunzi was still smiling. But now, the two cultivators had slowly discovered that his smile was evil. Even when he spoke, the curve of the corners of his mouth did not change at all. Chapter 316. It was as if his smile was carved on his face. Or, this person was a puppet, a puppet. Pu Songzi and Huai Juzi both knew that this person was Yunzi, but they didn't know whether it was Yunzi, because they were both cultivators of the Langi Cave. Pu Songzi was a little more senior than Huai Juzi, and he and Yunzi could call each other brother. And Huai Juzi was a supervisor of the Law Institute of the Langi Cave, and he was Yunzi's subordinate. The two of them knew Yunzi very well, including his appearance, habits, and cultivation base. So they naturally knew that Yunzi was already dead. He died in the city of Wei, near the Dongting Lake. But now there was such a Yunzi. Both of them were cultivators of the state of truth, and they had their own ways to distinguish whether what appeared in front of them was real or fake. But now this method didn't work on Yunzi. His body was half real and half fake, real and illusory. In layman's terms, this was an existence similar to a soul. Pu Songzi and Huai Juzi could think that this was Yunzi's soul. But the problem was that since Yunzi was already dead, even if there was something similar to Yunzi in the world, it should be a ghost. Because of this, they realized that this might be a brilliant camouflage. There was a powerful person nearby who made something similar to Yunzi's soul, and that powerful person was very likely the reason why Kuan Wuzi forced himself to come here. So the two cultivators quickly moved their eyes away from Yunzi and watched the situation around vigilantly. Huai Juzi said loudly, Taoist Yunzi is a high-level cultivator of the Langya Cave in Daotong. Which powerful person is doing this? So disrespectful. Do you want to be the enemy of Daotong? Of course, no one paid attention to him. But Yunzi, who was regarded as a puppet, still had that weird smile on his face and said, Why do you think I am a puppet? I know you. He raised his hand and pointed at Huai Juzi. Your grandfather was a tribal chief in the barbarian lands of the north. Your secular surname is Jean. Your secular surname is also Jean. Later on, your grandfather did some shady business, stole other people's merits, and became the ruler of a country. So he sent you to Yunshan to learn Tao. Let me think. I can still remember what you looked like when you were 20 or 30 years old. He could be said to have a big heart and a fat body. Now that you say it, Yunzi grinned. You're actually a fat, stupid pig. In the secular world, you're also called Sanpang, so your fellow Taoists call you Sanpang. You didn't like it, so you came to my place and rolled on the ground, throwing a tantrum. You pushed your mouth into the mud and told people not to call you that anymore. I was also annoyed by your ugly appearance, so I gave you the Taoist name of Huai Juzi. At this point, you actually don't recognize me. When Huai Juzi heard this, his eyes widened and he cried out, What third fatty Jean? This has never happened before. Then he turned pale. How do you know these things? Yunzi laughed. You stupid thing. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are just because you cover up people's mouths? Even now, you're still a stupid yes man by his side. When have you ever improved? After saying this, he didn't look at him and turned to look at Pu Songzi. But he looked at him for a longer time. The smile on his face finally dissipated. After about 3 breaths, this Yunzi stretched out his hand and pointed at him. You're not Pu Songzi. When he looked at Pu Songzi was also looking at him. Now that he heard his words, he wasn't as surprised as Huai Juzi was. He only laughed coldly. Oh, why am I not? Pu Songzi? In the vast sea of clouds, Yunzi narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Pu Songzi and I are from the same sect, and we call each other senior and junior brothers. What kind of relationship do you think we have? Let me tell you, he's my younger brother. Only Kuan Wuzi and I know about this. When he saw me, he definitely wouldn't look like you now. Who are you? Pu Songzi and Huai Juzi looked at each other again and frowned. They originally thought this couldn't be Yun Zi's godly soul, but now he actually said all these things, and they were all true. The two perfected masters didn't know how to do this, to control a perfected master's godly soul. No. Yun Zi's godly soul shouldn't have existed for a long time. At this moment, Kuan Wuzi, who was behind Yun Zi, suddenly said something. His voice was hoarse, and it seemed weak in the high sky, as if it was being blown away. But the three of them heard it clearly, because this was the first sentence that Kuan Wuzi had said since he left the Cloud Mountain. They won't fall for your trick. After he said this, his hands that were forming seals suddenly stopped. So the golden protectors that were originally surrounding him paused for a moment. Then both turned into flowing lights and returned to his palm. There was a picture scroll in his palm. But this picture scroll was very strange, because it looked really too small. It was only the size of a palm. But this palm still counted the scrolls and paper on both sides. The real picture itself was only about the size of half a palm. Moreover, the drawing paper was not a regular shape, but an oblique triangle. It was as if the painter had casually torn a piece of paper or simply made a few strokes on a piece of scrap paper to create this drawing, which was then worshipped by later generations as a treasure. Now, Pu Songzi and Huai Juzi's gazes were focused on that picture. This was the treasure that Kuan Wuzi's godly soul brought out from Cloud Mountain, one of the 8 treasures ancient scrolls, along the river during the Qingming festival. Kuan Wuzi flipped his hand and kept the picture scroll, and the treasure fused into his body. Because of this, his image became clearer, and even his voice became more powerful. He then said the second sentence, I brought this out, and since I met you, I'll give it to you. You definitely want it. But you have to protect me, and you have to make these two stay. His words turned out to be directed at Yun Zi. But Huai Juzi frowned and asked Pu Songzi, what did he say? Who's he talking to? Pu Songzi's expression wasn't that good now. He finally straightened his face and looked around anxiously. He's here? He muttered in a low voice, and at the same time retreated a distance. Why is he here? His behavior made Huai Juzi panic. At this moment, this cultivator seemed to be the one who understood what was happening the most. He looked at Kuan Wuzi, then at Pu Songzi, and heard the godly soul that was being chased by them say the last sentence. That Pu Songzi is indeed not Pu Songzi anymore. He's now possessed by the Freemasonry's quantum blessing. Huai Juzi is also a hidden chess piece hidden in the Cloud Mountain. Li Yunxin, why don't you show yourself? Chapter 317. Kuan Wuzi said this name. This name was like a curse. Pu Songzi or Fu Yangzi. Fu Yangzi's face changed instantly. He had been looking around in case someone was ambushing him. Now that he confirmed this from Kuan Wuzi's mouth, he couldn't stay here anymore. He waved his sleeve, and the rui in his hand immediately grew dozens of times, turning into a small jade boat. He waved his hand again and took Huai Jiezi, who was not far from him, over. He picked him up and stepped onto the jade boat. He made a gesture and was about to leave. One breath ago, these two people were still confronting Yun Zi and Kuan Wuzi. One breath later, they wanted to escape after hearing the name. Huai Jiezi couldn't accept this like Fu Yangzi. Thus, at this moment, Fu Yangzi activated his spell and wanted to escape immediately like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. However, Huai Juzi grabbed his hand and broke his spell. Senior Marshal Brother, what are you doing? Why are you leaving? Fu Yangzi's eyes widened. This is a trap. Kuan Wuzi, that old monster, deliberately led us here. Li Yunxin is here, not in Dongting. Huai Jiezi frowned again. Li Yunxin? What about Li Yunxin? Fu Yangzi opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But the next moment, he closed his mouth tightly and decided not to waste any more time. He kicked Huai Jiezi down. Think about it yourself. Don't kill me. In the sky, he naturally couldn't kick someone down. But Huai Jiezi was caught off guard and was kicked over a few times. The Rui under Fu Yangzi emitted a burst of blue light and was about to escape. Then he finally heard Li Yunxin's voice. It was such a good thing, but you just had to make it so boring. An elegant young man in white suddenly broke through the thick clouds and flew into the sky. The clouds and mist on his body dispersed bit by bit. His fluttering clothes were plated with a layer of pale gold by the sun, making him look like a golden-armored immortal. Who else could it be but Li Yunxin? Fu Yangzi naturally recognized him. Without another word, he flew away. But just as he was several feet away, he heard Li Yunxin sneer. Run? The faster you run, the faster you die. Fu Yangzi was someone who had suffered at the hands of Li Yunxin. When he was in the city of Wei, Kuan Wuzi, who was still alive, told him to be careful with Li Yunxin, but he didn't take it to heart. But now, he understood that Kuan Wuzi's words weren't false. He didn't dare to take Li Yunxin's words lightly. Thus, because of this sentence, he really stopped and turned his head to look back. Seeing Li Yunxin's body covered in golden light, his sleeves fluttering in the strong astral winds high up in the sky, he looked at him mockingly. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. I've been working in Chengdu for many days, and I've set up a big formation to kill Jinren. Coincidentally, just as the formation was set up, you came in. If you went 2 feet further away, your soul would have flown away and scattered. Do you believe me? In the past, Fu Yangzi would be a fool to believe him. A month ago, dozens of cultivators from Daodong's Langi Cave came, and they brought many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They also used the souls of hundreds of thousands of people as the source of the formation to set up such a big formation. But now, Li Yunxin said that he used more than 10 days to set up a formation to kill Jinren in Chengdu. It was a person. When Huai Juzi heard what he said, he didn't care about Fu Yangzi kicking him away. He looked at Li Yunxin carefully from head to toe and frowned. What kind of nonsense is this person talking about? Is a Jinren someone you can easily kill? His soul will fly away and scatter? What a joke. Li Yunxin smiled coldly. You can try. Or you can ask this guy how he died. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at Yunzi. Yunzi looked at him strangely. He clearly looked like a spirit with his own will and consciousness. But when Li Yunxin arrived, he was dumbfounded, as if he had become a puppet. Now that Li Yunxin raised his hand and pointed at him, it seemed like he had triggered some kind of command. The originally blank expression on his face suddenly became lively. He first frowned slightly and sighed, then shrugged and pointed at himself. I died because of stupidity. Li Yunxin smiled and nodded, then turned to look at Fu Yangzi and Huai Juzi. Therefore, the two of them didn't look very good. At this juncture, everyone could see that Yunzi was Li Yunxin's puppet and was under his command. The 2 sentences that Yunzi said just now were also Li Yunxin's words. The 2 of them were not in the mood to appreciate Li Yunxin's sense of humor. They only felt that this guy was acting so unscrupulously in front of the 2 Jinren. He simply didn't take them seriously and was extremely arrogant. However, Fu Yangzi gritted his teeth and slowly stepped back a little. He returned to Huai Juzi's side and said in a low voice, "Be careful." Huai Juzi's eyes widened in surprise. Be careful? You believe his crazy words? Fu Yangzi didn't bother to talk to him. He felt that this companion was extremely stupid, just like his former self, because he had lived a peaceful life in Daotong for too long. He had become dull and arrogant. He just looked up at Li Yunxin. Do you know where Kunwazi escaped from? What did he do? Li Yunxin, in Dongting, we acted on our own. You were good enough. I was defeated by you, and I was convinced. But this time, if you dare to intervene, you are bound to be unlucky. But he ignored Huai Juzi, and so did Li Yunxin. As if he didn't hear his words, He turned to look at Kunwuzi. The smile on his face, whether it was sneer or mockery, was gone. He stared at the former head of the Dantian seriously for a while, and said, "What's going on? Don't tell me that you forgot what you promised me after you left Dongting, and then you made such a mess. Also, how did you know I was in Rong City?" Kunwuzi's soul swayed gently in the strong wind, as if it would disappear at any time. He grasped the along the river during the Qingming festival, one of the octave treasures in his hand, and said in a faint voice, I didn't intend to come to you. It was just a coincidence that I met you here. But since I met you, I was not destined to die. Now my soul has no body, and I can only rely on this octave treasures to survive. Previously, I was chased by these two until now, and my whack-in is almost exhausted. If you save me, I will tell you in detail. I can even give you this ancient scroll. But Li Yunxin frowned and interrupted him. What I want to ask you is that you promise me to explain everything to the two saints after returning to Yanshan, and then go to the stone room to face the wall. Did you do it? Kunwuzi was stunned. Well, I did, but how did I know? Li Yunxin turned around. Okay, I just want to know about it. Since you have fulfilled your promise, why can't I save you today? Chapter 3:18. His tone and behavior were extremely arrogant, as if he really had something to rely on. Fu Yangzi, who was disguised as Pu Songzi, was naturally afraid of Li Yunxin. He only stared at his movements to prevent him from suddenly launching an attack. Huaiju Zi, who was beside him, was also a little suspicious at this time. Of course, he had heard of Li Yunxin. Fu Yangzi had told him about him. But Fu Yangzi was always a person who cherished his reputation and honor. When he talked about Li Yunxin to Huaiju Zi before, although he didn't deliberately belittle him, he didn't really boast that Li Yunxin was omnipotent and make himself look useless. He just told the truth so that he wouldn't lose face. Therefore, Huaiju Zi knew that Li Yunxin was a demon in the true realm. He had turned from a human to a demon. In fact, whether in Daodong or in the world of demons, people would have some prejudices. It was easy to look down on demons who followed the Tao or human practitioners who turned to demons. People who served two masters always didn't have a good reputation. Now, Huaiju Zi looked at Li Yunxin again. He was a demon in the true realm, so he should know how difficult it was to kill a Zhenren. But he still said such arrogant words, and even moved closer with a face full of confidence, as if victory was really in his hands. He finally frowned and thought carefully. A demon in the true realm with the puppet Yunzi and a half-dead Kunwu Zi's divine soul. Could he really keep them here like he said? Just at this time, he suddenly saw the expression on Li Yunxin's face disappear, and he raised his hand and sprinkled out a silver light. The five of them had been confronting each other in the sky for a long time, and the sun on the horizon had begun to incline to the west. Therefore, the sunlight changed from the pale gold of the afternoon to a thick orange color. But now, when Li Yunxin raised his hand, the silver light radiating from his palm immediately forced back the golden light in the sky. When he looked carefully again, he found that a small round moon was born from his palm. As soon as it came out, it flew to a very high altitude and grew bigger and bigger. In just a breath's time, this small full moon had actually occupied half the sky that was originally dusk, and the setting sun had suddenly turned into a night sky with a bright moon. Suddenly, the sound of stringed instruments came from the horizon. Strands of auspicious clouds emerged from the center of the big round moon. Amidst the clouds, a glittering golden palace gradually became clearer. It had hanging corners and flying eaves, golden pillars, and jade tiles. It was a magnificent sight that had never been seen in the human world. Seeing this, Fu Yangliang's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Fog Lock Toad Palace!" This misty Lock Toad Palace was a magic treasure personally made by the Book Saint. It was one of the top treasures of the Langya Grotto Heaven. It was originally in the hands of Koen Wuzi, but it was split into two parts by him. One was called the Treasure Mirror of Profound Light, and it was given to Yunzi. After Yunzi died in the city of Wei, this treasure was taken by Li Yunxin. The other one was called Fog of Profound Light, and it was given to Fai Yunzi by Kuan Wuzi, who was disguised as Fu Yangliang. Fu Yangliang was defeated by Li Yunxin in Dongting, and this Fog of Profound Light was also taken by him. In Dongting, Kuan Wuzi was killed by Fu Yangliang. In order to protect his spirit, he couldn't care less. After his spirit was taken away by Li Yunxin with the judge's iron chain, he told him how to use the fog-locked Toad Palace. He rarely trusted anyone in his life. At that time, he was forced to believe in Li Yunxin, a monster who was famous for his craftiness. However, he didn't expect that he was right. The person who hurt him was his former disciple. This time, he suffered another disaster because of his former cultivator. However, the person who saved him twice was still the monster Li Yunxin. It was really a joke of fate. Fu Yangliang had seen this fog-locked Toad Palace in the school of the Emperor's Star. Although he didn't know how powerful this thing was, once he knew that it was a treasure made by the master calligrapher, he didn't dare to underestimate it. He spent a few words to explain the origin of this thing to Huai Jiezi. On the other side, the figures of Li Yunxin, Yu Yunzi, and Kuan Wuzi were hidden in the auspicious clouds and disappeared into the bright moon. The two cultivators both knew that once the person in charge of the big tactical circle wanted to use the magic circle to kill the enemy, they had to retreat to the outside of the circle or go to the center of the circle. Therefore, when they saw Li Yunxin and the others had disappeared, they immediately drove their magic weapons and followed closely with Huai Jiezi, straight to the bright moon. However, they only moved forward for a short distance and found that they had left the night sky and arrived in front of the Toad Palace in the moon. At this moment, when they looked back, there were no clouds or Rome City. There was only the wilderness glowing with silver light and the dark sky. Fu Yangliang and Huai Jiezi were surprised and confused. Suddenly, they saw an elder turn around a huge red lacquer pillar under the corridor of the Toad Palace and walk to the white marble stairs. This elder had a square face and a wide mouth. He was tall and stout. He wore a large robe embroidered with 10,000 characters, and a belt inlaid with rubies was tied high around his waist. He walked to the stairs calmly, squinted at the two people, and said, "Where did this arrogant kid come from? How dare you break into the fog-locked Toad Palace?" Fu Yangliang frowned and looked at him carefully. "Who are you?" The elder laughed. "Kid, you dare to break in without knowing who I am? If you ask me, listen carefully. I am the master of this Toad Palace, the Red Flame Toad. The Wei River Dragon King sent me here from Dongting to guard this place. If you want to break into the palace, you have to get through me first." Hearing the name Red Flame Toad, Huai Jiezi felt that this was a powerful big demon. However, he had never heard of any monster king in the true realm or the mysterious realm with this name. He frowned and asked Fu Yangliang in a low voice, "Who is this?" Fu Yangliang sneered. "Who is this? Some small demons in Dongting Lake can transform into human form and call themselves monster kings in Dongting. When Tan Liangliang ambushed Li Yunxin in Dongting, one of the small demons under his command was this Red Flame Toad. Unexpectedly, he didn't die and came here. He overestimated himself." After saying this, he waved his hand and threw out the jade rui. Although his words were full of contempt, he only used 20% of his strength to test the Toad King who guarded the Toad Palace. However, the Toad King didn't dodge or dodge. It blankly took the blow and was scattered with a buzz. When it was in Dongting, it was only a monster in the emptiness realm. How could it withstand the strength of a Taoist in the true realm? However, when Fu Yangliang was about to sneer, he found that the Toad King, which had been scattered and turned into light spots, gathered together again and laughed. "Do you know what the Toad Palace is? My Moon Toad Palace hangs high in the sky. Every day, countless people look up at the moon. As long as one person looks at my Toad Palace, the power of incense and wish will extend my life by one breath. You are just two little Taoists. Can you kill all the plenilune cultivators in the world. Chapter 319. So it's this thing. Fu Yangzi frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "This blazing red toad seemed to be dead. Li Yunxin used some method to store his soul into this magic treasure and made it the erased spirit that guarded the illusion. Based on the current situation, although this Zhu toad's cultivation level was low, he had the array to prolong his life. The two of them couldn't kill him for the time being, but it was just couldn't be killed. This thing was more like a smokescreen. If they swaggered in front of this Zhu toad, he couldn't do anything to the two cultivators. But was this the true use of the magic treasure, Misty Toad Palace, made by the master of calligrapher, to create an unkillable array spirit in the illusion? What was it used for? There should be some other mechanism. Fu Yangzi gritted his teeth. He didn't care about the Toad King's mockery. Instead, he took a step back and shook his head at Huai Jiezi. "Be careful." Huai Jiezi looked at him and sighed. "I think you've already entered the absurd state. Look at yourself." He took a step back and looked at Fu Yangzi up and down. "Previously, when you heard that Li Yunxin was coming, you fled in panic and didn't even care about your demeanor. Now, you've met this little demon with low cultivation level. Instead of advancing, you retreated. Think about it. What kind of you were in the past, and what kind of you are now? Has that Li Yunxin already become your inner demon?" Fu Yangzi frowned. "Don't talk to me with such an attitude. Entering the absurd state, inner demon, this kind of thing, only the five of you elders would be able to do it. I'm Fu Yangzi. I'm the ninth one. You don't have the right to lecture me about the cultivation of our sect." Although Huai Jiezi's tone wasn't good, he had good intentions. He wanted to wake him up. Unexpectedly, not only did this Fu Liangzi not appreciate it, he even lectured him. Both of them were cultivators in the true state. Logically speaking, a perfected one should have been furious after being insulted like this. But Huai Juezi just stared at him and did not refute him. It seemed that what Fu Liangzi said was the hard truth, and this Taoist priest, whom he called Pai Liangzi, had no room to refute. But he wasn't in a good mood to talk, so he vented his anger elsewhere. He looked to his left and right, and his old hatred for being kicked off the Rui by Fu Liang finally welled up in his heart. He raised his hand and used his knuckles to knock on the bell in his hand. "Break for me." They didn't see the bell ring, but the scene in front of them immediately faded like the tide, following his words. The Toad King, Toad Palace, and the moonlight faded. The wilderness further away and the dark sky also faded, revealing the face behind. And after that, there was nothing. Half of the sky was dyed red by the sunset glow and a large mass of gold-plated clouds. This scene was very familiar, as if it was the sky before they had entered the illusion. However, the Misty Lock Toad Palace was a magic treasure made by the sage of calligrapher. How could it be broken by a true state cultivator striking the bell? Fu Yangzi couldn't care less about Huai Juezi, who was acting blindly without thinking, and focused his attention to observe carefully. Just now in the Toad Palace, he easily knew that it wasn't the real world, but an illusion. Now that he was in such a scene, he looked again. After a full quarter of an hour, he still couldn't find any loopholes. This second illusion was actually terrifyingly real. He turned his head and glared at Huai Juezi. "Do you know now? Let's see how you can escape." Huai Juezi didn't speak, but frowned. He also looked for a full quarter of an hour. But just like Fu Yangzi, he found nothing. This second illusion was impeccably real. At this time, he finally realized that something was wrong. Just like what Fu Yangzi had said, he didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. At this moment, Li Yunxin and Kuan Wuzi were in the clouds and mist. He waved his hand and recalled the puppet Yunzi beside him. He frowned and looked at the flickering divine soul opposite him. "I don't know how long I could trap them, but you better make a long story short. What happened? Why did you come here? If not for me, who else are you looking for?" Kuan Wuzi had just received a breath of spiritual energy from Li Yunxin. At this moment, His expression relaxed a little. He looked down at his feet. Chengdu could be seen from here. Such a city was like a child's toy, placed crookedly in a small basin among the mountains. Then this former leader of the heavenly grotto said, "Haven't you already set up here for several days? Why can't you trap them? If you let them escape today, Fu Yangzi is right. It will be a big disaster for you." "What the hell did I set up?" Li Yunxin frowned. "I just wanted to do something here, and you lured these two things here. Where did I get the time to set up a trap? I was just scaring them. Look at you. Were you ambushed on the way back to Cloud Mountain?" Kuan Wuzi was stunned. "Then why are you still talking here? Take me away from here to the southwest first. I'll tell you in detail on the way." Li Yunxin laughed. "I think it's better to talk here. You see, I'm a demon of the true realm, and I can't deal with two human cultivators of the true realm. If they escape later, I can only make a feint and make you stay here to stall for time. Then I'll take my time to come up with a long-term plan. So, the current situation is, tell me what I want to know first, then I'll consider whether to take you away or not." Kuan Wuzi widened his eyes. "You're telling me this? Look at me now." He became crazy for no reason. He even grabbed his hair bun with his right hand and fiercely pulled it, as if he wanted to pull it out. However, his current appearance was that of a divine soul, so there was no need to pull his hair. Such a fierce pull actually made his head elongate, making his facial features look twisted and comical. He didn't have any demeanor of the former leader of the Langya Heavenly Grotto. "Look at me now. With my current appearance, my Tao heart is long gone. My cultivation is also ruined. What can I lie to you about?" He shouted at Li Yunxin. At the same time, he waved his hand and threw the along the river during the Qingming festival to him. "I'll give this to you now. Do you believe me now?" Li Yunxin reached out and caught the ancient scroll steadily. Without looking at it, he put it into his fan. Then he sighed. "Yes, I also feel sorry to see you like this, but in case I become as pitiful as you still have to tell me what happened." Kuan Wuzi froze for a while. Then he gritted his teeth and laughed. Good. You have a heart of iron." Li Yunxin, guess why I didn't want to tell you what happened before? Do you still remember when I saw you at the Dongting, how you got the illuminating jade slip from the hands of the Lord Dongting, and how you made me give up the idea of taking that thing away? You said it was the secret of the two sages. If I knew that secret, I would definitely not have a good ending. But now, hey, my Tao heart and cultivation are gone, but I even have some secular feelings in my heart. I appreciate that you saved my life twice, so I don't want to drag you into big trouble. But since you must listen to me, don't blame me. Chapter 320. Li Yunxin is slightly stunned because of his words. He doesn't expect that Kuan Wuzi will fall into such a situation. He also doesn't expect that Kuan Wuzi will thank him for saving him twice. However, at this moment, Kuan Wuzi's soul has come close to his ear. This Taoist who used to be in the Tao Insight realm is holding back a crazy energy at this moment. He doesn't care that Li Yunxin may wave his hand and break him up by instinct. He doesn't breathe. He only has a shadow-like body. The cold aura of this body sent chills down Li Yunxin's hair. Then he said in an equally cold voice, "I'll tell you now. Not only have I returned to the Yinshan orthodoxy, I've also met the sage." As he says, he slowly hovers around Li Yunxin. He looks at Li Yunxin with one eye and looks around with the other eye. It seems that he is afraid that someone will suddenly rush out. His funny and weird look reminds Li Yunxin of Yunzi. When he first met Kuan Wuzi, Yunzi was already a remnant soul. It was the peak state where he was about to lose his mind. Now, Kuan Wuzi also ends up like this. It can be seen that what he is about to say has shocked and frightened him so much that he can't keep his mind clear when he mentions this matter. I also told the sage what happened in Dongting. Hey, Kuan Wuzi's eyes widen. But do you know? He suddenly stops, grins, and roars. Daotong only exists in name now. Li Yunxin frowns. What do you mean? As he says this, he raises his hand and writes several magic figures in the void, protecting the two of them firmly. according to his experience, Kuan Wuzi is long-winded and hesitant. Maybe when he is about to tell the truth, he will suddenly be interrupted, killed, or taken away by someone. He used to hate this kind of situation. How can he not be on guard at this moment? Fortunately, what he worries about doesn't happen. When he asks that question, Kuan Wuzi doesn't even hesitate. He stares at his eyes and says a few words. The saint is dead. Li Yunxin was stunned. Dead? What kind of death? At this moment, Kuan Wuzi didn't care about his question. He seemed to have sunk into a state of madness and was unable to extricate himself. He danced with joy and shouted, "Now the world is really filled with jackals and wolves, and rotten wood is the official. Daodong, Daodong." What did Daodong look like after tens of thousands of years? The sage is dead, and the righteous path in this world no longer exists. Then he squinted at Li Yunxin. What kind of death? Heh, a saint hasn't ascended for 2,000 years. What kind of death could there be? You mean? Li Yunxin's heart was beating wildly. He deliberated over his words, afraid that Kuan Wuzi would misunderstand and give him the wrong information. You're saying that the two sages haven't ascended for a long time, so their corporeal bodies have reached the end of their lifespan. Their corporeal bodies have collapsed and died, and their divine souls no longer exist? Kuan Wuzi sneered. Otherwise, why would I end up like this? Today, Daodong has long been occupied by a group of people. It's funny that I was one of them in the past. When I went back to Daodong to talk about the Freemasonry, do you know what the holy masters of the other caves said? They said that this matter involves a lot of people. Once they investigate it, it will be a disaster that hasn't happened in Daodong for thousands of years. They must not act recklessly. Those idiots are rotten to the core. Li Yunxin frowned. But just now you said that you met the saint of calligraphy. Why did you say that he is dead? Don't tell me you've never seen them in the past few hundred years? The two sages are asking people to find the Jade Scroll of Enlightenment. If the two sages are dead, how can they ask people to find the Jade Scroll? Before Lu Ling went down the mountain, he also said that he met the two sages and obtained many magic treasures. Could it be that he didn't die at that time? The more he said, the more he felt that this Kuan Wuzi was crazy. His words could no longer be trusted. Now that he threw out so many questions, Kuan Wuzi just looked at him and sneered. You can think about these things slowly. I only want to ask you, what are your plans now? You are a demon. You know that the saints are dead. How can Daodong sit back and watch you spread this news? Li Yunxin turned around and looked at the clouds. This was indeed a big news. He had to prove it or disprove it. However, he couldn't just listen to Kuan Wuzi's side of the story. What a joke. The death of two supreme martial artists in the world. He wouldn't believe it just because of the words of a half-mad divine soul. It would be best if he could capture Fu Yangzi and the person beside him. Perhaps the two same people would be able to give him more accurate information. He thought for a while and looked at Kuan Wuzi again. Okay, I will save you. Then tell me where you were going and who you were going to find. Kuan Wuzi immediately pointed to the southeast. Send me to the capital of Yu Country, to the Sword Palace of Yu Country. I want to find the palace master of the Sword Palace. Li Yunxin heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Good this was really a good thing. Previously, he wanted to know why the people of Daotong didn't care about what Yang Jinzi had done in Yu Country. Now, they sent Kuan Wuzi, who seemed to have a deep relationship with the palace master. He smiled. You want to see Yang Jinzi? You don't need to go to the capital. He is here, but unfortunately, he is a member of the Freemasonry now. Don't you know? Kuan Wuzi blinked. What nonsense are you talking about? At this time, Fu Yangzi and Huai Jiezi had stayed in the second illusion for half an hour. They still couldn't break the formation. There was not a single flaw. They saw the sun slowly tilting to the west. They could also see the sunset, ravens, and even the specks of dust in Chengdu. Fu Yangzi used the Jade Rui, and Huai Jiezi used the Bell of Chaos. They had already used all kinds of methods and divine abilities in the void, but the thin spiritual power that made up this illusion didn't even ripple. Until they saw a third person appear. This person came from the west. His back was against the sun, so his face was dark. But even so, they could see that he was glowing slightly. It was as if this person was made of gold, and his skin shone with a metallic luster. The newcomer stopped about 100 steps away from the two cultivators and looked at them first. Fu Yangzi and Huai Jiezi also looked at him with great vigilance. Then this person said, "I've been observing the two of you for a while, so I don't understand. Why are you using your divine abilities nonstop?" Fu Yangzi frowned and said in a deep voice, "This formation spirit has finally come out. This illusion is easy to break." But his words were heard by the newcomer. That person was slightly stunned and said calmly, "I's Taoist name is Yang Jianzi. I am a friend of the Freemasonry cultivators. This is you country's Chengdu. What illusion are you talking about?" You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.